This is gonna be fun. And our last one was heading Ellen, damn it. Okay. Actually, that fits. Do, 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 do. Bouncing around between Discord servers. Do, 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 do. Congratulations.
Hello. How's my microphone?
I can hear you. You're popping up on the OBS. Need someone to pipe up and chat. Hint, hint, pouring. Hint, hint.
Okay. It's a new microphone, so it's kind of wacky for the moment.
And you're doing good for me so far, for me hearing you, and from what I can tell, OBS seeing you. But so did you like? Wow, okay. It doesn't look like you properly got into Fugi, or well, maybe you got into Fugi. Did you upload a couple of PFPs for it?
It showed my Discord avatar with lighter and darker mode, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
I can open up
Let
mine and then I can show you what I got going for it.
let me just try the link again because it asked me for permission in the web version because I use the web version for the SELK.
Oh, wait, I think I have an idea because I haven't turned it on. I haven't turned it on in OBS. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna up the name size until people start piling in, and then I have to shrink the name sizes because they just fucking cover everything.
I'm a huge paperclip. Yay!
There we go. That works.
I'm gonna move the microphone closer.
Okay. Gonna just
Okay.
take a peek in Proctor server, see if anyone else is interested. But I don't know. I post all the links. Anyone that can pile in if they want.
Yep.
So you're getting the streamer itch along with everyone else.
I mean, I guess. Can you repeat the question again?
Are you getting the streamer itch the same as everyone
Yes.
else?
Yeah. Because I don't know. When I wanted to try out streaming for a long time, many years, because initially I just wanted to stream drawing, but that just never caught on. I had a couple of small streams for friends, and that's basically it.
I never caught on for
Uh,
you, but goddamn, there's a shit ton of art VTuber streams, so I'm sure you'd fit it right into this point.
yeah, I guess, but when I discovered VTubers, it kind of hooked my interest because I knew about VTubers for a long time when Myth debuted, when Gura became this fucking cultural phenomenon, right? And
Yeah,
I thought it was lame as fuck because it was idol culture, this whole stuff. I didn't like it, but like what it was November, I think, last year. I just randomly discovered FaZe and Pipa because of the incest game, and it just kind of clicked. I saw that VTubing didn't have to be this idle thing. It could be just you with a 2D avatar, and it was very cool, very funny because you didn't have to be you as a streamer. I also despise this whole streamer thing when they have this neon background with shit in the shelves. I don't know, I just kind of cringe from that. But like VTubing could be fun. Like you could play around with your model, like Tenma does, like dressing it up, all that shit. It just seemed very fun. And I've been meaning to do this, but like the job and other shit has been like dragging me.
It's fine. Like I don't know, you could just do what I do and just do it all yourself. But just chip away at it, like maybe like an hour here, an hour there. Because I went through the exact pipeline of, okay, stock Godzilla picture, and then I made my drawing, and then I rigged it. It's just baby steps. Just go through the motions, and then it's kind of fun learning the process as you go.
Yeah, actually, I already like downloaded Live 2D and I started drawing a PNG, but something tripped me up, I think. And then I started drawing like just a head for the model, and it's flat colored. It's just like a sketch. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I just need to like finish some stuff, mainly with
Well,
my job.
Well, it's not a cardinal sin to use tutorials specifically, well, not specifically, especially when it comes to drawing your model so as to be able to rig it afterwards. So, like the blow up parts, like, how to do your face, how you do your head, how you do your mouth, how you do your arms, if you want to do that shit. There are very good walkthrough tutorials for effectively a checklist. It's like, okay, draw this, have it on this layer, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think I looked something up, like videos or text tutorials. Uh, I'm the person who reads the manual always. I'm that kind of guy. Like there are
Same.
people who just like open the box for the new thing and then just they start poking it. I start reading the manual. So yeah, I just immediately like looked up tutorials for how to draw a model for Live 2D. But yep, it doesn't seem hard. Like there's nothing like really hard from like I have limited experience with 3D and I obviously like drew a lot, so making a model isn't like technically hard. I just have to like make myself make the model.
Well, that's kind of just the thing, and you can just go as basic as you want and just build on from there, just to even get started. Because
Yep,
honestly, like the model stuff is kind of largely irrelevant. The main hang up I see from that I hear from talking with people so far since doing this is it's like, but talking and streaming, it's like, there's the rub. Just start fucking streaming and just inoculate to yourself, and then like the drawings and the models and stuff will come later. It's just a
yep,
matter of getting used to talking and chatting.
yep. That's like what everyone basically says. Just start with a PNG or like nothing at all. And I wanted to start with like a PNG and maybe like do some shit. I wanted to like combine the VTubing thing with my like recent Tarkov obsession, but it's already like died down. So I think the
Well,
train has kind of passed.
well, you can revive that train.
Yeah, yep. I think one thing I always like wanted to get into streaming for like games and shit because I really liked how like when streamers do like when they play like a game for a long time, right? Like Minecraft or whatever.
Yeah.
There's this just like sort of story emerges like an arc. It can be just I don't know, just like some silly shenanigans, or it can be like genuinely a story. Like there's a few Tarkov YouTubers who do like they either do like movie 1.5 hour long edited videos with like some story that ties in some raids, or there's this guy like 30x, he does right now a hardcore sort of challenge. He also does a lot of like story bits, but they're more like emotional bits, like how he feels, like how the ups and lows go. I always enjoy that, and I I basically wanted like not just play a game, but like have it captured, have make it something more, I guess.
Well, as with everything else, it can only be as complicated as you want it to be, or make it to
Yeah,
be, I guess.
that's true. That's true.
My kind of analogy with this here, the whole kit and caboodle of VTubing and streaming and stuff. I kind of equate it like okay, I like wargaming, but my favorite game system is a HeroScape, and it is a very modular system in that you can go as like just roll a couple of dice and move your figures around, or you can have like terrain and then bonuses and debuffs and stuff like that. It can be simple or as complicated as you want it to be, and trying to teach people that there is kind of like, but I want a set base rule set, so let's sit down and talk about it and figure out what we want to do. And it's kind of like that hump. It's like, okay, you have all these choices. It's like now you have to make a choice of a choice. It's like, how
Hmm.
complicated do you want to be?
Yeah, that's kind of it. Like, you just decided for yourself and like grow and expand from there.
Yeah, because like for me, I just did this for shits and giggles because I was bored.
Yeah, I remember first seeing you on Frank's channel. There was a clip of you like reviewing Pippa's WOD when she was doing the geology kit. And I initially thought that you and Frank was like the same person, but that was like at the very beginning. Uh,
Nah,
because like your WOD was on his channel.
nah,
Uh,
nah, we've hung out since the early we've hung out together since the early Pippa days, so we're kind of connected at the hip for certain things.
you're like know each other from like back from Kiwi Farms, right?
Yeah, a good chunk of us are from Kiwi Farms. I'm from Kiwi Farms. I'm from
Yeah, I know
Kiwi
about it.
Farms. But in terms of what is like, what are you asking or getting at?
Uh, sorry, I just kind of got distracted because a friend is pinging me.
That's fine. That's fine. We're not here. We're not here to set out to do anything. We're just here to chill.
Yeah, I just like kind of lost the
Train of thought.
thread for a bit. What was he asking?
You were asking about something. Me and Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, I know. It just was like a remark that I from like lurking a lot and reading, I realized that a lot of you guys like he came from Kiwi Farms, and that you and Frank basically just like knew each other from back there. It wasn't really a question, just like, yep, I know.
Yeah. So, are you familiar at all with the asylum history then, or like now?
So from what I've gathered from like reading, there was a VTuber thread on Kiwi Farms. Null didn't really like it.
Correct.
And at some point, Proctor decided to set up the asylum, and a lot of guys from the thread they moved to the asylum, and asylum like started growing.
You're
So that's
pretty much correct. The one missing detail in that is that well, one, the site owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, aka Josh, he allegedly does not like Weebery and whatsoever. So we're kind of the VTuber thread almost actually did get shut down a couple of times because he hates us.
yeah, like you're at
But
his mercy.
yeah, so there was always that sword of Damocles hanging over our head. But the main impetus to actually getting our own thing up and going was the Kiwi farms have been perpetually attacked by the
Oh yeah,
troons.
right, right.
And so the site was shitting the bed for like months and months and months. And of course, all of us were like, okay, we have the itch. We want to continue shit posting all that stuff, but the site's down. So Proctor took it among himself upon himself to you know get the ball rolling, and this is where we're at.
Yeah, I remember this like whole arc with Kiwi Farms being down. I'm like not very knowledgeable about Kiwi Farms. I just use it for basically like one thread, and that was like many years ago. But
Well,
I'm aware of it because of like how it like permeates the modern like web culture, I guess, because everyone like who is worth of like anything has a thread.
yeah.
Like you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like the Kiwi Farms is like the last bastion of the old internet. that's pretty much kind of like why we consider, well, it is a homeland for us in terms of the asylum and stuff, but in terms of overall internet culture and stuff, it is like literally like the last place where you can call each other niggers and faggots, and then then turn around and then start picking on a lol cow.
I guess I'm kind of like keeping up the spirit on the server by inserting Cyrillics into slurs.
I am amazed that I what I hate using the word community, so I'll say this bunch of chuckle fucks that we've associated with and stuff. It always kind of amuses me how we are literally the meme of the IRL poll meetup, in that we are an international bunch of assholes.
Yep.
It'll never not be funny to me.
It is actually quite funny.
Yeah. Like we got the Canadians versus the Flips versus the Germans versus the Slavs,
Okay,
and
I know like there's at least two Slavs, me and Dazzle. There's the Flip, the main one. There is two Germans. It's Zapan and I think it's the Wolf something.
Flaming Wolf or
Yeah,
Wolfling, or
yeah.
whoever his name. I have a really bad. I'm really bad with names and stuff. So I know it's bad procedure to use the same name throughout different accounts and stuff. So try and track people and keep everyone straight in my head and stuff with names. It's just like it's like, oh, that person, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, like unironically, the reason why I'm like so active, why I was so active first on the forums and then like more, I'm more on Discord now. Like rarely visit the forums now because it was like one of the first times when I realized that I can just reuse the same fucking name. And I think it was because like Proctor states it in terms when you register it, like use a different account. I was like, okay, I have this like burner email lying around. I'm just gonna use that. I'm just gonna like do something. And the like, uh, like the feeling that you're not tied up to anything else, you can just talk freely. It probably won't like carry over anywhere. And it's not like I'm saying like anything egregious. It's just that I'm like this little thing here, and like I can just speak freely. That's the
Well,
reason I'm
Well,
active.
yeah, well, yeah. Like I say, it's best practice to have a separate thing for everything. But I'm more of the mentality of, okay, just have your personal accounts over here, and then your ship posting accounts over here, and just have like the Grand Canyon in between them, and that's good enough.
Yeah, that's basically like the good. How would you call it? Like, it's basically like good OPSEC. It's just that I kind of fucked myself over in that regard because initially when I was like trying to be like an artist, I reused like the same name everywhere because like it helps like discoverability and shit. But then when I realized that like it's not fucking working, nobody is fucking subbing to me, either because I'm shit or because I'm like not promoting enough, like whatever. It just became like an outright liability, and I've been trying to like clean up my digital footprint.
Well, you don't necessarily have to clean up your digital footprint as long as you keep your new persona like just completely away from the old stuff. Like I run like a few different personas on the internet too, just for shits and giggles, for depending
Yep.
on the quote unquote community I'm in and stuff. But it's just like, eh, so much effort sometimes. It's just like I just don't give a care. I just don't care at this point.
Yep.
Like I'm slowly starting to pick on the girls on the Discord specifically because you know I really wish I was part of the last karaoke and stuff, because oh man, just the fact that I'm okay. I'm gonna be nice. The one who sang the No song and is all uppity about it now and worrying about the opinion of people on the twatters and stuff. I'm just like, oh, grow the fuck up. Don't care about what they think.
The No No song is like the Nyanner song, right?
No, I don't think it was Nyanner song. I think it was a Moon Man song.
I have no fucking idea who Moon Man is. I don't know. It's like a 4chan meme or something.
Okay, yes. So the history of Moon Man is that it was the promotional mascot for McDonald's back in the day
Hmm.
for their nighttime servings, and after the fact, the internet, mostly 4chan, picked up on Moon Man as the white raced figurehead kind of thing.
I get it.
So that's where the no portion of it comes from, because he's a quote unquote white supremacist icon kind of thing.
She's
Eh,
like the proto Pepe, basically.
Actually, yeah, yeah, Moon Man was the proto Pepe,
Man,
and
fucking
but
4chan
yeah,
lore, man.
yeah, but my thing is that I'm the girls on the Discord, they're associating with the asylum and stuff, that they have actually grown on me and stuff, but I do want to kind of grab them by their all of them by their ears, and it's like, all right, look, I know you, some of you girls are trying to make this your career and stuff. This is a really bad mentality to have, because the instant you treat it as a job, it's like you're not going to like doing it anymore. You need to do this for fun, and trying to make it a job by kissing up to people who will shank you the instant you so much as say one bad word. Trying to associate with those people grind my fucking gears, and I really want to beat that out of them.
Yeah, I do agree on that because like it seems weird to me to like yeah try to like suck up to someone who like explicitly hates you uh or like you know that this person can like turn onto you in a flip of a hat. Like I never got this thing. Maybe it's like I guess it kind of different for girls because they like have this whole like conflict resolution system built differently for them. I think I read it somewhere that like men are much more direct in how they resolve their conflicts. Like men just beat each other up and that's it. But for women, it's like the whole like cat thing with gossip and with like backstabbing, because women are like they're indirect in their approach, and I guess that's kind of where this comes from. Like
Well,
maybe they
yeah,
can think
yeah,
that they
because
can manage it.
at the end of the day, yeah, it does really come down to a biology thing, because men are problem solvers and women just want to vent. 'Cause- 'cause I know, like, just dealing with women in life and stuff. You've seen it a million times. It's like, oh, I have this problem. Okay, here's the solution. But I don't want to. It's the meme. It's the image macro meme of like, I don't want a solution. I just want to be angry.
Yeah, like when women complain to you about like their problems, they don't want to hear a solution. They want you to like pity them and say like, "Oh, it's so bad that this is happening to you. Here, pat, 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 pat." Yep.
Yeah, and I've done this with all the women in my life. Is like, look, if you want emotional support, go to another woman. If you want someone buried, come to me.
If you want a fucking solution, just like contact me. Yes.
Yeah, and I try to make that very clear early on in relationships. It's like, look, do not come to me for emotional support. You're not gonna get it, and you're just gonna piss me off.
Yeah, I'm kind of guilty of this one. Who's like personally, I have a friend who is like very. Where is this basically? Like, yeah, you complain to him about something, and he just like tells you how to solve it, and it's usually like some like job related shit. I'm like, dude, I fucking know how to solve this problem. Like, I know my stack. I just need to like rant because it's fucking pissing me off to no end.
Well, yeah, like, yeah, men will whine and bitch too, just for the sake of venting. Because if we don't vent, we'll throw hands.
Yeah,
It's like there's an order of operations to this. Don't get me wrong.
there's like there's a checklist. Okay, I whined. What's next? I'm gonna throw hands. Okay, next step.
I don't know. I'm just having Vietnam flashback to some like work situations where it's just like, hey Zenler, can you come help me do this? It's like, do you want me to help you do this, or do you want me to do this? Because I see where this is going. Don't get me wrong. Like in terms of like I'm a geologist, so working in like a mining environment, it's largely man dominated and stuff. But there have been some chicks that come through the pipeline. They are okay, but they are a rare breed.
Yes, I've actually been interested in your like general like work experience. Do you like pick rocks in like a lab, or you just go out to like the site? Like in general, can you describe?
I've done field work. I've gone out into the bush to look at rock, but the majority of my work experience so far is logging core, which is to say I look at the rock that the drillers drill, and then I add it to the system and take my samples and do all my magic to put it into our system so we can look at it in the bigger picture sense.
Okay, that's kind of fascinating. Like I don't know like much about. I know about like jobs like a factory or like woodworking, but things like I don't know geology, like researching for like oil or gas. Like for me, it's a bit of a like a mystery. Like how do people do this shit? Like what's involved?
It's not as complicated as people think, especially nowadays with technology. Technology has simplified a lot of shit nowadays. Like, for example, if I were to go back to my old job, the workflow has changed to the point where they have an x ray gun to do like chemical analysis, so you can just like shoot your gun along the rock, and I'm like, okay, here's the peaks of what I'm looking for, and then I can focus in on here. They've really dumbed down a lot of shit nowadays, if I'm being honest.
That's interesting. Closest I've come to working as a geologist was playing SnowRunner, and there was a mission when you have to put like a seismo device on your truck, and you have to like ride out to several locations and knock on the earth to see if there's oil there.
Well, that's pretty much how it works. Like, when it comes to exploration geology, it doesn't matter if you're like minerals or oil and stuff. It's largely the same thing. It is a refinement of your confidence. So to again, it's like an order of operations. First, you start like wide scale, do like an
Mhm.
aerial survey or a satellite picture, or do like magnetic or electro readings and stuff. Like the geophysicists, let the geophysicists do their math magic, and then you can like hone in on like little peaks that they give you, and that because like the further refined you get for your data and confidence and stuff, the more expensive it becomes. So of course, do big, wide, cheap shit, and then like more expensive, narrow it until you're actually to the point of you're confident enough to mine it at a profit.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, come to think of it, I think I've done everything in the pipeline so far over my career, which is kind of funny.
Mhm. That's interesting. Like my experience is like very limited compared to yours. We're probably like, how old are you, like in general?
I'm 39.
Oh, so you're not that much older than me, but like you're still significantly older. Yeah,
Yeah,
so my working experience, like in general, like in my industry, is quite small.
I know in the grand scheme of things, if you were to look at my resume, I haven't had that many jobs, but the jobs I had were over long periods of time. So like the last job I worked at was like for over 10 years.
Wow, that's like a long time. It's at a single job. Like our industry has come to like a condition where it's normal to it's normal to change a job once in like 2 or 3 years, and people who are really going after like maximizing their income, they change almost like each year. and there's like this whole movement for working 2 jobs or more at once.
Yeah, that
Uh,
goes for a lot of industries nowadays, considering things have changed as far as, you know, the technology revolution, as it were.
oh, there's 2 more people.
Yeah, Pipgun, you're unmuted. Stuffy, okay, you unmuted yourself. Good.
Yeah. Does the food work?
You're coming in a little
Fugi
choppy,
seems to
though.
be working.
Uh, is that better?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah. Does the Fugi work?
Yep.
Uh, actually, I'm looking at the screen. Everyone's coming in. I gotta readjust the goddamn text a millionth time again, but that's just the way it goes.
What's going on, guys?
Hello.
Hey.
Nothing
We're
much.
just chatting.
Uh,
Let me turn Lumi off.
Oh no.
yeah, I had to do the same.
She's streaming?
Yeah, she's streaming some gay ass Pokemon game.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
maybe
wish
there's
you'd played it.
on YouTube.
I wish you would play one of the Kaizo games. That would be hilarious.
Actually, has Lumi played Hoi 4?
Yes, I believe so.
Yep.
Has she played the fucking Germany 1 mod, TNO? I wonder.
No.
This I think it's just vanilla. She just played vanilla.
Do you guys know about that mod?
Nope.
Nope.
It's like a big meme in Russian Hoi 4 community. I was interested, like, if the foreigners also know about it.
Why is it a meme in Russia?
I don't know why. Like, I don't even think like it's a meme in Russia specifically, more like in general Hoi 4 community. But it's an alternative history mode where Germany basically like won and Soviet Union shattered in like a shit ton of splinter states, and also the European nations are also like German puppet state and some shit. It's like basically the last days of Europe. Everything is going to shit. And it's kind of got that like Warhammer vibe where everything is like fucking bad and everything fucking sucks. I guess that kind of it kind of
You
attracts some
say that,
people.
but my favorite 40K novels are the Kane novels. And nothing sucks in them.
Yeah, Kane is like I only read one, the first
Oh,
Kane
dude,
book.
that's the best series.
I don't know. Given a long
The
enough
way
time,
I s-
no, given a long enough time span, even GW will fuck up Blackadder in space.
that
Man,
is way too accurate.
GW is fucking. I just don't
But
want to think
to be
about it.
fair, like I've got I've got a lot of faith in the guy behind Sandy Mitchell.
Wait, Sandy Mitchell is like a pen name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like for being a huge like 40K, I don't know, an obsessive about 40K. I didn't read like a lot of novels actually.
I don't
I
read
read
as many as
Kane.
I should.
I read Kane, the first one. I read Mechanicus. I read, I think, the first book in the Horus Heresy. I read the one book with orcs and the Mechanicus, where orcs are assaulting the Mechanicus world. It was a great book. It was very funny, but I found out that the author is a fucking leftard. Call me
That,
fucking leftard, and I just hate it
that's
because the
just a
book is
good.
good.
That's a good chunk of them, though, man. Yes, at some point you
Yeah.
kind of have to cut your losses.
Like the only way you could find out in this book that the author is a fucking leftard is if you read the English version where one of like tech priest uses they them pronouns, and in the Russian version they don't. And so I didn't know.
I mean, I'll be fair. If there's any group that should use they them pronouns, it's Tyranids and the Mechanicus because they download multiple people's brains into their body.
I mean, like I've heard arguments for and against like Mechanicus using they them. One of the argument against, I think, is because they like they don't like deny the body in and of itself. They just deny the weakness of it, and
Yeah.
so like the genders they stay because the genders aren't like the weakness; they're just an inherent property. So something like that. But I don't know. They kind of do fit because like at higher levels they're just completely fucking inhuman.
Well, that's not even the thing. Like, Call is 5 or 6 different consciousnesses together.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Because what they'll do is, if someone is actually a very good Magos, they'll download his consciousness when his body finally fails into another person. And
Yeah.
sometimes his consciousness will overtake the other person. Sometimes they create kind of a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah,
So
but
that's why I'm saying they them pronouns actually make sense for the Mechanicus.
yeah, but
Like
Carl is a special case though because he went behind everyone's backs and did that himself, and they're
wait,
kind of
so it's only Cole, right?
No, that's actually a pretty common practice.
Okay. I thought it was only Cole, and I wanted to say like, oh no, it's Cole.
No,
Doesn't fucking count, Cole.
well,
this is
Carl.
actually like 5th edition lore for the Mechanicus.
Okay.
Like, it's really old lore that they do this shit.
Yeah, Carl's only open about it now because he kind of has an out in that. Hey, look, I pretty much effectively run a Mechanicus now because Gilliman says so. That's pretty much his out right now.
Because Gilliman is smart enough to go, what if we invent shit?
And
Oh, no.
Carl's just like, yes, yes.
I'm so fucking conflicted on like everything like post Gathering Storm. Because on one side it's interesting and the whole like Galaxy torn in half is fucking dope, but on the other it's just there's so much weird shit and like the Primaris and Cole, it's a complete ass fuck of the lore basically. Like it doesn't make sense at all.
I'll take an ass fuck
Yeah, but
overlord
Sons of the
given
Forest was actually a good book.
yeah, and the fact of the matter was the entire setting was stagnant for like a damn near a decade. So you know what? We'll take what we can get.
Way
Mm,
more than a decade.
I mean,
Oh, I know.
yeah, you're right, but like people like Arthur Hammer would argue like that setting being stagnant is the point of the setting. I mean, I
No,
don't necessarily like agree, but neither do I disagree with this. I'm neutral.
I mean, kind of the thing is they've got deteriorating technology like the Roman Empire. Well, technically the Holy Roman Empire had, because once you've built shit, you only need to maintain. Once you've built something really good, you only need to maintain it. So the people who knew how to build aqueducts died out and didn't bother teaching anyone once they had aqueducts everywhere they needed aqueducts. And there was this 200-year period where the Romans just went, yeah, we conquered all we need to conquer. Like, they built Hadrian's Wall and all. So you had a deterioration of technology.
I think it
Well,
comes down to okay, continue.
oh, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I
have a
mean,
tr-
I
I
just
have
want to say like it comes down to, in my opinion, to the fact that Romans were like they weren't in the digital age. They didn't have like as much ways to store information as we have now. So if they just fucking recorded how to build aqueducts, that wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that's not really, because there's the skill involved where you actually have to train for years to learn how to properly lay the block. Like, there's a reason there are apprenticeship programs. You can teach someone to kind of lay brick in a week, but to get to the point that the Romans were for building aqueducts, it takes years to know exactly how much sand to use to purify, to filter the water so that it's potable, and then how much of a how much of a decline do you need so that the water moves at a controlled rate? Do you need a greater decline here because we need more water here for farming? Like, there's actually a lot of stuff that goes into this.
Yeah, that actually true. There's a lot of variables now that you
Yeah.
said.
I just
And
I just had a retarded thought. I need to pass it to you guys. Okay, so the Imperium of Man uses the warp, for travel and stuff. So using the warp is an effective tool. However, there's a chance to make people go insane. Okay, you with me on this one?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, the Roman Empire had to use a very important tool for water, but it made people go insane. Lead pipes are the warp.
Lead piping.
Lead
Oh
piping,
yeah, sugar of lead.
yeah, lead pipes are the warp for the Roman Empire.
Yeah, I remember seeing a
Jesus.
video
No,
like a
they didn't even
theory.
use lead pipes, dude. They actually had a bowl of lead that they would carry water in for the upper class
I know, I
because
know,
lead is naturally sweet.
I know. Let
Oh,
me have the joke.
oh,
God damn it.
yeah, I remember seeing like a video theory about like that Romans were so warlike and like crazy conquerors because all their higher ups were poisoned with lead.
Oh man, I've been trying to go through the Wealth of Nations again, and I realized how fucking autistic I am because he starts talking about like how much a fucking bushel of wheat would sell for in 1530 versus how much it's selling for in 1730, and I'm just intrigued.
Well, it's one of those things where you shouldn't get bogged down in the exact details. Like my usual point of reference is the gold to silver ratio and stuff. You can't look at the absolute numbers. You have to look at ratios, and ratios tend to be more stable throughout time, and they're a better
Yeah,
metric to work with.
well, that's what he's going into, but he's also sitting there going because it's written about. I'm trying to think of a good way to put it. I realized that the Communist Manifesto was written by and Das Kapital, Karl Marx. It sounds like he read A Wealth of Nations and understood absolutely none of it.
Marx read a lot of shit and didn't understand any of it. Let's be honest.
No, but like if you read Das Kapital,
I
it
have.
reads like, oh, this guy read A Wealth of Nations and didn't understand a fucking word of it.
I mean, it's a very big book, man. It's a very long and boring book.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's
most
what
are.
I've heard.
I know my favorite thing to come from Marx was the eternal battle with Striner. So I'll give Karl Marx that. He gave Striner the fire in his belly to tell
No,
him to fuck off.
I'm gonna be real. My favorite part about reading Marx is to go Control F Jews.
By the way, speaking about Jews, I saw Pipkun write that Lumi is Jewish in the face thread. What's that about?
I I think she's Jewish. I
She's
think
not.
I think she's. I haven't seen proof. I think she's a Russian Jew. That's what I'm gonna lean on.
You're just like, yes, my Lumi is Jewish, yes. And I thought maybe she like yabbed or
The
something.
Jumi thing is hilarious, but she was raised Methodist.
They're Jewish converts. Doesn't negate her being Jewish. She
One
could
thing
be
I never,
ethnically Jew-ish, Jewish.
I mean, her
one,
mom is a doctor, so it would make sense.
Yeah, I'm going
one
based on
thing I
my.
don't understand is like when did they move to USA? I can't establish a fucking timeline.
She said during the pogroms of the Soviet Union, the escaped Soviet
Yeah.
Union times. Who
So
So
else
that would
escaped?
be grandfather or her parents.
She said her mom and dad escaped. Would talk
Ooh.
about the Soviet Union.
so
Well, I mean, to be fair, it could have been her grandparents that escaped, but like her parents heard stories.
so she said her grandma was like a minor noble or something.
Yeah, some German noble,
Not German,
German
Russian.
noble.
Lithuanian.
Yeah, Lithuanian, sure.
Lithuanian? I thought she was like a Russian aristocrat.
Some guy made unsubstantiated posts in the docs thread. Uh, That's all anyone's going off on.
I remember
No one
the
posted anything.
stream. I remember the stream like it was I think Total War Warhammer where the clip was from. Someone said like her grandma owned part of Stalingrad, and she like said no, it was like part of some minor city or something. That's what
Yeah,
I'm going
yeah.
on.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a grandma though, because that would, unless she's like 50.
Yeah, that's what's my problem is. Like me and my friend, we can't establish the fucking timeline.
I think Lumi deliberately obfuscates certain things to kind of make it harder to find her.
Well, do you know who else
Because
obfuscates things? You know what race also obfuscates things?
the
I'm just saying.
Irish.
I mean, they are the Anglo Jews of
Dude,
UK.
the funniest thing is actually when someone starts Jew posting, put up who's running banks right now. All of the CEOs of the major banks are Irish.
I mean, they're fucking trying to. Oh wait, you're talking about the Irish. Never mind. I
Yeah.
mean, the U.S. Fed though is Jewish, so
Okay, the old money is Jewish, but the new money is the potato niggers.
I mean,
Jesus
if we're talking about like,
Christ.
if we're talking about U.S. old money, it's all Anglos.
Yeah, wasps.
I guess.
But going back to the topic, I think she is Jewish. I'm just gonna say I haven't seen anything to disprove that theory. She's Russian, supposedly. She escaped the Soviet Union, supposedly.
I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
Like,
but Jews effectively ran the Soviet Union.
no,
No, no, no, no, no,
that's not
no.
true. Jews were like very much persecuted in the Soviet Union, especially in like
Yes.
the early half.
Yeah.
So it actually makes a reason for her parents to flee, because a lot of Jews escaped
Yep.
Soviet Union to
But
USA.
if
Yep.
you're talking about if you're following her timeline, her parents fled in like the late 80s.
Yeah, I mean it's still the Soviet Union.
No,
Yeah, but
late 80s doesn't make much sense because late 80s was like
the collapse, which
it was.
leads me to think that like her family may have had a decent station in the Soviet government.
Okay, no. Come to think of it, if her parents left in the late '80s, that was during Perestroika, so it would make a lot more sense
Yes.
because it would have been more lax, and they would have had more avenues to skirt the Iron Curtain. And so
Yeah.
the timeline actually does match up. It does make sense.
Now going to the religion thing, it's not unheard of that the mainline Protestants were accepting Jewish converts as a means to hiding Jews. So her being Methodist or growing up Methodist doesn't mean much.
Well, I mean, that's a weird one to pick though. Like if you're going
Methodist?
to, yeah.
In the U.S., it'd be the Methodists, it'd be the Anglicans, it'd be the Presbyterians.
Oh,
Like
you
if
don't
you're
need to say Presbyterians and Anglicans; they're the same thing.
no, they're
Don't
no,
tell
they're
that to
not.
them.
No, come on, buddy. They're very very different. Very
To
very
be
different.
fair, King of the Hill still has the best joke about Methodists.
Say it.
When asked what Methodism is, the preacher in King of the Hill just goes, "It's a rejection of Calvinism."
Yes, that is exactly what it is.
Yeah, which is why it's such a great joke. Because you can't explain it any other way.
Well, they can
That shit
try.
is flying right over
They
my
can
head.
try.
Well, you see, back in the day, there was a guy named John Calvin, and then there was a guy named John Weasley.
That's a lot of Johns.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're all Anglican, so yeah.
Ooh. I'm not going to defend these filthy Protestants. But again, I think Lumi is Jewish until someone posts actual bona fide proof. I refuse to believe otherwise. And you saw her stream yesterday.
You know what? She's my second favorite Jewess.
Who's the first?
Amy Shapiro.
Fran Drescher.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that
Fran
not.
Drescher was so fucking hot that God looked at her and went, "I went too far. I got to give her a fucked up voice."
I mean, what about the assault that happened sometime in the '90s? Eh? How lucky were those guys?
Oh, dude, I didn't know about that
I'm
because I was
sorry.
like 6.
Oh Jesus, you're young. Yeah, it happened. It happened a while ago, dude.
Yeah,
come back to
like
that.
no,
Not
I
that I'm a,
found out about a certain action through watching reruns of The Nanny.
oh fuck, I heard about it on Howard Stern. So I
Because
remember he had her
she
on it.
would wear those mini dresses.
Yeah.
Holy shit,
Oh yeah. Dude, she's smoking. She's a smoking hot
hmm
Jewish lady.
dude! She's like 70 and still pretty hot.
Yeah, there's a nice picture where you're she's at some award show and you could see the fucking Kazar milk is right there.
Like,
Do you have any female listeners, Godzilla? Do you know?
Last time I was sure was when I dragged in Denna to the conversation, but I'm sure there's a
Okay.
couple lurkers because got between 20 and 30 people at any given time for these chatting streams, so one or two of them have to be chicks.
Okay, I'm just gonna tone down the
I
sex
don't
then.
know about that, man. I watch a little bit of Major Kill and I know the fucking demographics.
Eh, I don't know.
Yeah, Major
I,
Kill. Yeah, yeah.
I would, Pipkin, I wouldn't bother pulling your punches and stuff. You already have a reputation as it is. You're not exactly going to.
That reputation is fake, man. That reputation is based on slurs and slander. I'm being blamed for fucking everything. I haven't even done half the shit that I'm being blamed for.
Well, you are the boogeyman, so.
I am the boogeyman. I'm a convenient excuse. You draw one or two things, and that's all anyone ever talks about. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous situation I'm in.
I think like yesterday or was it today, Pipa's driving stream, I think I saw your super chat getting heated.
Mine?
Yeah, I think it was yours.
That does.
Uh,
Wait, we're on Odyssey, right?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna honestly go nuts.
Didn't you just hear him
Okay.
say the?
Man, that's just because Archive Bro's a faggot.
No, I don't. I can't super chat in Pippa's chat because I'm banned. It doesn't even go
Okay.
Yeah.
through.
That's
maybe
all.
I'm
That's because
confused.
fucking Archive Bro's a faggot.
I'm not sure. See, the thing is I don't know why. All I know is I made fun of Hime one time, and that set everybody off. That made everyone mad. Next thing I know, I'm banned from
Well, I
almost
mean,
everyone.
Lumi straight up admitted that there's a list.
Oh, did she? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that was a while ago that she said, yeah, no, management doesn't require us to ban. It's just if someone's a dick to one of the girls, we all banned them.
I mean, him, it looks like he just him is him basically. Yeah.
I
You
mean,
did him a thing and you get banned.
I don't talk in anyone's chat except Lumi's.
I don't
So-
talk in anyone's chat at all.
Well, yeah, you can't.
No, even before, I wasn't really chatting much. I was just shitting on the discords or fucking in the threads. Hey, so back to the Jews.
Oh my god.
Did you hear about the TikTok thing in Israel? Holy
No.
fuck!
Okay,
What's
you got.
happening?
It's like okay.
Is this a news?
Insert Batman Beyond meme here. Of do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
That's true.
Well, Ben Shapiro just tweeted that it's anti-Semitic to accuse the
Oh.
Israel portion. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, the Ben Shapiro one. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Ben Shapiro.
Now, let me ask you guys: is this the first time you've heard the accusation that TikTok is being banned because of pro-Palestinian views? This is the first I've heard of it today.
That's
Yeah,
the first time.
It's
for
a
me,
reach.
actually.
It's a reach.
It's a reach.
Well, it's a
dude,
reach
that
slash
entire
perp.
bill is fucking evil.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. The whole point of the TikTok bill is to crack down the internet. That's what they've always wanted to do.
Yep. I'm just going on the rationale to do such thing because at first it was China owns this, but China hacked the Office of Personnel Management back in 2015 under Obama. They stole like 22 million government employee identification, fingerprints, and all that stuff. So to come in 2024 and say they don't want China to have potential access seems kind of sketchy to me. And today, reading that tweet from Ben Shapiro, it's like I've never heard anyone say this is a Jewish thing. And it just seems like
Well, the reason why he said that is just to like pick me. Like, look at me, I'm a Jew. It's
Yeah,
all about the Jews. That's all it is. That's really all it is.
Well, but looking at it further, the ADL, the CEO of the ADL, Greenblatt, was out saying that they need to do something about TikTok because it's affecting Gen Z and their sentiments towards Israel and the communications and all that are going on there. That came out like
Fifkin is the ADL. No one gives a fuck.
Oh, what about fucking Dan
true.
Crenshaw saying that the U.S. wouldn't exist without Israel?
Dan
Uh,
Crenshaw is one of the biggest neocons on the face of the planet. He can go fuck himself.
yeah, fucking
That's
eye patch
that's so
McCain.
it's just
Ah,
it sounds so fucking dumb. How would US not exist without Israel? It doesn't make
dude,
sense.
don't ask because it's. Look,
I blame the
I
mainline Protestants on this. This is a Protestant problem. All those fucking Protestants brought this upon us.
Okay, let me.
kind of.
Okay,
I
let me.
have to agree, even though I was raised Baptist.
Yeah,
Okay,
you especially.
Okay, let me summarize for the international audience who doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about in terms of the Israel American thing. It comes down to two things. One is the powers that be, money, power, all the usual shit. It's the usual shit. But there's also a noticeable sliver is not insignificant of the literal Christ cucks who think that if Israel falls, it's like the apocalypse. Unironically.
No,
Man,
no, no. The apocalypse comes when they build the third temple.
You know
That's
what
the
I
as
you
a
know
apocalypse.
what I
yeah,
fucking mean.
as someone who was raised Baptist, I sit there and go, when all these fuckers in Texas are raising or trying to raise red heifers, we should immediately cap them.
Hey, how did you get to watch the Left Behind movies when you were younger?
No,
Oh man, I remember.
my parents were relatively secular.
Oh, okay.
That
I had
series
to
is
watch
so
all that
fuck.
shit.
That series is so fucking bad. It's so fucking
Yeah,
bad.
like we would. My dad believed in practicing the teachings, but not going to church because most of the people in church are hypocrites.
Well, that's just a church.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's just people in general, but
No, I have to.
like,
No, I have to take the George Carlin approach. You have to stand back in awe of the Catholic Church. You have to. You just have to stand back and go, "Wow!" Just wow.
yeah, like where I grew up actually had a decent Jewish population, and most of the Jews were actually really good people. So I have a hard time with like a lot of the shit I see from Hollywood Jews because they're fucking terrible.
Well, okay. You have to remember Hollywood Jews equals Jew Yorks, New York City.
Yeah. But like most of the people I grew up around were a mixture of Reform and Orthodox Jews. And Reform Jews are effectively Christians without Christ. And Orthodox Jews are actually really cool people. You just have to deal with the fact that they will not go out on a Friday night.
I would argue that all of the Orthodox branches of the Abrahamic religions are neat. They're all neat,
Meat?
neat,
I
and
think they're neat.
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Like,
Wait, does that include Orthodox Christianity?
I mean, there's
Abrahamic.
Greek Orthodox and Russian Orthodox.
It's the same church.
if
Yeah.
okay, there are little schisms
So,
between Eastern and Russian Orthodox. There are little differences, but in the grand scheme of things,
I
eh.
mean, the only
but like,
schism that exists is between actually Constant. Fuck it. I don't. Fuck this.
Constantinople and Rome.
No, Constantinople and Russia over the Ukraine shit that happened in 2018. 2018.
Oh, the church split. Yeah.
Yeah, the church split. I
Again?
forgot yours. It's
Yep.
not. It's not. It's hard to explain. So basically, right? The Ukrainian Orthodox Church, was underneath the jurisdiction of Moscow. 2014, that fucking shit went down in Ukraine. The U.S. State Department, in my opinion, leaned on Constantinople to take the Ukrainian Orthodox Church under their jurisdiction. There's a big church fight about it. The church is currently at a schism. They had a pan-Orthodox council. It was an utter failure because everyone took sides between Constantinople and Russia. And we're still seeing the effects today in America. And that is why there will never be a United American Orthodox Church.
Wait, it has like splash waves in America. That's new for me. I know that there are Orthodox Christians in America, but I didn't know like they were affected by this shit. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because America's a hodgepodge of Orthodox jurisdictions. So you got Russians, Greeks, Romanians, all the little jurisdictions that are all here. There aren't enough churches to for the actual worshipers to go to, so everybody just kind of goes to the nearest Orthodox church, right? When the schism happened, you were technically, if you're in one jurisdiction, you shouldn't have gone to the other one. It depends on the church and jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions told the laity not to bother with that and just let the clergy handle that part. But a lot of churches stopped celebrating like the Divine Liturgy together, like for Easter and all that other stuff. A lot of the pan-Orthodox
That's such
stuff had to
fucking
stop.
bullshit.
I mean, it's what the bishops, the metropolitan says this, everybody just follows. There's not much you can do.
It's just politics all over again, basically, and just different wrapper.
Yeah,
Politics,
yeah, yeah.
politics got us into this, and it'll get us out of it.
I
Well, I
just
think
kind of assumed. I just kind of always assumed there was like I don't know some sort of American Orthodox Church, and it was like an American thing that had no connections to the Russian, the Constantinople thing.
No, it's
uh,
like what Pip. It's like what
No.
It's like what Pipkin says. It's broken down by the
Yep.
ethnicity.
Yeah. Then
Yeah, we have an Orthodox Church for America that used to be part of the Russian jurisdiction. I forgot what the word is. They're not recognized by all the others. They're only recognized by some. So it's still in the same place of it's not really Orthodox, depending on where you come from. And then there's like the Antiochians. They're doing their thing. The Greeks have done a lot of work. It's just there's no real like unity when it comes to certain things. Like just English translations of the Bible just haven't been done yet.
for me, it's kind of hard to like take seriously the whole Russian Orthodox Church with like its hierarchy because at the top it's just basically like half Russian mafia, like the old '90s mafia, half it's just a branch of the government now, basically, because the head dude, I forgot what his name, but Patriarch
Kirill.
Kirill, yeah, Kirill, he's just basically like another one of Putin's friends.
Yeah, I mean the complaint from so we have two Orthodox churches technically in the U.S. That's the one under Moscow proper, and then there's also one that is the Russians who hate the communists. And the complaint is when the Soviet Union came to be, there was a split between the American Russians and then the regular Russians in Russia. And then after the Iron Curtain fell, there was some attempt at unity, but the Russians in America just accused all the Russian ones of being like FSB agents, KGB agents, and all that other shit. And I've heard criticism too that yeah, all the major bishops and priests are all part of the FSB, and they monitor all their parishioners and stuff. The other thing is like in Russia, they build churches, but no one goes to them. Literally, there's like no
Yeah,
one in attendance at any of the liturgies.
yeah, that's true. That's one of the things. It's like an interesting like dichotomy because our government just hypes up how traditional and shit we are, but in reality, people are basically like Orthodox and Christian only like in name, in some very limited capacity. Very few like actually go to church compared to like America, where from like what I understand, people still en masse go to church on like Sunday and stuff and do all whole this like thing that we don't do really. Like I was raised in a family like my dad is an Orthodox. He actually like he wasn't baptized, I think the term, like when he was born because Soviet Union, but when he was 18, he like went through the procedure of entering the church himself. He's a religious man, but like even then, he doesn't go like to church that much.
Yeah,
If
that's
if really, he just like he has a bunch of icons, and he wears a cross, but that's like it. It's more of a I don't know, like a cultural or a mindset, like ethics framework, basically, something
Yeah,
like that. Not a religious really experience.
yeah, and we have the same thing in America. Na- the ethnic Orthodox also have the same problem that Russia does, which is like, for them it's a cultural identification with being Greek or Bosnian or not Bosnian.
Mm.
It's the same thing for them. So the harder core Orthodox Christians in America are Protestant converts. And that's another statistic where people kind of fudge the numbers because they'll say orthodoxy is on the rise, but all it is, it's a horizontal transition. It's like conservative Protestants who saw that their church couldn't handle the LGBT stuff, moving to orthodoxy. And that's what a lot of it is. Like the church, obviously I'm a convert. A lot of the people at my parishes are converts, and
You're
it's
Orthodox,
usually
right?
yeah. Well, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't been baptized properly into it yet, but we're still working on that. There's a lot of rules. There's a lot of rules, and there's not enough rules, and it's just very hard to wrap your head around it. As a
There, there are times I'm thankful I was raised a simple Roman Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, it's you look at the Summa Theologica and you go, okay, well, all the answers are here. That's all you need. Orthodoxy, sometimes you have a question and the priest is like, yeah, it's a mystery. And you're just like, what? What? It's like, yeah, don't think about it. There's nothing
I,
to think of. There's no answer for it anyway, regardless of however you think about it. So fuck it.
I don't know.
It
I'm Acadian, and one of the benchmarks of being Acadian is you have to be Roman Catholic. I mean, like a TLDR for Acadian history is that we got kicked out of France for being Catholic after the schism, and then we got kicked out of
um,
Canada for being French after the French English War. So
okay, okay.
yeah,
Acadian.
yeah,
Curious Stan.
yeah, Acadian with a C, not the two Ks, not the Sargon. The
Okay, oh, okay, okay. I was typing that
Oh,
into.
yeah.
Acadian. I thought it was like in 40K Cadia.
No, it's one of those words that actually has cropped up in more than one culture, so that kind of annoys me. But no, no, Acadian in the Roman Catholic frog sense.
Roman Catholic frog.
Well, the joke in my
I
case
mean,
is that
Pepe, right?
yeah, no, the joke in my case is that I barely speak any French anymore, and I've been agnostic the instant I could get out. So that's the joke.
Wait, are you telling me that in another life you could be AVE? You could be Uncle Bumblefuck for VTubing?
I better not think about it.
You don't like Uncle Bumblefuck?
I can take or leave him.
Come on, man. Dude's kind of funny.
Eh, it doesn't
All
really get
right,
me.
all right. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock him. It's just like not my thing.
Yeah, it's not your thing. I get it. I don't know. I fucking love his tool reviews, man. Fucking calling China the Candy Rock Mountain.
Oh God. Uh, I remember a few months ago I was on a really big China kick, and I watched a lot of China, well, anti-China, effectively anti-China YouTube channels and stuff. And I was just like, I always knew it was bad, but actually getting like on the boots, boots on the ground level details of some of the shit has been going on in China. It's just like I always knew about it, but then actually seeing it and hearing like firsthand accounts is just like wow, just wow.
Like like the sewer fucking oil that they do, or the fucking tofu buildings.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I've always like okay. Long story short, when I was in university, I tried. I was thinking of doing like a minor in East Asian studies, so I took a lot of courses for that stuff. And it's like okay, historical fact. But then I actually hung around with a bunch of Chinese and Southeast Asians and stuff, and actually heard how things are. It's like wow, this is wild. And then as clown world kind of ramped up, and internet and learning stuff, it's just like like the economy and like their infrastructure. It's like everything is just one Like the concept of a paper tiger sells it short. The reality is way more retarded.
It's wet paper tiger. Tiger.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
yeah, wet paper.
like you could only think China is a real threat for the first 15, maybe 16 escalator videos.
Well,
What the
that's
fuck
just
is an escalator video?
okay. There's a running
People
meme.
like get chewed by an escalator, right?
Yeah, like okay, we
That's
figured
not
this out.
nice.
Like in the U.S., we figured this out maybe a month after after we installed escalators everywhere. That you just put in a switch to turn it off if something gets caught at the bottom of the escalator.
No, they can't be bothered to do that kind of shit, man. Come on. That's time. That's time and money, dude. That's money you could save to fucking squirrel away. Fucking crypto, whatever the fuck they do over there.
Well, that's the fundamental concept of the entirety of China and stuff is just be cheap to pocket the money. They are literally the Soviet Union's favorite child, and it shows to this very day.
Not really. They like had a lot of like disagreements with the Soviets.
No, I mean, as far as the tomfuckery that the Soviet Union did back in the day, China is the exemplar continuation of that tomfuckery.
Yeah. Let's not forget selling the fucking fuel for your missiles.
Oh God,
Wait, did they really?
they
That's
did.
like an Arab. I know that's an Arab thing. I know that's why we lost Afghanistan and Iraq, but Jesus.
Ugh.
No,
No,
seriously.
we lost Afghanistan and Iraq because our fucking politicians don't understand how to fight a war.
No, we
Yeah.
won that war.
Well, what I mean is they put restrictions on the army and they put the restrictions on the army. Go watch like footage of Fallujah and how quickly we took that city because we just let the Marine Corps do what the Marine Corps does.
Yeah, actually, a funny story. The fat electrician, his recent video, he actually had a long rant tangent about politicians and their rules of engagement towards the military. It actually
Yeah.
that is literally reality. The reason why the military is like, well, why would the American military fuck up in this matter? Rules of engagement from idiot politicians. That's all it comes down to. That's all it's ever come down to.
What does rules of engagement mean exactly? Like here, I know, like I know rules of engagement. You can basically you can shoot civilians, but in this case, what does it mean?
Okay.
Someone want to do
The
it?
military is not allowed to shoot someone unless they shoot at them first.
Oh,
Kinda. It's like a flow chart of situations that have to come forward before you can actually shoot back, and those change a lot depending on the progress of the war.
In our first couple of years in Iraq, we weren't supposed to use we weren't supposed to use the M2 on people. Of course, we used the M2 on people, but we didn't tell anyone we did it. Because we were not supposed to use the 50 caliber cartridge on anything except vehicles.
that's fucking dumb.
Yeah,
mean-
it is.
I mean, I get not using like cluster bombs or like chemical weapons, but like 50 cal, that's just a bullet.
Well,
We
the
don't
idea,
use chemical weapons, but we use cluster bombs like a motherfucker.
yeah, we're the only.
Cluster bombs are like, I'm kind of confused about them because from what I know, like they're like either banned by Geneva Convention, something
Okay,
like this, but like
No, they're not.
Not.
No, I'll explain
We
the
just-
cluster bomb thing. Okay, the cluster bomb thing, the reason why people are uppity about cluster bombs is that the quality of production is always suspect. In terms of quality of suspect, it's in terms of the dud rate. So if you have a badly produced cluster bomb, there's a high dud rate. So those duds will land in the ground and maybe pop off in the future. You don't know. It's kind of like mines. The reason why people hate cluster bombs is because they're effectively mines you can throw if
I
you have
see.
a high dud rate.
Yeah, which
That's not
America
a-
doesn't.
Right, I was gonna say our dud rate is pretty low. Now the Russian dud rate is fucking sky high. Apparently, it's like
Yeah,
up
it's
to
like
20%.
50%.
50. I was reading 20 to 30. Holy fuck!
It is retarded. It is retarded.
Yeah, yeah.
America's dud rate is 2%.
Is it
And
2%
we
now
got,
or 2% back when before DEI?
well,
That's
yeah, that's actually a good point.
a very good point.
No, you actually have to have a decent ASVAB score to. Well, I don't think Lockheed really cares who puts the munitions together, but they do a decent. They have a decent interview
It's like that
process.
meme with the Reaper drone with rainbow flag on it.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
That button doesn't care if the nails are painted.
Yeah, my favorite, one of my favorite habitual line crosser videos. He made the joke of like the cockpit of F-22 identifies as a safe space.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ugh.
it's kind of safe.
Like, it's actually scary sometimes to watch a habitual line crosser, especially when he points out that all of our munitions target the cockpit.
It's like
I
maybe
mean,
it's a war
It's like,
crime.
we
Maybe it's
understand you
a
can replace a jet. We also understand it takes 2 years to replace a pilot.
yeah, that makes sense. Like with Ukraine now, they even like if US would want to give them F-16s, they would need to train Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Oh, we gave him something, right? Are there F-16s flying out of Poland or some shit, right?
We've basically given any country that will give them an F-15 an F-35.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much the Ukraine war, the way it's rolled out is that everyone used it as an excuse to get rid of their old crap so they can buy new crap from Americans.
Yep.
No, the F-15. I don't know too much about weaponry here, but the F-15 is still.
The F-15 was the heyday of like the 80s and 90s, but the successor to the F-15 is the 35 and 22.
Yeah,
Right.
but we're not giving anyone an F-22.
Well, you legally can't.
I know, it's like,
Oh, no, but
man, you made a weapon too good when Congress goes, yeah, you can't sell this to anyone else.
we'll see.
Sorry, but this one is mine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like, so sorry, but this plane is mine and mine only.
Yeah.
I thought we were retrofitting the F-15, and
We
as
are.
a fighter, it's pretty good until they get the F-15-2, whatever the fuck they're calling it.
We're retrofitting the F-15 for hypersonic that we don't actually care about.
You guys
Because
are retrofitting everything.
Yeah, dude, we've been using the Abrams for 40 years. And it's still the best tank.
To be fair, like the Abrams, the first one is pretty different from the last one in terms of like its equipment.
Well, yeah, but
in terms of like it being the best tank, I don't know. They got knocked up recently.
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
It's a tank. It's going to get destroyed.
No, I mean he's talking about the hype that it's an undefeatable tank because we've only fought
like,
fucking sand countries.
No one who knows about military technology would
say,
ever say it's undefeatable.
Well, of course, of course, Isaac would say that because he's Russian. They're taught that everything is is hyperbole.
Like, we're not even going to. The U.S. doesn't even say the F-22 is unbeatable.
I mean,
we just tested it against the. We just decided to test it against the F-15, which was 104-0, and it went 101.
Wait, who won?
The F-22 beat the F-15  100 times to 1.
It's like
we literally tested the F-22 until it lost.
Oh, okay. But it's like much newer, so is it like a fair comparison, really?
No, it's also way more expensive, and it got into cost overruns, which is why we kept the F-15 around.
Like, it's definitely a good test. We tested it against the best and made sure it could win.
Well, we tested against our own stuff, right? Now, compared to like a Russian, we haven't seen any of that stuff, and that's why the Ukraine-Russian war is important.
Well, they don't have enough SUs to test it against, so...
Yeah. But that's why this war is. I mean, yeah, sure. The politics aside, that's why this war is so fascinating. Is now we're seeing what our equipment does against an actual peer adversary, and apparently it's not, it's whatever. I mean,
It's not gonna be good.
this drone
Obama.
shit is scary, man.
Well,
This drone warfare is fucking
Drone
terrifying.
warfare. I was
yeah,
just
no,
thinking about the
that's the thing that's really interesting
Yeah,
yeah.
is
Yep.
like 200. Well, it's also just straight up like you have to show Odessa because Odessa doesn't have a Patriot system. Like the fact that our 40-year-old technology is still holding its own is extremely interesting to me. But then you sit there and go, well, $100 drone fucks the shit out of a lot of stuff.
yeah.
Yep.
For me, the drone thing was like, why didn't anyone get an idea earlier to strap a nade to a DJI drone? Like, why?
Well, we
Why did it
did,
only
but
happen in like?
you had to get drones small enough and powerful enough.
But DJI drones, like the Mavic ones, were available in like 16, 17, 2016, 2017. I remember
Yeah,
like when I was in
Yeah,
school,
the
they were using them.
this is the first military action with them though. Like
Yeah,
it was
my idea.
unnecessary,
Yes, yes.
and we don't know that this is the first time
it's not.
because
It's the
It's the
like
first time
Afghanistan.
it got widespread. My
Yes, the
my
yeah.
first.
idea basically that's because like Americans who mostly like did the most like warfare before, you just didn't need that because you had this whole fucking military industrial complex with Reapers and other crap that could like do the job. And
I mean,
when shit
We're
got
also
real in
much more of a
Ukraine,
combined arms military.
yeah,
Like
yeah, but like
you're going if you run up on infantry, they're going to take cover and call in an artillery strike.
yeah, the whole fucking NATO doctrine that doesn't fucking work in Ukraine for Ukrainians because they don't have like overwhelming
Yeah.
firepower and and air superiority.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
like
also
what?
have to remember, not to interrupt, but we've been fighting goat herders in the desert for 20
Yep,
years.
yep, yep.
That's not an actual military.
Yeah.
Well, you have to,
Yeah,
the best way to look at things is to look at the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war is the best example in recent memory of the concept of necessity is the mother of invention. That's why
yep.
we saw all this here new doctrine, military doctrine take off because it was necessary for the Ukrainians, and this is the world we live
Yeah,
in now.
because basically like both sides had to like grasp at any tactical like opportunity, tactical like what the fucking word, advantage.
This is
And the
also a
drones,
good way for us to get rid of our current Abrams because we actually do have a new tank coming out.
Do we?
yeah, do
What's it
they?
called?
Yeah.
I know the
I
T90s
fucking
are out,
forgot.
or whatever the fuck they call it, the
Well,
Armadas.
that's Russia. But
Makes
no,
sense.
within the next 2 years, the U.S. is supposed to have a new tank coming out.
That's the
Hold
first
on.
time I hear about it.
What's it called? Let me look this
I
up. I'm
don't
only
even fucking remember.
because that
I
seems
just
like
remember
Let me
hearing
guess.
about it.
Let me guess. It's going to be called M2.
No,
the Abrams X unmanned
Abrams.
turret hybrid electric engine, according to Business Insider.
I
Fuck
really
the
don't like the
hybrids.
fact that they're using an electric, well,
No,
hybrid.
that's
Okay.
what do you mean? The Germans have been doing that since World War II.
Yeah, but the thing is, well, it's going to be the Marines aren't going to get it, so it doesn't matter. But because the Seabees will come in right after and put up generators.
Well, I mean, the Marines. I mean,
Like,
we're cutting down our fucking forces for some bullshit cyber war they keep saying with China.
well, I mean, the Marine Corps really doesn't need tanks.
Do
Like
they
their
really
combat
not?
doctrine, the fact that they have F-35s is hilarious to me.
Actually, I'm with Porian on this one. Next 2 years, Lamau Tri 20 is going to be US's Armada.
No, dude.
Is he here? Where
Yeah,
is he?
I'm actually kind of worried about it. But I
I'm,
mean,
Yeah.
we'll keep enough Abrams to handle shit.
I mean, it's
I
not
don't know.
having
I
them.
don't. I
It's
don't think it's gonna be like the next Armata because the planes showed like that you can spend a shit ton of money and still like deliver. So it's
Yeah.
probably not gonna be
Also,
Armata levels, but it's probably gonna like
you've got to
take a lot of
remember
time.
while the government is going to probably oversee it, they're not the ones making it. So someone will do a decent job.
Yes, but you have to remember, military grade equals lowest bidder.
Yeah, that's a thing I have an issue with.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't know how it is
well, you
with.
say that, but the Sig Spear exists.
Yeah, the spear exists, and I just wanted to like bring this up because I don't know how it is with like tanks and fucking tanks and planes, but like with small arms, they have those fucking competitions between companies to pick the best one. So
They do that with tanks and planes also. But generally, we go with the guy who's been making making that type of machinery for 50 to 100 years. Like, there's a reason Lockheed wins every test. It's why I'm so confused about SIG getting the contract. The
I was
Sig
waiting
Spear
for you to bring that
sucks.
up.
The P320 sucks.
Oh
I don't know
god.
what's
Why the
like,
fuck
very good in
are
test.
we giving the military a sidearm that fucking breaks? Why didn't we just have Glock make another one?
I mean, did you just see the new rifle, the Sig
You
rifle?
mean the Sig Spear? It's a piece of
Jesus.
shit.
Apparently, it's like super fucking heavy, man.
It's
Yeah.
heavy. It kicks harder
Well, they wanted a bigger
than the.
cartridge, so you do have to make it heavier. But I mean, why not just put fucking boomboxes in everyone's hands? I'm sure Q could do that. Because the big thing we wanted was a gun that could have a suppressor. First of all, that's going to suck for the Marines because you can't fit a suppressor and a bayonet lug on it.
That's true.
And we know the Marines love stabby shooties.
I mean, they're really good with the bayonet. Was it
Yeah.
Fallujah? There's that one famous fucking battle where Last Stand, the fucking Iraqis are charging, they fix bayonets, and then the mere
Dude,
fear of being stabbed
every
causes a rout.
every conflict with the Marines involved has a moment where the Marines just go, fuck it, affix bayonets.
Yeah,
And
Guys,
causes a rout. It's hilarious. But
guys,
then again,
you have to remember that no piece of technology is obsolete in war. I mean, for fuck's sakes, it's the year of our Lord 2024, and we still have trench warfare.
I mean, we have
dude, that
trench
was the
warfare.
wildest thing is
We
the
have Mosins being used, and ironically, we have Maxim machine guns being used. I think I saw a PPSH.
Jesus. Yeah, I saw
I'm,
that picture. I saw that
yeah,
picture. Holy fuck.
yeah. I mean, literally, the Russian military is rolling out literal museum pieces. That's how
No,
fucking
that
retarded shit is
well,
right now.
it's not exactly like the Mosins are most like the Mosins, the PPSHs. It's mostly DNR militia because they're supplied from like the
Okay,
leftovers.
no, no, okay.
The
I meant,
museum pieces are tanks mostly.
yeah, that's what I meant more in terms of tanks because they've been just like meat grinding the tanks.
Yeah, but to be fair, Ukrainians also do this old ass tank thing.
Yeah,
yeah.
they just took
Well,
down some city had a tank as a statue and they just took it down to fucking renovate it to bring it to the front. And I'm reading the fucking Kiwi thread on it. It's fucking
dude,
Yeah, that shit's wild. There's like Telegram channels dedicated to I don't know what they're called. Like basically, it's like Wunderwaffe made out of like some shit. There's a whole meme about MTLB. MTLB is basically like a tractor on a BMP2, I think, platform. It doesn't have a gun. It's just a tracked vehicle to drag shit around, maybe like carry troops.
I
And
have to, I
both
have to.
Ukrainians and Russians have been fitting such fucking wild shit on these things. Like, I think I saw one with a
I mean,
ship cannon fitted
we should
onto it.
always
Jesus.
remember, dude, we should always remember the sniper dishka. Where,
What?
dude, okay, at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, there was a Frankengat that was a dishka set up with a stock and a handbrake from a bicycle to use as a trigger and a giant ass scope. Because the Dishka effectively shoots 50 cal. So if you do this, you've effectively got a shitty Barrett.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I found it.
Hey, if it
I
works,
mean,
it works.
Yeah, it's
I
belt
looked in
fed, so you
general.
can just shoot all day.
I mean, I've mentioned this a couple times, but the Houthis in Yemen are taking off the shelf like boat sonars. That's a nice looking gun. They're taking off the shelf like sonars for boats and fishing and turning them into like a radar system for their missiles and drones. Man, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
but I mean,
It's gonna be fun to see you guys go off to war, though. I'll be sure to keep your VTubers company
I'm
while
too
you're
old
gone.
now.
Are you?
Yeah, 34, man.
Oh
They
yeah,
won't take my ass.
probably not. You never know. You really never
Well,
know these
also,
days.
like, I have to have anticonvulsants, so they're not
Oh,
taking my ass. I only know they won't take me because I tried to sign up when I was 18.
ah. So you got booted from MEPS?
Yep.
Yeah, me
Well, no,
too.
I didn't. I had my recruiter ask the question. I told the truth.
I tried to hide it, but I got caught for other things.
Yeah. I mean,
I just
to
never
be fair,
bothered.
I was the dumbass who was going to join the Marine Corps,
Oof. I was gonna be
Ooh.
CB.
but all my friends ended up joining the Marine Corps, which meant November 10th was the best day to go drinking ever.
Yeah, birthday.
Ooh.
Oh, dude, if you ever get the chance, go drinking with Marines on Marine Corps birthday. It's really easy. Just buy the table around.
Yeah.
Oof.
This is true.
No one will fuck with you. Because so long as you're in the Marines' good graces, they're going to be fucking with 20 people.
Yeah.
Wait, is Honkooter Sporian?
Yeah, Honkhooters is boring.
Last comment.
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier because it's funny. Okay, I'm going to read it out. SIG getting U.S. military contracts is a sign of IOG, Indian government, occupied government. Yeah.
Wait, SIG is fucking Indian owned now?
No, it's a different SIG.
Oh,
Dude,
oh,
that's the
okay.
funniest part. It's not even Sig Sauer.
Yeah,
There's like 3 SIGs.
yeah,
Oh wait, it's not
yeah,
Six
Well,
that's
my
Hour?
mind is blown right
Next
now.
year?
Holy fuck.
yeah, that's the joke. That's the joke.
Wait.
Holy fuck.
Let me
No, I have to look this up. Hold on.
It's SIG. I think it's SIG of America, or it may
No,
just be
like
SIG. Like, no, this gun's a piece of shit, and it's.
MCX Spear is 6 Hour on their website, 6 Hour website.
I
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
I could have sworn it was SIG of America. No, it's the P320 or whatever the Marine Corps' new sidearm is. I mean, to be fair, the Marines M9 needed to be replaced because stories I've heard of it, like, first of all, the Marines get hand-me-downs, and they had like they were getting M9s with 20-30,000 rounds put through them.
Wait, aren't like pistols only issued to like officers?
No.
No,
Huh? Where
all
Not in
did I get
infantry
America.
this
are
one
issued a
from?
pistol.
Yeah, everyone has a secondary.
I think I
Pastor.
got this from like Project Reality or
Uh,
what?
Oh,
Army
probably.
doesn't. Well, the Army issues Mark 10s now, so they don't really issue sidearms. But the Marine Corps still, because the Marine Corps never gets the cool shit, they still issue sidearms.
Well, it's faster to shoot with a sidearm than it is to reload.
Yeah.
How do Marine Corps do not get like good shit when they're like basically like the fucking poster boys?
Okay.
That's why they're the poster boys, man. They make do.
Yeah. The reason is the Marine Corps is not okay. So Congress passes the budget for the military. The Marine Corps is not. Trying to think of the right word. They don't give a fuck what Congress says. They are only beholden to the president. So Congress fucks them over at every chance they can get. Like
Okay.
going into Operation Iraqi Freedom, they didn't have like half the Marine infantry didn't have strike plates.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Neither did the Humvees. The Humvees were unarmored,
Yeah,
and some
like
of
it
them were
was
just
a big
jeeps.
deal. It was a
Holy
big deal
shit.
when the Marine Corps got the MRAP. It was a big deal when they got not the Benelli M4,
Yeah.
because it was one of the few times the Marines got something before everyone else did.
So like it all goes to what, Army? National Guard?
Army,
Army.
Navy,
Okay,
Air
I'll put it
Force.
this way: the Air Force got M4s before the Marine Corps did. The Air Force got ACOGs before the Marine Corps did. When the Marine Corps got ACOGs, there had to be an investigation because they were getting too many headshots.
I remember this. It was so fucking
Like
funny.
they,
That
they
was
were
the
too good with
funniest
the
fucking
ACOGs,
shit.
right?
No, they're just too good, period. To
Okay.
to graduate from Marine Corps basic training, you have to qualify expert on an M16 or M4. With it, at the time, you had to do it with iron sights. Now you have to do it with an ACOG, which is way easier. So when you get a bunch of guys who then go for 12 weeks for Marine Corps combat training, which all Marines have to do, and then go again for infantry training, and that's like another 3 months. So this guy's been trained for for an entire year on just being good at killing people.
Yeah, good
He's
team
better
building
trained,
exercises.
like, yeah.
Yeah, and
He's
physical training also helps.
It's for the Marine Corps. There's what is it? The esprit du corps. There's the fighting mentality of the Marine Corps is way different from Army.
like your average paper pusher in the Marine Corps has gone through about the same amount of training as an Army infantryman.
Yep. And the for the most part, the Marines do get more battlefield experience because they're usually the first force out for a
Yeah,
lot of
and
this shit.
they've usually also been used in a peacekeeping operation like we're going to see in Haiti soon.
Are they actually sending? I thought everyone just
They're
said fuck
talking
off.
about it. They're
Because
talking about it, but I could see it happening.
I don't know. Kenya's just
Yeah.
said no. Kenya just said they're not sending anyone until there's a new government in place.
Yeah, but I could see the U.S. going, "Hey, this is a chance to put in a government we like."
Yeah. That's the rub. Uh, moment of opportunity, as it were.
I think we should just conquer it. I think we should Monroe Doctrine everything.
I disagree. I think we should just blockade it.
Well, that too. I mean,
We
one
should
of the
we, we
two.
should we should have no involvement in Haiti whatsoever. Let France deal with it. It's their fucking problem.
I'm kind of with Pipkin on this one, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't do anything. We
yeah,
supported Papa Doc and Baby Doc when Fidel Castro was walking around. Right, we did our part. All this shit is just Haitians being Haitians. It's not our problem.
I mean, I agree, but if we're going to get involved, conquer. Don't fucking dick around.
I just don't see how we would, given the optics of a white supremacist nation, then fuck,
Civilizing.
civilizing, sorry, civilizing a fucking black country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand
I
that.
mean that's why we were looking for Kenya to step up instead of just sending a regular UN force. No one wants to be that guy.
I'm just so fucking tired of getting involved in shit and not fixing the problem.
Well,
I just want your
Like
country to go
assumes that
back
you
to
can
being
fix the
isolationist.
problem.
Hey, all of us would fucking prefer that, but we're not going to do that because there's a lot
shoot,
of money for some people in
I
fucking
know,
war.
I know, I know, I
No,
know.
what I mean is like you're assuming that a problem can be fixed like with intervention, but what if like the problem is so deep rooted or it's like cultural, it's not something you can fix with an invasion.
well, no, we tried
So
that. The U.S. has
Yeah,
tried that in the '90s. Bill Clinton sent the Marine Expeditionary Force because they had already ousted their president. So we
Yeah.
have a long history of intervention in Haiti. None of it fucking works.
it usually holds for like 10, 20 years though, so
Hello.
But I mean, I've got a way to fix the border crisis. It's called Take Over Mexico.
Yeah, just throw down fucking razor wire and don't cut it up.
I mean, that too. I would actually prefer that.
Yeah, that would be the way to go. I mean, Eagle Pass has apparently seen a drop of like 4,000, 3,000 a day to something like 3 to 10 in a week just because they dropped all that razor wire there and didn't bother cutting it down.
Well, I read an article not too long ago that apparently, grain of salt, that the Mexican military are doing incursions, as it were, trying to chase the coyotes.
I could believe that.
I
Is
could
it like the furry coyotes or like the cartels?
The cartels.
well,
People smugglers.
yeah.
Yeah. No, but the article I read, it kind of gave a little leeway because, to be fair, the border is not really clear on some parts. So, the rules of engagement for the border patrol and stuff is kind of like, okay, whoopsie doopsie, we'll call their superiors and say, like, okay, your guys are on our side, our guys on your side, they'll call before shooting and stuff. But it's still kind of funny to think of, like, whoopsie doodle, Pancho Villa moment.
Well, the Mexican
Yeah.
Fed government, their military is more trustworthy than, say, the local state police.
Yeah.
The federales have done a lot of good work with against the cartels. Now the government, now the president and the fucking attorney general or whatever who just got indicted or charged, that's a different story, right? But the military appears to be doing okay.
Well, only because the Mexican military fucking hate the cartels.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. It's also comparatively.
Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure if we got a president who actually, a Mexican president who actually wanted to get rid of the cartels, we could do it in a week with the Marine Corps.
I mean, the thing is, like, you're not like looking at whole, how do you say it, fucking consequences, right? Because our guys thought that they can like overthrow the Ukrainian government in a week, and that
Yeah.
didn't happen.
Well,
And
that wasn't
it's
really your guys. That was kind of more like the one guy not being told no.
no, that's basically like what's the working theory is that he was basically fed like misinfo in terms of how accepting the local populace would be to Russian incursion, and he made his bet, and the bet was made on like on how would you say it?
Bad info.
False information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, probably
given that,
the best thing that could happen to Putin is NATO getting involved, because at that point he could cut his losses
I mean that
without
kind of
really
depends.
losing any face.
That kind of depends. Like, I don't see any good out
Oh
of
no,
this fucking situation.
dude, the only good that could come of this is Putin give up. Like, that's the only way this is going to happen. But if NATO got involved and you had a big enough force, he would have a reason to give up.
Now here's the problem with that, which is Germany doesn't have infantry. Germany doesn't have fucking planes. Germany doesn't have rifles. They don't have a fucking navy that can supply their missiles.
They also
Yeah.
don't
The same
have-
problem.
And Germany
that's why
also
I'm
doesn't
saying-
have a military that won't shut their fucking mouths.
Right. I mean, well, no, here's the real serious problem Germany has. Germany took their equivalent of like DevGru, right? SEAL Team 6, and they fucking fired them all because one guy, or maybe two guys, maybe had Nazi memorabilia, like in his fucking closet or something. They just got rid of this special unit. So they have a skill problem. Now, Britain has the same thing with their Navy, right? We've all seen the missile launch and it falls into the water and it's a big fucking embarrassment. Now, they have a recruiting problem as well, same as America. None of the NATO armies have armies to actually send. We have a coalition group in the Red Sea now, and it's basically they just sent officers as logistics of support. They didn't send any
Yeah.
ships,
Yeah.
right? France pulled
Well,
out.
Britain sent 2 ships, but like
They're
their
smaller.
main
They're the
ships.
smaller ships.
Yeah.
They still effectively pussed out.
Well, I mean, we sent 1 carrier and a destroyer escort. Granted, our destroyer escort is better than most people's navy.
Right. So if we do go in, if NATO goes in, it's really going to be once again America is going to
And
be
Poland.
the fucking. But I haven't seen Poland. I don't know what their experience is lately in modern
They're
warfare.
really itchy for Article 5.
Yeah, but
That's okay.
there's
But what does their military strength look like? That's the thing. Like even
okay.
like
No,
in terms of China and Taiwan, we don't know what China
that
looks like either.
no, no,
You know
no.
what I mean?
Pipkin.
Yeah.
Uh, Poland for the last like decade has been overstocking military gear. They want
Yeah,
to go,
they're our favorite customer.
but there's a big but. There's a big but. They recently had elections, and the cucks got in.
Did they?
Yes,
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
It's over the abortion
Okay.
shit. Same as America. What I'm getting at is you can have all the equipment you want. If you don't have the actual experience, you're just going to have another Ukraine where all of a sudden all this shit gets wasted.
Yeah, this
Right.
is fair.
Right. So the only countries really that have experience in Iraq and Afghanistan is going to be France with the Foreign Legion. It'll be Germany, some parts of it. It'll definitely
Norway.
be Britain. It'll be Norway, but again, only small parts. They have a small army. There
Yeah, but
isn't
their army is really good. Like
okay.
for its size, it's very well trained.
But you're talking about fighting Russia. Now, the other problem is every country uses their own weapons with their own technology.
But they all take AR mags now.
But that's just the rifles. You're talking about
Yeah.
artillery, you're talking about planes, you're talking about all this. Like even the planes of the are like what Typhoon fighters, where the fuck they are.
Yeah.
They still have minor differences that are different enough where one pilot may not necessarily right carry over. So you're gonna have a hard time building a coalition force. It's gonna be a cluster. That's why no one wants to go in because they all know this. There's not enough
Yeah,
people.
it's
The equipment's all fucked up. The
Look,
equipment is all different.
look. I just want Finland to deploy their 2 snipers. That's all I want. Deploy the 2 snipers
hey,
and
don't forget that dude on meth.
and the guy in meth.
I recall they lost those 2 wars against Russia. Am I wrong?
Well,
They
they
did.
technically lost, but they inflicted like pretty good
Yeah.
casualties.
They
That's the
punched
thing.
way above their weight, though.
But like on the good side, they taught us how to do the fucking ski warfare and sniper shit. So thanks them.
Yeah, I mean, for fuck's sakes, to take out Haima, they had to literally do they had to do a bombardment.
My favorite Finnish World War II movie is Unknown Soldier. It's just really fucking. It's a really good Finnish World War II flick. If you guys ever want to take a look.
I think it's on my to-do list.
Oh,
Yeah.
my favorite thing is when Finns start bragging about they were the first to fight the Soviet Union. It's like, who'd you side with?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well they get a pass because they really didn't have a choice. Let's be
Right.
let's be fair.
Really
Yeah,
gonna
but
go
it's
to-
still really fun because
I know
Finns
it's
do
funny.
not like it when you bring that shit up.
No, they don't.
Ugh.
Yeah, Porian's got a point, right? I'm fucking way behind.
Yeah.
It's all about people, man. I mean, that's where the Green Berets come in, right? It's not about fucking equipment, it's about the
Yeah.
people. And then even with the drones, you still need people to fucking hold the land that you conquer.
Oh
Like
yeah.
the fucking Germany argument is basically the same as like Ukrainian argument now. It's well, I mean, it
Germany's
doesn't-
100% mechanized, and that's a really bad run.
like with Germany in World War II and USSR, it was basically like an existential struggle because like Germany was going for extermination. Russia
Right.
right now not going for extermination, but the stake is like sovereignty, so it's kind of close in terms of how high the stakes are. So that's why the fighting is so fierce.
I just don't. I really hate it when people start conscripting women.
Why? Women can fight. What are you, a sexist?
Women are for breeding, not shooting.
That seems very sexist to me. I'm
If target size, why not target?
Hey, the
It's like
Russians.
women. Okay, if let's take Pipgun's argument, women can fight.
Russian snipers.
Can
That's
they
my proof.
carry what they need to actually do the fighting, though? Can they carry the 80 pounds?
Well, you don't have
I
to.
mean,
The
women have
Ukraine's.
problem with upper body strength, not lower body strength. They have also problems with the hip joint, the
Yeah, they
fucking
have a
pieces,
lot of
the hip
problems
bone.
carrying shit on their back.
But here's the thing: you don't
Really?
need women to be soldiers necessarily. They can be drone operators.
Well,
They can be
also,
like
like,
snipers and recon.
really, you could have women do. What I think is actually happening is they're having women do the logistical stuff.
yeah,
Yes, just like
women
America.
can
Yeah.
basically like fill a lot of roles. Not where someone told before like that an average marine like pen pusher has a lot of experience. Like they can basically be those pen pushers and free up men for the fighting roles.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is happening, but I still don't like it, man.
Well,
There's
no,
that part of me that's kind of traditional, and I don't like putting women in a dangerous situation.
what's actually happening is that the U.S. military is pushing women through the special training pipelines for SOF, even if they fail. That's what's happening in the U.S. right now.
Yeah,
Standards
that's
are
a
being
really
lowered.
bad idea.
Yeah, it was a big. The Air Force had the big scandal recently of some lady. She quit 3 times. Air
Oh
Force
my god.
Command pushed
Could
her
you
through.
imagine if they fucking put a woman in PJs?
I think that's what she was going for.
I fucking hate that because probably what they'll do is they'll figure out a way they'll start adding more logistical roles to SOF, which I SOF probably does need.
Well. So this was officer training. She wouldn't be like on the
Oh,
ground. She'd be
okay.
at the fob, right, making the decisions. But it's still happening, and
Well, I
that's a
mean,
cause of concern.
even SOF puts officers out on the field.
Well, like the PJs, there's the coordinators in the fob, and then
Yeah,
there's that right now. There are women. What is it? Who are the Air Force people that controllers? Right now, there are
yeah,
female controllers that are attached to like Green Beret units and stuff like that.
yeah.
They seem to do
It,
okay. But like I
well,
said, they're not frontline fighters, is what I'm saying.
it's like Raiders have a fucking ton of backline support because, well, the Marine Corps kind of does everything itself.
Right. It's basically it's the same thing we do in America. Women are in the back, they take care of the logistics, they do all the bullshit work. Generally, the
Uh,
men, if you can find men without profiles, they get to be door kickers and shit like that.
yeah, we kind of need to start like. I've got a lot of opinions on the military that I don't feel comfortable sharing because I didn't serve.
Oh, don't be
But
like that.
I've heard stories about female Marines.
Oh yeah, they're whores.
Oh, not
Yeah, they
not
suck dick,
that,
man. Oh
dude,
really?
not that. That's not what I'm talking about. They have a nickname, Wookiees, because they're big, loud, and fucking hairy.
Jesus.
Like, no, they're fucking cunts to the guy to like ask almost any infantry guy. They're fucking cunts,
Yes, they are.
and it's fucking ridiculous. It's like, yo, this
Yeah,
is the dude actually doing the fighting. Why are you being a dick to him? And they're
yeah,
the first to pull rank.
yeah. This is my main issue. This is my main issue, bar none. When it comes to the women in the military, not just okay. At the end of the day, I am for like women are for breeding in terms of conflict and stuff. But in terms of actually serving and stuff, you have to look at human tribalism function the way it's worked historically. Men go out to hunt. Men know how to work with men, and men have been doing this for countless millennia and stuff. We have it down path. The instant you put in a women, the whole thing goes out the window.
I mean, just pull up that fucking audio of the female flight controller arguing with the pilot as he's trying to land the plane.
I know, I remember this.
Like, what the fuck?
That's a lack of experience talking. That's why they do it. Same thing at the workplace. You have a female manager, she might not have necessarily rose through the ranks, Now she's telling you how to do your job, but she doesn't know exactly what you do for a living.
Yeah.
So, I mean that's the same with anybody really. It's just that women tend to be pushed up the
Oh,
chain further.
it's the argument with lieutenants that weren't Mustangs.
Huh?
It's the same thing with lieutenants that aren't Mustangs. A Mustang knows to listen to his E4 specialist.
Oh, right.
A lieutenant that's fresh out of college, 22, well, probably 23 after OCS, won't listen to fucking anyone. Like, and it's insane because the first person he should listen to is his sergeant. The second person he should listen to is the E4.
I thought they were called butter bars. Never, I don't know.
Okay, a butter bar is a lieutenant who
Right.
went through
Fresh out.
OCS. Yeah. A Mustang is someone who went through who was enlisted and then became an officer.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're always the best officers.
I mean, that's true of any job, really.
Mm-hmm. But it's also it kind of shows that why the fuck are we having butter bars?
What do you
Like,
mean?
I can understand if someone's goes to medical school and all giving them a officer rank because at that point to show the work they put in beforehand, and also it's really useful to have him be able to pull rank on someone.
Well, the enlisted generally is overall kind of dumb compared to a college graduate. That's a hot take. I get it, but
Well, no, it isn't.
you need someone who can.
You're either dealing with extremely smart but lazy or extremely dumb.
Right. So you need someone who went through college and then went through officer candidate school to at least, you know, dictate to
Yeah,
the men where they're going and all that shit.
but I think it would probably do them some good to spend a year as an enlisted instead of coming in straight as an officer.
But the thing is, if you're a good enlisted that would get to be sent to OCS, you're probably not because your officer is going to want to keep you.
Yeah, that's actually a problem.
Right. So
There's a good sergeant, a decent lieutenant is replaceable, a good sergeant is invaluable.
right. You got to consider those type of things as well. It just makes it really hard. Have you guys
Well,
read the
more
book?
of what I mean by you should have to, before you could go become a full-fledged officer, you have to do a year of enlisted, is less about that, and it's more to wash out the bad ones.
Yeah. But generally,
Like,
that'd be
you come in, you're effectively an officer, but you have the rank of like a PFC. So if you're bad at it, we're just going to we're just going to get you out of here. If you're good at it, at the end of your term, you will become an officer.
OCS should be the one doing the washing out.
Yeah, but it doesn't do a good job of it because
We have
there's only so much you can do when you've got a bunch of cadets together, so you're not really seeing what they're going to be able to handle as an officer.
well, that and there's just not enough people wanting to be officer or just join the military in general, right? You gotta make do with what you got, and unfortunately,
I mean,
it's a
why the
bunch of
fuck
fucking
would you join the
retards.
military right now?
College.
They don't. You actually have to be a veteran to get the GI Bill, so they don't pay for your college anymore. What? You're going to get 30 grand that you're going to spend on a fucking useless Dodge Charger?
Well, I mean, yeah, why not? It's money.
Yeah, but
For a lot of these people, it's the only job they can get right now.
Here's the thing, though. McDonald's is paying more than the military right now.
Okay, but it's still McDonald's.
I mean,
McDonald's is probably a more comfortable job than the fucking military.
Yeah, what if you want to go kill people?
Then you have
That's a
to wait
fair
for a
argument.
war.
Huh? What'd you say?
You have to
I
wait
mean,
for a war then.
I mean, there's always a conflict somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
we have people we have people in Africa right now handling
like
the fucking Muslims there.
we'll get we'll get people in the military the second there's a conflict. That's without a doubt.
I disagree. Patriotism is pretty low right now. The Zoomers have already said that they're going to refuse being drafted.
Yeah, I mean,
The other thing is they have mental issues and all this other shit.
yeah, that's a real problem.
Yeah, they take a lot of prescription meds. That's going to disqualify them. Your best bet is to import people from, say, I don't know, South America who are really good fighting because they're gang members and offering them maybe citizenship or something like that.
Well,
Which,
that's literally what the Democrats want to do. They want to,
Right.
put them in the military. It's like, hey, you get your citizenship. There you go. Full on
yeah, we're
Starship
going to
Troopers.
do the French for. I mean, that's what the French have done for hundreds of years, and it worked.
I know, but I just find it funny.
Yeah.
okay, guys, I think I got a dip because it's been like 2 hours. It's
Okay.
been really
All
fun,
right,
but I really gotta go now.
All right, take it
Yeah,
easy.
nice talking, brother.
all right, take it easy, man.
Okay,
Have a good one.
can you like kick me out? I don't know how to exit.
Okay, okay, yep. Move you back
Yeah,
to
bye.
watch. Okay,
Adios. Have you guys read the book On Killing by David Grossman?
no.
No,
I think it's like the manual on understanding the psychology behind killing and war. Definitely a good read.
man.
It's it's an academic book, and it just goes like statistics of World War One and World War Two. How
Yeah,
that it's where the factoid that most soldiers don't actually shoot anyone, or they refuse to shoot people goes in their head.
Okay, I have to interrupt you right now. Porian, you're on fire today. Why don't you call in? Are you at work or something?
man, it's still wild. Trying to fuck. I had a thought and now I've lost it. Oh, the fact that nods have actually reduced PTSD in the military.
Huh?
Elaborate.
The fact that night vision actually reduced the amount of PTSD in the military
The
Remove,
the
removing
gods?
because yeah,
removing
because
darkness,
you
I
can't.
guess.
Well, no, just like switching to infrared on tanks and stuff and automating turrets to where the person is just seeing a screen significantly reduced PTSD. The military did actually research this and they found out that using infrared instead of someone seeing the blood and all reduces the amount of
Uh,
PTSD.
Oh, the
right, right.
dehumanizing aspect of it. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Yep, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, he goes. That something like that's in the book On Killing as well. How like Air Force guys don't are so remote, so distant from the killing, it doesn't even matter.
Well, I mean, even Air Force infantry, it's TAC P, you're calling in airstrikes.
Yeah, but TAC P is a specialist position, isn't it? It's like some sort of soft.
No, it's not soft.
It's not,
There is a soft version, but
okay.
it's what. Okay, so TAC P is the main thing for Air Force infantry, and they will be attached. It is a specialist position. You will be attached to a platoon of Army or Marines,
Right.
and your entire job is to call in an airstrike if shit gets bad.
Yep.
So
And
you're like the second favorite person in a platoon?
after a corpsman.
No, Doc. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, no, the order operation is Doc, Cook, Mafia.
oh, nah. Cook is back at base. It's Doc, TAC P, machine gun.
Okay, on deployment, fine. Oh,
Because the dude with the
look,
saw is the guy that's going to keep you
Hey,
alive.
hey.
look who decided to show up.
Willkommen. Willkommen.
Bork, bork, bork.
Is he alive? He's probably just figuring this shit. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. It took me a while to get Discord going too.
Well, to be fair, Discord's been shitting the bed today, so it could be on Discord's end for all we know.
Okay. Hey, he's got to fix the mic. He says.
Yeah, yeah. I swear to God, we can't win on this shit most of the time.
Wait, what are you gonna use? TeamSpeak?
I still have fond memories of TeamSpeak. The Molten Core days.
This is all right for Arma.
Yeah. I just have fond memories of TeamSpeak because me and the other warlock in our guild, we had our own channel because we were on banished duty in Molten Core, so we would just shoot the shit. It's like, okay, it's your turn because of cooldown. It's like, okay, and then go back to shooting the shit. Yeah, empty inbox is right. The VPN's been fucking up a lot of shit nowadays too.
Fuck. I wonder when they're gonna ban VPNs. Isn't there some legislation about banning VPNs right now?
I think the VPN thing might be rolled into the latest the TikTok one, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah. Fuck.
I haven't really paid super attention to it because honestly, there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just waiting for the fireworks.
Yeah, it's all because that fucking torrent shit. Fucking. Once again, I have to bring up the Jews. Oh shit, he's gone. Fuck, he died.
Yeah, he'll be back. He's probably just rebooting his computer or something.
Yeah, probably killed the VPN.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother resizing if he's gonna be back in a minute. I'll be like mini Godzilla.
I don't know, man. This war shit's fucking annoying. I mean, it's very likely that Russia's gonna win, right?
Well, Russia's going to win by attrition. It's not going to be a Hail Mary. It's going to be by attrition, as Russia is to do. That is their modus
Yeah.
operandi for like the last God knows how many centuries.
Yeah, without actual NATO involvement, that's going to be the end result.
Yeah. It's a foregone conclusion.
I don't know. I'm trying to
Like-
find the guy who puts the maps up, and he hasn't posted.
If it wasn't for NATO's involvement already,
Now you can hear me.
we
Yes.
wouldn't have,
Yeah,
like, there wouldn't be a Ukraine right now. They would have already conquered it.
that's true.
And the fact that with barely any involvement, we've been able to basically turn it into a stalemate for 2 years says a lot about Russia.
Well, they did their fucking blitzkrieg that failed, and now they're doing the slow creep. So they're learning that Ukraine isn't just going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah.
I mean, the tactics have changed like 180. You know,
Oh,
they
yeah.
set the VDV
And then they had Wagner kind of give up.
right. Well, they killed him, so.
Yeah.
Well, no,
But-
he gave up on the march to Moscow.
Oh yeah.
Then he got Epstein. So
Well, hold on. Let me ask this. So Wagner's still in fucking Africa right now, taking diamonds and fucking gold and all that shit, right?
yeah,
Are they without the top Wagner guy? Are they now just part of the Russian military?
I think they're just.
I'm sure there was
effectively-
a second in command.
Yeah, I think they're still a contractor, effectively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, when are we gonna start? When is our soft guys gonna start doing what the UK soft or Ukrainian soft guys are doing in Africa? Because that's gonna be a thing. I mean, how's the Niger situation going on? Anybody know?
No, I don't pay attention to Africa.
Yeah, same.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, we
Yes,
can hear
yes.
you.
Well, like I had a friend who was in the UN forces in Niger, and as soon as they left and the government instead contracted Wagner, they started losing immediately against a bunch of goat farmers with pickup trucks.
Yeah, because
Ah.
Wagner is fucking incompetent.
Oh, interesting. I didn't hear about this. This is fascinating.
It was like there were barely any threat, but Wagner is so badly organized and it is more of a. It's like watching the fucking how it's called like the is it like Russia's fucking Dirlewanger Brigade? It's just a bunch of subhuman criminals and local recruits. The only thing they can do is rape and plunder. And in any stand-up fight, they just shatter and run.
Yeah, dude. 400 Wagner troops with armored support lost to 40 Delta operators.
Mm-hmm.
That
Well,
is still the funniest thing because you should never lose a 10-1.
No, I mean like they're at sub militia levels of combat capability.
Now, on the other hand, our Green Berets died to. Oh wait, no, never mind. That just proves your point. Never mind.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what I'm saying is you shouldn't lose the 10-1.
Yeah.
Especially if you have armored.
On the
Like
other hand,
you should be able to win that with one tank. It's 40 people.
wait, it's just one tank?
One tank should be able to take 40 people.
No,
No.
dude. That's not how mech inf works.
Nah, I gotta go with Pipkin on this one here. What are you thinking? 40k tanks?
No, I'm thinking you've got a machine gun.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. You have one machine gun and you have high explosive rounds, but you can destroy a tank at 400 meters distance with a 60s anti-tank weapon.
Yeah, but you're under the assumption they had an anti-tank weapon.
I mean,
Those things are
The,
fucking
the,
heavy.
the Americans, yeah, they have AT-4s.
Yeah,
And
but dude, they're
an AT-4 can easily take out a fucking
Yeah.
half rusted to bits at best.
dude.
T-74.
Delta isn't carrying around anti-tank shit because it's heavy. They may have a couple
mean-
of satchel charges.
no. I mean, it depends where Delta is fighting though. Why they're in the
Syria.
area.
I'm pretty sure they were going to sabotage shit, so they wouldn't. Instead of carrying an anti-tank, they would be carrying satchels.
Hold on, I gotta read about this. Is this the
I'm
Battle of
I'm
Kasham?
pretty, I'm
Like,
pretty
I'm
sure.
trying to remember. I just remember it was 400 to 40, and there was a route.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that even if you're going on a demolition job, Delta, I mean, like they would
No.
have an AT-4 at least, and one AT-4
I mean,
can easily take.
Dude,
a
an
Russian fucking
AT-4
tank.
isn't that good.
No, it's a 66 millimeter disposable rocket, but I could easily take out.
No, they're
Yeah.
What do you think
Hold on.
the fucking Wagner had? They had like a T-30-40 painted to look like a T-54 the best.
well. No, what I mean by an AT-4 isn't that good is they're horrifically inaccurate.
Yeah, but you'd only need one or two.
And
I mean, think about it. Yeah, okay, so you're in a single tank. You got 40 guys. You form an L shape, right? Then you
Yeah.
just need one. You just need one.
Well,
one AT.
I'm kind of. I'm saying like one tank. I know they had more than one tank. Well, they had more than one armored vehicle, but
if this is the Battle of Kasham, it is. Hold on. All right, it's 40 American troops versus 500 Syrian Russian troops. On the American side, they had F-22 fighter jets, F-15.
okay, it's no
Ease.
longer fair.
Right. So it's
I didn't know they had an F-22.
now Syrian casualties number 55, Russian casualties 80 to 100. U.S. none. One Syrian Defense Force fighter was wounded.
Okay, so probably one fucking Delta operator just called in the F-22.
Yeah. I mean, they're saying Apache helicopters, AC-130 gunships. They had
Wait,
Reaper
they had a
drones.
fucking Spooky? That's definitely not fucking fair.
Yeah, they also had a B-52 bomber. So it's not. So it's more than just 40 guys.
That's a very different scenario.
Right.
It's like you just do one flyby with the Spooky and that fight's over.
I mean, looking at it here, it just lists 500 Syrian and Russian troops with no list out of any vehicles or aircraft or artillery.
I mean, vehicles, aircraft, and artillery don't matter. We had a Spooky and an F-22.
Right. So easy pickings, slim pickings.
It's like, holy shit, we literally brought in the shit that turns mountain ranges into plains.
Thank you, Grandpa Buff and Bone
I mean,
Yeah.
and spooky.
and Spooky. Yeah.
Wait, so Porn, you know a lot about the military stuff?
Yeah. I have like I had a lot of friends in the military, and I was in the
Okay.
home guard, so you know.
Oh, okay. What did you think about the talk that we had? I didn't see the chat comments, but what did you think about our assessment of the EU?
I came here like an hour ago, so I don't know if I missed anything, but like it's I mean, here in Sweden is the only thing I can.
Right?
I mean, I can also speak when we had like big training exercises with other NATO forces, and like here in Sweden we have like genuine problems with actually getting to fire, you know, at marksmanship training and everything, because after you do basic training, you're allotted 200 rifle rounds a year to use for training. If you don't get called, if you or your platoon doesn't get called into extra training. So that's like
Holy shit.
200 shots a
That is
year.
terrifying.
Yeah, and that's occasionally you get to use simunition as well, you know, when you do like mock
Right.
fights.
Right.
And if you're in the home guard, it's even worse, because then you might fire 20
Oh
rounds
my
a
Wait,
year.
god.
wait.
Oh my god.
Is that 200? Is that 200 a year
200
for
bullets.
infantry?
Yep.
Bro, that's not
Dude,
even that's like a
do-
quarter of a range day here in America.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, no.
You carry like 120, 160 rounds in your fucking equipment. So you're
Okay,
gonna be if you use up all of them, you reload 2 magazines a year.
Jesus, man.
like I'm sitting there going, okay, the average infantryman will put 500 rounds a day out,
Yeah,
Dude.
and a
not
Green
us.
Beret, any SF will put 1,000 downrange every day.
Take a guess at the like total amount of army troops we have right now, not including home guard.
50, 100,000.
Yeah, 50,000. We don't have a single. We
Man.
don't have a single division. Everything is brigades and
Well,
regiments.
you also have
We also have the home guard, and that's
well,
like supposedly
I was going to say you also have
100,000 plus.
Yeah. you also have a population of less than 12 million, so
Yeah,
it's not as bad.
aging out. The home guard is
Yeah.
literally dying as we speak. The average age is like 55. No one is joining it new either.
Oh my god. This is worse than I thought.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's like it's
Well, I
been
mean,
the army's been in total collapse since the 90s now. There's no budget. We went from spending 33% of our annual budget on the military to less than 1%.
Oh. I mean, as a civilian in America, you can go to a training school and shoot 1,000 rounds on a range day in a shoot house for 8 hours.
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, you can do that as well. You just go to Hungary or
Okay.
Czechia.
But
But
that's
yeah,
on your dime, right? The state doesn't pay
yeah.
for that.
You know what else is on your dime in the Swedish military?
No.
Your magazine pouches.
The actual the actual
Yep.
the thing that the rig, the thing you put on the rig, you have to pay
Yep.
for.
You get the. I was actually better in the home guard, but like my friends who are regular army soldiers, they got it was a really primitive ballistic vests for a while there that sucked shit, and you would take them off every training exercise because you could move in them. So you got webbing gear over it, and you got 2 magazine pouches. You didn't get a dump pouch. I think like 1 or 2. Sometimes you would get like administrative pouches if you were the squad leader, but you had to buy everything yourself. Like people had to spend hundreds of dollars to actually get their web gear in order. And
Wait, why did we let you guys in NATO?
because you just take anyone.
That's true. Like a turkey.
Well, to be fair, NATO is effectively a trade organization.
Yeah.
Yeah, give or take.
I mean, I guess so. But
It's actually a free trade agreement tied into, hey, we'll back you if you get into some shit.
We already had those agreements since the 50s. We actually had like we were supposedly neutral, but we had a secret agreement with the US that we wouldn't make an atomic bomb, and we got all the protections and benefits from NATO without having to join. Because we actually prototyped an atom bomb in the 50s.
Wait,
Nice.
why the fuck did you guys join?
Oh, but it's the government. We have like the worst fucking semi-neocon neoliberal piece of shit government in like the history of our nation. It's probably the worst government ever. Our prime minister is like a giga manlet. Like, I'm short. He's like 150 centimeters tall and has 3 Chinese adopted children, 2 of which are gay. Like
Uh,
that's the sort of level of
Wait,
government.
how
Like
the fuck is there a Swede that's 150 centimeters tall?
Yeah, I know, it's pretty amazing, right? Because like I average height is like for men is like 181 or 2, I think. I
The
think female average height is 173. That's like 5'8".
Yeah,
the Viking genes got bred out of that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a fuck.
What are they, grow 'em in a vat?
He's like a fucking Smurf. Fucking hate the guy.
I-
Everybody hates him. Do you have like the fucking Japanese have? They have like the school council. Is that a thing in America?
We got a
no.
student. We do.
Okay, because
Well-
that's a real big thing in Sweden, and everyone who's in the school council are like the slimiest, whiniest faggots who always end up in the like neoliberal or conservative parties. So everyone like that's what people call him, like the class president. We used to call him before he became prime minister, because he had that aura, the like fucking Napoleon complex, complex over not being a nobleman like all proper conservatives are. So he's like rich but not a nobleman, so he has to compensate for his height and his like social class by being the fucking little besserwisser piece of shit. Like, disgusting government right now.
Well, you have one thing going. You don't have Castro Jr.
I mean, something, I guess.
Take
Small
take
victories.
your W.
or a dementia patient.
Yeah,
I'll take-
that's a plus actually. I
I'll
I
take-
don't
I'll
know
take-
what's going.
I'll take a dementia
go.
patient over fucking Castro Jr. any fucking day. Jesus fuck.
Yeah, it is sort
I
of
mean,
funny.
that's a close one, man.
People often do this, like with the fall of the Soviet Union. People often talk about like how it became a gerontocracy. Like every fucking premiers would die after a year because they were ancient fucking fossils who knew Stalin personally there for a while. And fucking US is becoming that now. Like only fucking 80-year-olds who might die from a stiff breeze when they walk out of Air Force One
Yeah.
taking the presidency now.
Dude, the only thing that would get me to vote against Trump is someone younger running.
Oh, so you'd vote for Nikki Haley then?
I will not vote for a woman.
And an Indian.
Jeez.
Okay, I might vote for Tulsi because her glow up has been great, and at least she seems honest.
Hag love, I suppose.
No, I'm talking about her move into being pro Second Amendment.
I'm sure
I mean,
she's
she-
very honest with those convictions. I'm sure she won't betray that at all after taking
Oh.
the presidency.
The way she ended up being pro Second Amendment leads me to believe she actually won't. Because she tried to get a gun license after she got a stalk. She managed to find a stalker, and Hawaii
Okay.
said no. So she's like, "Oh, this is bad."
You know what? That might be the only way I could believe a woman's
Yeah.
conviction in gun rights actually is like,
Oh.
this affects me personally. Now I'm fine.
Yeah, no, dude,
Many such cases.
I don't trust anyone who has a conviction that doesn't affect them personally.
No, yeah. I
Same.
mean,
Because typically,
I honestly, if the choices were between like some middle of the road faggot and a woman, I would still vote the middle of the road faggot, because
definitely.
I'll never trust a woman in power, like, ever, because I don't know, you're not as clued in on Europe, of course. So it's like Marine Le Pen, and of course fucking Meloni, fucking hilarious last name to have, Meloni in Italy, who just betray everything they used to stand for.
Yep.
Like complete heel turns from nothing. It's fucking hate it so much.
Yeah, I remember not too long ago, Melanie was in Canada and talking with Castro Jr., and they got literally kicked out of their venue from Palestinian protesters. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, we need to just like we just need an executive order that says people who are blocking the road are considered to be kidnapping you.
No, some states have already
Because
passed the law that says
yeah,
you can't protest on highways and roads.
Yeah, that shit is
well, I
so
mean, the
fucking
second
annoying.
it's we need it to be considered kidnapping so that you can use lethal force.
No, so in some states, they've done away with civil liability. If you hit someone on the road, they've taken away the liability for that. I think Florida passed it. I think Missouri passed it.
That
A couple of red states
uh,
have passed something
yeah,
like
I'd
that.
have to read the bills because
Yeah.
that sounds like it's open for abuse.
They stopped doing it here in Sweden because like miffed up Polish truckers will just run them over. They don't give a shit.
Fuck, man, I swear, European racism is fucking hilarious, dude.
Yeah, but I mean
No, dude.
that's legit. I'm not joking. That was what happened because like if highways are our cities are like small enough and separated enough that you're on a highway, like there's nothing else but the highway and forest around you. So like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna stop a fucking 18-wheeler? Like, no, you're not, and they don't give a shit. They have to get those goods on time, or like they're cleaning toilets the rest of their lives. They just run you over, no questions asked.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, it's really easy to explain like racism to Europeans the second you go, okay, think about black people like you think about gypsies.
Or
I
Poles.
mean, honestly, like if you're just measuring like average racism levels, it's like a whole other world in Europe. Like
No,
everyone is like a lot more racist in America. America is weird when you like talk to Americans and stuff, and you're like, wow, how are you not more racist? It's really
dude,
fucking strange, actually.
it's because we
my
live in the
favorite,
Midwest.
yeah, my favorite racism will always be African versus African.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh
I
yeah,
hate to say
That
this
shit
so
gets
much.
hilarious.
I don't know, man. That.
You should see Turks and Kurds. I think
Oh yeah.
that's the strongest one.
Yeah, but
And
they're actually like Turks are actually genocidal towards Kurds.
And the Kurds were actually genocided. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Azerbaijani versus Armenians. That's a good one.
yeah, that's
yeah.
a rare one. That sounds like an America one. That sounds like a Los Angeles one that
No,
might happen.
that's Azerbaijan just fucking genocided a town like 3 months ago. One.
Yeah, I know, but like if you see it outside of Azerbaijan, Armenia, that seems like a Los Angeles thing to happen. Because
I can, I can
Maybe.
see I can see this. Yeah, yeah.
I had a
Yeah, it would.
Persian friend from Los Angeles, and he would get like in street fights with. He was Zoroastrian as well, so he would get like in street fights with the local like black Muslims and shit. It was fucking insane.
I mean, the black Muslims are a little iffy.
A little iffy.
A little iffy. I mean, they're just like. I'm biased, but they're just like sovereign citizens, and they just put like a Muslim wrapping over that.
Yeah, it's
I-
actually really hilarious, but then you realize, oh, they actually believe this shit, and it's sad.
I actually
Yeah,
have to bring up.
you have to realize it's not a LARP.
I have to bring
Yeah.
up one really hilarious Nation of Islam thing. And this, did you see that Talcum X
Oh yeah.
converted to Islam?
Oh yeah.
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 That's so fucking fun. He truly is Malcolm X now. Like he really wants to be him. His skinwalking Malcolm X is fucking hilarious.
Now he does look like a light skinned black dude though. I mean, it might be
yeah.
the waves. It might be the his
Okay.
nose.
I'll
his
be
lips.
real. He's probably black under Plessy versus Ferguson.
I think.
I wonder if he like has downs. Because he could also be like he has like some like downy facial features that like combined with the beard makes him look black.
See,
Yeah.
I thought he looked like he had fetal alcohol syndrome.
Yeah, you know, some sort of handicap.
He's got a broad nose. You know what I mean?
And the like almost chinky eyes as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have that indentation at the lip.
True.
I read this article not too long ago on stream. So for anyone who hasn't, do you guys remember Rachel O'Donnell?
Yeah, she's
Goes on,
she's
yeah.
opening
yeah.
an OnlyFans.
Yeah, well, she got fired from her teaching job because she got caught with her OnlyFans account. So she apparently she was doing a teaching job, and then her OnlyFans account got leaked, and she got fired.
I mean, to be fair, she was definitely making more on that OnlyFans account than she was teaching.
To be fair, she was probably a really good teacher in like racial anthropology. She has a lot of experience in that area.
I mean, Talcum X passes way better than Rachel ever did.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
looked.
All Rachel had was the fucking hair.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she had little Jerry
she
curls.
just looked like a Jewish Gyaro or something. It was fucking strange.
Yeah, oh yeah, her tan was
Yeah.
her tan was fucking terrible.
No,
Yeah.
she looked Persian.
Wow, that's mean against the whole race of people there.
I don't care.
I don't think I've ever met a Persian person ever. We just
Oh,
don't see him dancing.
lucky you.
Man, working in bars, I would meet Turks occasionally, and they were always the worst people to have at a bar.
I believe it.
I would agree.
They're
I agree.
I think only Syriacs are worse. I think in a bar setting.
Syria. I
Worst.
don't think I've ever
Oh.
met a Syrian either.
like
No, Syriac.
Jesus.
That's like Assyrian, but even more special.
Oh God.
They're a form of Christian Arab that are really bad to be around.
Oh man.
I'm gonna throw the entire Middle East under the bus. They're as bad as Native Americans when it comes to holding their booze.
yeah, because most of them it's illegal to drink, so they
I
never build up a
know.
fucking tolerance.
I know.
But no, it's not even that Turks are bad at holding their booze. It's that they're all fucking assholes.
Well, I did the article the last stream about that Turkish robot.
Yeah, like
Uh,
No, I'm still blown away at the fact that you only shoot 200 rounds a year. That's
you're not gonna let go of that one.
I can't because I'm thinking of like how much money did I spend 5 years ago to go to a shoot house, and I'm like, that's easily 1,000 rounds, and then I had to buy extra, and then you have simulation, and it's just like that was like 2 days. It's a 2-day event, and I'm thinking, okay, 200 rounds only. That's what, maybe 2 hours on a range, maybe 2 hours.
if that, if you're dumping a mag, you're probably dumping a mag a minute.
That's true.
So
I mean, Mozambique drills are 3, so divide by. I'm just like, what the fuck?
if you break it down to a Glock 19, you're probably going to put one in the chamber to do 4 bill drills, or do the Mozambique drills. You're looking at a mag a minute, so that's 19. 200 would last you
They pull out a calculator.
10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah, 11 minutes if you're slow on the reload.
Yeah, because you're going to be. I mean, that's the thing. That is so fucking dumb, man.
Now, how do we expect them to fight? No offense to Porian and his people, but you know,
I must have missed something.
I mean, what would probably happen is the infantry guys from the Marines would laugh at them and then start handing them mags.
well, do you guys do moot training? Do you guys do shoot house training and stuff like that at all?
Who is being asked?
You, Porian. I'm asking you.
Moot. Is that when you fight in urban environments?
Yeah, like a shoot house or anything like that.
Yeah, we call it. We usually call it the fish, like the British do.
Okay. You guys
Fighting in someone's house.
Okay. Do you guys do training though? Do you guys clear houses and do you guys practice that kind of thing?
Yep.
Okay.
Do all
All
this
right.
stuff.
Okay. So you guys you just don't shoot as much.
No, it's like you have to sign up for extra training if you want to shoot, essentially, and
Okay.
you have to be at a regiment that is supposed to be in active combat. So you have to be on you have to be at either like the armored regiment, at an armored regiment, or motorized infantry. If you get put in like a logistics regiment, you're never going to shoot ever, basically.
Okay. Well, at least you guys
So-
still do the fish. I mean, that's the training is probably the more important than marksmanship,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Yeah, like we don't have any problems with training really. It's like upkeep of training because you
Wait.
shoot pretty intensively when
How
you're
often
in
do you
basic
guys
training.
wargame?
You mean against each other or the big like NATO trainings?
Either.
Or like we do participate in all the big NATO stuff. Like we
Yeah.
do Aurora up in Norway. That's like what's that? That's like every second year or something. That's like the big one we do. Since I was in the home guard, I didn't do much wargaming,
Okay.
unfortunately. My friends were in the army. They usually did. If Aurora wasn't on, might have been like once a year.
All right. So I mean, that's still good.
That's
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean it's like to be expected, unfortunately.
comparing
like,
it.
Aurora is the big one because you coordinate with the rest of NATO
Yeah.
and like
Right.
We also have to
Americans don't.
remember America is the most warlike country, except for maybe France ever.
Yeah, like, one big
Like
thing
in our
one big thing with America that people forget is that since you separate military bases from population centers a lot more than we do, it's a lot easier for you to train as well.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you have such a big fucking country. It's a lot it's pretty difficult to do trainings because and since we don't have like private forests the same way you do. Like you might be on like a military training and just scare the shit out of berry pickers and stuff. Like that might happen, people picking mushrooms out in the forest and like 50 armed men suddenly ambush them and we have to drag them away. That stuff
Canada
happens.
military bases are really bad for that.
Yeah.
See, America came up with this great idea of let's put military bases in places that are shitty to live in.
Yeah.
It's why Georgia has so many.
We
Well,
don't have like the same shithole places to put military bases in.
Well, it's kind of funny. The big military base out in New Brunswick, the Trans Canada, literally cuts it in half. It's fucking hilarious.
That's a really dumb idea.
It is. It is.
cut in half between what?
The military base is intersected by the national highway.
Oh, that's great. That's a good idea.
Oh, it's retarded as shit. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay, that's great plan.
See,
That's logistics right there.
I
So
will
easy
have
to
to
do.
say, it's when you actually pay attention to how America plans all of their military stuff, it does make you respect the Pentagon. Because, like, we put bases near population centers, but in the part of that area that no one wants to live in,
What I mean,
either
I
because
don't
of
that,
bad weather or something, so that
that's not
you're
that's
actually
not
forced to
that's not
train in
really
shit weather.
how much of that is by choice and how much is what is it, like the fifth amendment? You can't house soldiers.
Third Amendment, you can't house soldiers in someone's house.
Yeah, but I think
But
that
that
shit probably
you
intersects with like
could,
urban planning and stuff. Like, oh, this is
well,
too
that's not what
residential.
I
Now
mean.
we're
It's
housing
like
them. Blah blah blah.
you're within probably about every military base is put somewhere for its purpose. Like, Air Force bases are almost all in the fucking desert because no one lives in the desert, so you can go supersonic. You can't go supersonic where there's a lot of people
Oh,
because you'll shatter every fucking window.
Yeah, we just don't give a shit. We just fucking supersonic blast above houses all the time.
See, we try not because if you damage someone's the government is usually liable for damage to someone's house. So if you put a supersonic blast near population center and bust out, a couple thousand windows.
Yeah, we have giga thick windows. That's why I think
Oh yeah,
we usually have like at least double pane windows, mostly like free pane or double pane windows, so you can
yeah.
supersonic blast above them.
Triple
It's-
panes are
yeah.
popular now, but still, you can. An F-15 could definitely blow out windows if it tried.
I mean, yeah. If you fly low enough, of course.
I mean, I usually about twice a month there's a Chinook that flies over my house, so
Yeah, I live. I mean, if you live anywhere near a city, you live pretty close to an Air Force base. But we have a lot of air traffic here, so you get really
Yeah.
used to the windows shaking and like the supersonic blast where the shake comes and then the sound comes.
Is the Home Guard like your National Guard?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
national.
Um,
How I mean,
That makes it
national.
even weirder that he didn't shoot. He shot so few rounds because our National Guard expects you to.
The thing is, National Guard. I don't. The reason I say Home Guard is because the National Guard is different from most other countries'
True.
variants. Because
Yeah, but
you can't get deployed abroad, for example. That basically never happens. So the National Guard is a lot different in that way. And like for example, I'm not in the National Guard anymore. The National Guard uses the old pattern of rifle, for example. We use I'm not in it. The 7.62 rifles instead of 5.56 rifles, for example.
Huh. Okay, so you guys are literally just home front defense.
Yeah, I mean it's the home guard the same way that like Commonwealth countries have a home guard. At least
Okay.
UK has, and I don't know the equivalents for like France or Germany. Russia
Okay.
has one as well. I know. Like I think that's what the Rosgarda is. So most countries have like a home guard that is a bit less professional than the
yeah,
U.S.
we just
National
have
Guard.
a gun on. We just have a gun under every blade of grass.
Yeah, sort of. It's like if you do home guard training, that's 3 months. And if you have prior military training, which every man, essentially like 99.9% of all men had prior to the 90s, you could just join the home guard. You didn't even have to do any extra training because you were already a trained soldier.
Hmm, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd
so
be different for.
everyone had military training. Literally everyone, besides like less than a couple hundred men had military training for over 100 years.
Yeah, in the
Man,
U.S., you can just buy military training.
yeah, you can buy really good military training too.
Yeah, if you have the money for it, you can set up your own little private shoot house and all that stuff.
If you got the, I mean, if you got the money, you can go and get it trained by a former Delta operator.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The
Yeah.
that's the major boom since Afghanistan. All those private shooting schools, you can pay for the simulation, all that
With
stuff.
get trained by someone who is an expert in asymmetrical warfare.
Yep, SEALs, Green Berets, Delta, all that stuff. It's pretty fucking. It's pretty
Yeah,
ridiculous how hearing Korean talk. It's like, damn, we really are a wartime country. We fucking love war.
17 years of peace.
Yeah, we've had over 200 years of peace technically.
Yeah, but your country has existed for over 1,000.
It's existed over a million years in reality.
Yeah. Mm. To be fair, we're also a country where they just sent the most angry people from every country.
Well,
Like, our founding was people seeking their fortune and religious zealots.
well, and like a couple of criminals and
A lot of criminals and the Scotch Irish.
yeah, criminals.
Kinda. Political adversaries, just everything you could send over.
Yeah, and
So it kind of makes
royalists
sense
as
that
well.
we're very warlike.
Fucking sent the Catholics to Maryland.
Yeah. So it kind of makes sense that we're very warlike.
Sent the Catholics just to Maryland.
Yeah. So it kind of makes sense that we're very warlike. And I mean, most of the southern colonies started out as military expeditions.
I mean, we had to conquer. I mean, the founding was based on the Indian War, right? With France, Britain.
Yeah.
Yep.
So from the very beginning, it was always war. We had our
Hmm.
Civil War, Mexican, Spanish, American War, the Banana Republic shit. People just won't stop fucking with us. That's the problem.
They won't
They
stop
need-
fucking with your boats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, you'd think someone would have told the Houthis about that.
I think we're losing technically. They just sunk another ship.
Yeah, but was it one of ours?
No. I mean, it's a transport ship, but that's the whole point. Is that they're winning that fight, and that
Eh,
they're successfully attacking transport ships, accomplishing their mission, and we can do fuck all
And you have to
because
remember the
I
Houthi
mean,
thing. The Houthi thing is like the Ukraine thing. It's a cost benefit analysis war, in that
yeah.
they're using cheap methods versus our expensive methods. So in the long term, they can potentially lock that shit down just on
Yeah, but
economics.
I
Are,
mean,
are the Saudis Russia in this case then?
we could run Aegis longer than they could shoot cheap rockets.
Yes, but should you?
no
Should
But
you?
we can't do Aegis for transport ships, unfortunately.
no the Houthis have taken all the right lessons from Afghanistan, and that's why we're struggling in blowing up their ammo depots because they don't have any ammo depots.
Yeah.
All their ammo, all their equipment is now scattered across Yemen.
And we can't attack a ammo depot that's actually someone's house.
No, we can. We absolutely can. The problem is they don't have those. They
Yeah.
don't have a centralized location anymore.
And there's no
But
point in blowing up 2 missiles.
Right.
but
Well,
also
rockets.
it's also the fact like you can't really risk going too close. Like even the off chance that a missile hits a destroyer or something and that shit sinks, that's like
Dude, none of
prestige death forever.
Yep.
I hate to say it, those rockets are not going to sink a destroyer.
No, don't be surprised.
I mean, like, remember the fucking Falklands War, how close the Brits were to getting a fucking cruiser sunk by a rusty
Yeah,
old
but
exoset that was like, if that shit hadn't been broken because it was in storage for 30 years, the Falklands War would have ended with perhaps an Argentinian victory. Like, both,
it
I
doesn't
mean,
help that
Britain
it's the
especially, but
British.
now, I mean, Britain especially, but now the US are like hanging on to international prestige by a thread. You don't want to lose a ship, no matter what.
Yes, that would be
Honestly,
very bad.
I think that's the only reason we haven't let a ship get hit. Because ideally, if we want to actually deal with the Houthis, we let a ship get hit and go, all right, now we're going to fuck you up.
We can't though because we're not
Yeah.
because the Yemen government is technically our ally. They
Man,
have a
sometimes I
civil.
think we should just go, yeah, we're going to pick a side in your civil war.
I mean, we had to because the Saudi Arabians were they're being attacked by the Houthis.
Yeah.
So we had to ally with their Assads. The Assads are allying with the proper Yemen government, quote unquote. It's it's a very difficult situation.
Yeah,
to
because you
just
have to sit there and go, we need you to go to ask us for help, or we can't send in the military to fuck up the Houthis.
And the
Right.
Yemenites can't do that because then they would lose the next civil war when oh, you got propped up by the Americans, you don't have a real government, and it's gonna end like fucking South Vietnam 1975.
Right.
The South Vietnam thing was
Or
weird.
Niger or the Sahel Africa countries that just fucking had their
Or
military coups.
Afghanistan.
Yeah,
Well, we could just
it's
say every CIA policy since like ever.
Like if you have a civil war, you can get help from other nations, but you have to do the majority of the lifting yourself. Otherwise, you will lose morally because they will show like, oh, you don't actually have the strength to keep the country together. You have to do like 80% of the heavy lifting yourself.
yes, and that's why Afghanistan crumbled.
Yeah, because they fucking Afghanis were worthless, did nothing.
Yeah,
And the
and
same
they
thing, what did the Soviets do? Oh, they
Well,
propped up their shitty fucking Afghan government that couldn't do anything. Oh, what happened? They leave. Oh, it's over.
people need to quit. People need okay for Afghanistan and Iraq. We put cowards in charge, and that was our biggest mistake.
I mean, Iraq is a lot more complicated as well because of the religious divide. They would always drift towards the Iranis due to Shiites being put in charge all of a sudden and getting to
Yeah.
wreak revenge for 700 years of oppression, essentially.
Iraq. I mean, that's a point in Iraq, but Iraq also has some sort of nationalism going on.
I mean,
There's
the
that.
Arab nationalism still lives, even though
Yeah.
it's on the backslide. But I mean, it's had a bit of an upswing just due to fucking Assad hanging on, being the last remnant of Arab nationalists.
Man, we really should. Really should have backed Assad.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
we
why
are the
not
during the
reason.
at
Obama,
that point?
I think that was the second biggest mistake Obama made.
We are the
I mean,
The
reason why
first was getting
Assad
rid of
had a
Libya.
civil war. It was our CIA
yeah,
forming the Free Syrian Army. We are the reason why Syria
Yeah,
had. How will
that's
we
fucking.
back Assad?
Well, that
the
was
Arab
fucking
Spring.
dumb of us because Assad was actually a stable government.
Yeah, but it
I
was.
would
I
I
mean,
would argue that whole thing is just a no-win scenario.
as long as
Like
Israel is in the
the
region, yes.
biggest. Well, that was the thing. Assad wasn't even. What? He wasn't even aggressive towards Israel.
No, but you have to bring
Like
freedom everywhere. You
Yes.
can't. It's the whole Arab Spring shit. You topple fucking.
that was the dumbest fucking thing we ever did.
Yeah, but no, it's like, oh, we've toppled Gaddafi, we've done all these big claims about, oh, Arabs are going
By
to
the
have
way,
freedom and democracy, blah blah. You can't stop at one Arab dictator. You have to take them all out. Then.
Right.
well, we started with Mubarak, but Gaddafi barely even qualified as a dictator. He actually had a functioning socialist government.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
And what was it a year later? The largest open air slave market in Libya?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
at least that war killed a something awful moderator. So I'm pretty pro the Arab Spring actually. So
For real.
My
yeah,
biggest
yeah.
problem with the Arab Spring is we didn't get shit started in Iran.
Well, they're not Arabs,
Like,
so I
if
guess they
there's
weren't they
any.
weren't the point.
Yeah. Well, if there's any country in that area to fucking throw shit to fucking overturn, it's Iran. Iran is the one funding the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. Like,
Yeah, but
the region
that's.
stabilizes if you get rid of Iran.
Oh
I mean
Jesus
that's.
Christ, man.
I mean, Iran is like an actual pretty functional country, unlike the Arab states. Like that's the problem. You can't just overthrow a decently stable government. Like they have their problems internally, of course. They're like 10 peoples and 3 religions at least
Well,
fighting each
we
other.
had to
But
destabilize Syria because it was actually stable.
ah, well, a lot less stable than Iran is. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the point. And like
Well,
they don't really have any like internal challengers like Assad has, for example. Like
yeah, but that's the other thing. Assad's internal challengers are the people we absolutely don't want because they're Muslim fundamentalists.
yes, but that doesn't matter because the plan was to get rid of Assad and then you use anyone. I mean, it's not like the US cares about Muslim extremists. We heard it 1,000 times, but fucking, you all watched Rambo 3 and the dedication to the brave Mujahideen of Afghanistan.
That
Like,
was the funniest fucking shit. But that was
and
that
one James
was
Bond movie as
literally
well.
because they were fighting the Russians.
Yeah, yeah, but like that's the problem. Like, who, if the CIA or the State Department, whoever the fuck pulls the strings over from a government, if the guy they're overthrowing, if they see an enemy to him, they'll just support him no matter what they think. It was like in fucking Russia with Navalny, where we was like, oh, he's the fighter of freedom. Oh, he loves democracy so much, and he openly states that like Dagestanis aren't human and they should reconquer the borders of the Russian
I
Empire.
mean, as a UFC fan, based.
I mean, he says Crimea was Russian land.
Yeah, it's like this stupid game of pretend. We're like, oh, the opponent is always the champion of democracy. Oh, they just love gay butt stuff. That's the
Yeah,
we have
dude,
to
I fucking
export.
hate
We have
that
to
shit.
I
remember
made the
when fucking
point.
remember when Trump wanted to send military to defend anal sex in Botswana. Like that's what the fucking U.S. State Department does. Fucking anal jihad all over the world. That's what the U.S. State Department does.
Exactly. I made the point earlier that for Haiti, America supported Papa Doc and Baby Doc Duvalier because they were stalwarts against communism with Castro and all that. But
And
they were the
he
fucking
was really good at cooking people as well. So
yes.
Yeah.
And we like just to go to Korean's point, we just love supporting whoever in our ideological fight against whatever enemy we're looking at.
Yeah, it's like not a fan of Fidel Castro here, but like you get why he won. And
Right.
they support like Batista, and it's like a joke. It's like fucking cartoon. It's like a corrupt cartoon character. We're just like, oh no, we'll sell anything for money. We have no morals. We'll just drink ourselves to death in expensive American hotels. And it's like, oh, what a surprise that the people became communist when like any option was 10 times better.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing that annoys me with our fucking foreign policy. It's like, make sure you're I don't care if someone doesn't like America. I care that they're treating their people well.
Why?
I'm with
Yeah.
Pipkin on this. Why?
Yeah, honestly, why? Like I get it that you probably like believe in democracy or something like that.
No, I
But-
fucking
but-
hate democracy.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's what America is.
Dude,
America
I'd
is
rather have
America is the arsenal of democracy. Any dictatorship is automatically an enemy to the American system. Like
yeah, and that's stupid because sometimes a dictator is better than the other option.
Yes, and that was possible in the 60s when there was a bigger enemy, the Soviet Union. Then you could support a dictator because it was better an alternative. That doesn't exist anymore. There's supposed to be only democracy. There's supposed to only be gay stuff. That's the new ideology. Like, if America is an empire, they have to fight anyone who is against it, no matter where, no matter how stupid the alternative is, no matter how poorly it goes, no matter how much money is spent, no matter how much blood is spent. If America stops being an empire, everything will be fine for Americans and the rest of the world.
Our dollar value would go.
If we stopped it being an empire, China would become the empire.
No,
It already is an empire.
Like,
I will never believe that. Oh, the Chinese are gonna take over. No, they're going to have a civil war and kill 80 billion of them in like the next, say, 50
okay,
years. We're like long
that's
overdue.
almost
And
as likely.
The Chinese can't project power anywhere. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that-
Like,
Well,
Yeah,
They are
no,
well.
Yeah, history.
they could
history
project
bear-
power
bears
if
out
it
China.
weren't for the fact that we sit there and can laugh at them. Like,
What do you mean
if
they can't
you're-
project power? They're building bases in Africa.
yeah, but those bases have to have any value as well. And as long as they're filled with Chinese military personnel, they have no military value.
Well, hold
It's
on,
like-
hold on.
I mean, like, I'm being dismissive, I know, but it's like, oh, the Chinese fleet is like 10 fucking hobby boats and 2 second-hand Soviet aircraft carriers, one of which was converted into a fucking casino before they bought it. Like, there's nothing there, and all their fucking planes are just bootleg American copies. Like, oh, they're probably fucking propeller driven because the Chinese love to lie. They probably don't know what a jet engine is.
like,
Yeah, you
They have-
you have to remember the overall thing with China is that like the Chinese American comparison. You have to remember America started. You can argue how it is right now, but America started with a solid foundation. China did not, and
yeah,
like America's over leveraged, but they started off with a good foundation. China right now is over leveraged, and they have no foundation. So it's even
also,
more of a joke.
like, we do have to put this into the perspective of used to watching, like, American military shit, where we also fucking lie our asses off about what our shit can do.
Yeah.
But we lie in the other direction. We understate what everything can do.
Well, we can see what our shit does.
Yeah. That's
now
the
going
other
to-
thing. We've never seen their 5th generation fighter do anything except taxi.
So you don't believe the trustworthy China Times when they talk about their quantum radars and hypersonic missiles?
Oh no, I don't believe that. But
Why
I would
you?
expect
The
them
China
to
one is so
have.
trustworthy.
Well, I would expect them to have similar capabilities to us with a lot more people.
Well,
And when I
you
say
know,
a
similar
normal person would
capabilities, I
expect
mean
that, but
probably like 20 to 30 years behind.
that's being generous.
Yeah, but still, you can do a lot when you have 3 times the population.
Yeah, but
in
three times the
theory.
population times 0 is still 0.
Yeah.
I mean, like the conflicts that China do participate in or have participated in is like the Korean War that was like so fucking embarrassing for China. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the Korean War like ended in actual stalemate, which is sort of impressive for China to do against
The-
a pretty geared up
That's
America.
because America actually just gave up.
Yeah, I know, but it's still like it's still sort of
like-
surprising.
Yeah,
that
same
they
deal with
actually
Vietnam,
managed that.
China.
Yeah.
Like, we literally just ceded land until we found the most defensible position. And then
it ended
just
up
stayed.
I mean, the border ended up the way it was before the war.
Yeah.
So.
Like, the border was decided because that's the spot where we can literally sit forever if we need to.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still like a conflict that it was impressive that the Chinese could do anything. And it's like that's their big win. Their big win is that.
That's
and
a lot
helping
of help from Soviets, though.
Yes, but still, it is like their big win. That and helping Vietnam unite under North Vietnam, and then the Chinese get beat up by North Vietnam. It's not an impressive military experience. And also, a real fun one is the border conflicts between the Soviet Union and the Chinese, where the Chinese get slaughtered when they try to do incursions to take back fucking Inner Mongolia occasion.
The most recent one is India and China. I think they had a little with sticks and stones.
That's fun. That's fun though.
Well, that's because they're both nuclear powers, so neither of them want to escalate. So they decided we're just going to use bats.
Wait, who won? Who won?
It's a stalemate.
No. In that particular skirmish with the sticks and stones,
the Chinese
dude. No, that's not a skirmish. It's still going on.
No, I'm talking about the actual event where Indian soldiers were killed. They were thrown off the cliff.
Oh,
you said China won?
Yeah, because they didn't have anyone thrown off a cliff.
I do remember like the specific incidents where there were like the sticks and stones stuff came out.
Like, if you throw 2 people off a cliff and they throw 0 people off a cliff, you won.
Yeah, I'm trying to get at who's the better fighter, man. That's what I'm trying to get at. And
100% the Chinese, but that's just because they're against Indians. And
and then I'm thinking of
that's a low hurdle to clear.
I'm thinking of the Chinese UN mission in Africa where a Chinese unit got ambushed, and I think they got fucked up. So militarily, I don't think they're very good at anything. I want to say there has to be some event that I'm missing.
China could project power on anyone outside of NATO.
That doesn't mean much.
No, but that's a lot of fucking countries.
Yeah, it is a correct assessment. It is a correct assessment, though.
I mean, you're talking about some place like the Philippines, where the Philippines they're claiming a boat stuck on a coral reef, and the Chinese are like absolutely just pissing on them, literally pissing on them, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Okay, outside, probably not the Philippines, because if they went too far, we'd go, okay, it's time to Big Brother.
No, the Philippines hate us. Duarte kicked us out.
Oh, that was a dumb idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
won't come back and bite them.
And then Australia, right? The Chinese own a couple of Australian ports.
Oh, wait, that's the other thing. China's really good at projecting soft power.
Well, they're converting
they
those
own a lot
ports.
of our roads.
They're converting those
projecting
ports
their people abroad.
That's
a sign of weakness in a way, because America can actually hold ground without having Americans there. China needs Chinamen on the ground to project.
Yeah, but dude, they actually own a ton of our roads right now.
Yes, and that's bad, and you should ban foreign governments from owning your roads.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I really don't like the fact that we're letting that happen.
Well, I mean, we let them into our military too, and they steal secrets. So
yeah. Well, to be fair, if you want to get secrets, just go on the War Thunder forums.
Well, I think the Chinese have their own leaks with that, right?
Yeah, that actually it was tank data.
I love the fact that they showed that the tank was actually worse than we thought.
And their Sabot wasn't that good, right?
Yeah. Something about armor pen. I think it was both like I think it was ammunition for Chinese tanks, and I think it was also the armor plating leaked. I think it might be separate occasions. But you know what do you expect from fucking AliExpress tank?
Dude, I think the funniest thing though was fucking classified information about the F-117 getting leaked on War Thunder. Yeah, because that plane, we haven't used that plane since Bosnia.
I guess some veteran was a big fan of War Thunder.
Well, no, it was probably someone that worked for Lockheed. Because some of the stuff we still use from that plane, but like,
Do you
we're
guys-
really lucky that no one has leaked F-22 information.
Does anyone have a picture of the Chinese manpad that's like burning red hot?
Oh
right
yeah,
near
the fucking
guys?
glows. The
Yeah.
fiberglass just glows like lava.
Man.
Like,
And then trying to think of some other bullshit I've seen. Oh yeah, everyone knows, right? Steve MRE. He ate the Chinese ration, fucking got botulism or something.
Yeah, I actually eaten those as well, and they doesn't taste like food at all.
Doesn't taste like Chinese food?
It doesn't taste like something a human would eat. It's like
Jesus Christ.
it's so strange to eat. It's like real horrid consistency, and like embryos doesn't exactly have the most pleasant consistency at best of times.
God. Is it like a gruel?
The rice at least was like pretty slimy. Which is
God
oh,
damn.
wait. It's got... That is not good to have rice in it.
Nope. Are you looking at pictures of the delicious
No.
sino-engineering, food engineering?
Like, it's still a really bad idea to underestimate China just because they have numbers.
Yeah, but
And
I honestly don't think they're underestimated. They have numbers, but they can't use them properly.
yeah,
And like one
I
thing
see
that,
where you're coming from, but
I mean,
you
you know how like if you're in Shanghai, it's like a super high tech city. It's like at the class of any other city in the world. But when you move out into the countryside, you enter feudalism in China.
yeah,
And like China has a lot of internal conflicts. Like the countryside is Maoist in many places. Like they don't like the central government. They want like Mao back. They love the Cultural Revolution, which the new government does not. And we also have all the
I find that
falsification.
hilarious because the Cultural Revolution fucked over the countryside so horrifically.
Well, they also got to kill and eat their landlords, and I can understand that might be an enticing prospect. But it's like also when they do censuses, that we don't know how many Chinese they are. Like I mean, there are rumors due to like people checking the phone numbers, since you know your government ID is tied to fucking WeChat and Alipay and stuff, and there seems to be less Chinese than they claim themselves. There might be like a couple 100 million less Chinese than we think. Which no, great news. I would love that. But like that shows what a strange, decentralized, disorganized country China really is. Like it is centralized in their cities, but the countryside is still like wild territory where no one really knows what's going on and hasn't seen the light of civilization, well, ever.
I mean,
Yeah.
their infrastructure is pretty bad, right? I keep reading about the Three Gorge Dam.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's seen like I mean, some of the meme videos are of course fake, but like fucking bridges you can tear chunks of concrete off.
Right.
Like fucking noodles used as packing in walls and shit.
Now, what about the cyber shit?
It's
Like
overhyped.
cyber warfare stuff, or
Yeah.
like they probably are really good at that. I can actually believe like a lot of the Chinese hacking stuff, because I mean you can just
I mean, it's a stretch to call it hacking. They get a job at Lockheed.
yeah, I mean it's like what you call like social engineering mostly.
Yeah,
Well, no,
at the end of the day, I think it's less talking about how good they are and more talking about how bad we are.
I mean honestly, I'll give them like credit in cyber stuff and such, because if you like
no,
if you like just like a lot of gray market security tools
yeah.
are Chinese, and those are good. Like shit, like I mean, like readers for garage doors and like car openers and stuff. All that stuff is made in China. So those programs where you can like read signals in the air. That stuff works really, really well. And also like car security stuff that you can hack your car's firmware with, so you can repair stuff without a fucking $10,000 bill from your garage. Like all
It's
that stuff
also
is from China. They're
understanding
good
that
at
the
that.
average IQ of a Chinese immigrant is 130.
What?
Yeah.
Mm.
Those IQ rankings are gamed.
I mean, I can easily believe that China does have almost the average IQ they claim, which is like what 105 or something.
Their claimed IQ is 130, but when you have when you have an immigrant family come in from China, their IQ is usually around their average IQ is usually around 130, so it's
also
believable.
as
But it's also a case of when you've got
Yeah.
immigrants coming in from Asia, typically they're upper middle class. So
that skews
they're
the numbers
definitely
up.
it skews it heavily.
Because as someone who's administered IQ tests to students, let me tell you, those numbers are botched.
Now, when you are these the actual IQ tests where it's like pattern recognition,
Yep.
speed of reaction skills, things like that?
Yeah, Stanford.
Okay. Just making sure. I used to be a
Yeah.
human biodiversity guy back in the day.
No, dude, I wouldn't believe an IQ test that wasn't the Stanford.
I mean, they're different IQ tests, the
Yeah.
way they roll out. And for the most part, the only ones that matter are the ones that are really just reaction, like speed of reaction, and then pattern recognition and all that stuff.
Yeah, the ones that people refuse to acknowledge exist.
Right.
Okay, I need to stop everything right now. What the fuck does Proctor mean by Zenny? You'd unironically have the perfect voice for this. What the fuck are they talking about? I'm reading the VTuber discussion. I have no idea what the fuck he's on about.
Active is it on the tweet? Is it on the at everyone that he pinged? Is it based on that?
Maybe.
Actually,
Oh, okay.
Why don't you read it? Read it. Read it. Read it.
Oh,
Okay,
he wants his fetish material.
Yeah.
Wait,
He's
what?
super gay.
Actively begging someone to record an audio file as well comment I received today so I can make a sound alert. Please submit your entries.
Do it. Do it live on stream.
This is literally me. This is literally me though.
Do it.
Okay.
It's like they have me in that first sentence.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm a 6'4" burly bearded man. I'm currently naked, laying in bed and watched a few of your reels, but I'll wear some woman's underwear under my clothing as a mechanic all day just for you. It might be a little painful because I'm kind of big down there, and constrictive underwear sucks. But this isn't for me, it's for you.
You need to be more.
Like that it became Appalachian for some reason when you read it.
Oh, God.
Gotta be more seductive, man. Be more breathy.
I
and some other shit.
I can't. I don't have a seductive bone in my body. All I do for picking up chicks is just whip out my dick, and they're like, "Yes, sir."
Yes.
What was the American president? What was the American president that really did that? LBJ.
LBJ.
Yeah. Okay.
I take a shit, whip out his dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't he call Oppenheimer a faggot as well?
I mean, Oppenheimer was a faggot.
Yeah, I mean, but it was like a cool dude thing to do because it was.
He's a fucking Texan, man. Wait, he's from Texas, right?
I can't remember.
Yeah, he's a fucking Dixiecrat.
Ah, that explains it.
Can we talk about VTubers for a second? I don't know if this is going to be okay.
Is it going to be the Jewish thing again?
No. It'll be about this new. I saw a new VTuber. Her name is Nanobites. I don't know if you guys heard about her. I think she'd be great as a phase invader.
That sounds like a good idea. I mean, she's a horse girl after all, you know. She has that crazy bone in her body.
Yeah.
No, not important. Pipkin, I love you, but you really need to work on your bait.
Well, you know, I just saw that she had 120 CCV. I'm just saying that's pretty good.
We know she's ready to do feet stuff, you know. She has experience in that. Mm-hmm.
She's already she does skin and.
Now, piss is the new meta, I hear.
Jesus, she probably would do it. Man,
so
what the fuck?
Is Pippa gonna piss at 200k then?
I think she's overdue for pits.
Or is it armpits? Is armpits 200k? Is piss gonna be 300k?
Would you I mean, how would that even work? She could just be pouring water into a cup. Why am I even thinking this?
I mean, you are the piss expert. I remember you analyzed the Yuppie
Oh, yeah.
pissing really well. You know, we just need to have you there. We need to have you as the expert piss analyst. You have to prove that the audio is real.
I mean, you just have to hear if it's too much water or too less.
Yeah, you have to get those really good studio monitors and really sweet gain on it. Really listen to it.
Look, man, this just
She has to record a VAV in a studio so you can listen to every single sound. You can check all the peaks and valleys in the audio file. They're like, sounds like water. Too viscous. Too viscous.
I mean, piss. See, this is the thing that ruins my reputation, man. See, this is the type of shit that people say I do all the time. It's a one-off thing. It hasn't happened since.
Okay,
This
you
is
do
why I have a
everything.
bad
You do
reputation.
everything. You do everything else, but this is the one that's over the line. God damn it! It's over the line.
Everything else I've only done once or twice. I'm just saying, there's no reason for me to have this reputation that I have.
Okay, yeah.
I resent it.
And other things you tell your probation officer.
I have never been sentenced or charged.
I've never been sentenced. Okay, good.
That's what very nice lawyers are for.
That's how Jews make their money.
I actually use an Irish guy. I know, not as a callback, but literally my guy's Irish.
It all comes back. Oh my god.
But it's not a bit. He is actually he's a very nice criminal defense lawyer. Very good.
Yeah, don't grab a Jewish criminal defense lawyer. Always grab an Irishman.
I would agree with that. With financial stuff, you'd want to grab the Jewish guy, but I think,
Yeah.
I think with criminal
Well,
defense, you want an Irishman or a woman. You know, I'm not a sexist.
you really want someone with Mick in their name.
I'm trying to think. He doesn't have a Mick in his name. I probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Anyway.
Who's gonna give a rat's ass to look up a Midwestern non-Mick Irish lawyer? Who gives a fuck?
That's true.
But
I
What? Forgot what I was saying.
I mean,
No, I was thinking about various things, like the fact that you realize how many people how a lot of immigrant groups come in and take the jobs that are the most dishonorable. Because I've been rereading Wealth of Nations, and I think it's Adam Smith. Give me a second. It actually goes into like how certain jobs that pay more because they're considered less honorable, like actors and musicians. Yeah, Adam Smith.
Historically.
Yeah, well, leather workers get paid more because that job just sucks.
Yeah, but it's also like one of those that you would like Burakumin in Japan would do, and like Kapos in France, for example. Like this weird outside groups aren't racially different, but they are.
Well, one of
the
the
normal social
highest paid jobs was executioner, and you weren't allowed to live in town if you were an executioner in most European cities.
What is this, fucking 19th century? What about today?
Oh, I mean, today.
I mean, today an immigrant can come start a business, come here illegally and start a business, and hire employees, and still make money because there's no law against that.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious. There's no law regarding citizenship status, residential status.
No human is illegal.
Oh Christ! You know, I used to believe that. I used to believe that when I was younger.
I didn't because I grew up on construction sites.
Yeah, everyone's illegal there. Holy shit.
No, down here, surprisingly, it's usually just black dudes and Scotch Irish.
Oh, so black dudes.
Oh, like, it's one of those things where for a while, Hispanics were kind of looked down upon because they tended to do shoddy work.
Oh, so surprising. I can't imagine.
But they became real popular during the housing boom.
Because they were
because
not because they were good.
No, because they were quick.
I love rush jobs where I'm going to live. That sounds like
Yeah.
a great combination.
Yeah, no, don't buy a house in a fucking subdivision that was made post 2002.
That's great that you brought that up because I get to be racist against the Polish again. The like a lot of time people call the Polish like Europe's Mexicans because they're Catholic, they're not white, and they do cheap shoddy work, and that's like over here they did so much construction work, but all the construction companies basically said like, okay, fuck it, we'll pay double for a Swede instead because the Polish are so bad at this. Like nothing they built has lasted more than 2 years. They're so
Yeah.
bad. I fucking hate the Polish.
No, dude, like there was this point where it got to where the house was not going to outlive the mortgage.
Wow. And
Like that's a real thing.
American mortgages are basically like 3 generations at this point, aren't they?
No, they're still 20 to 30 years.
Oh,
But
that's nice.
the thing is, the house is so poorly built because from step one of the timber is significantly worse than it was 40 years ago.
Yeah, they're like, it's so fucking soft
And
and shitty
then
nowadays.
concrete is almost all poured by Mexicans who do a shit job, so you're going to have your foundation crack at some point. Like, it's so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And you really see it in commercial buildings.
If we're gonna have the most blue collar conversation ever, that stuff with the wood is such a fucking big problem when you're building stuff now. When you can see the year rings
Yeah.
are so far apart and the wood is so soft and shitty. It's incredible how bad
Oh,
wood
dude,
is nowadays.
it's even worse because we use pine.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do
everyone
a
uses
lot
pine
too,
now.
actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've got the money, you go, fuck that, I'm going to use cedar. Because cedar will never have a termite. It's way more durable than pine. And it
Probably not.
doesn't splinter like pine does.
Yeah, but like that's an expense problem.
Yeah.
It's like super fucking expensive.
That's the thing, is like if I had the money to build a dream house, it would be everything would be made out of cedar that was no less than 100 years old.
It would smell great as well. Cedar smells really fucking good.
It does, but you also don't have to you don't have to treat it.
Yeah, is it the same in America where untreated wood is super fucking expensive and treated wood has become cheaper now? Is it the same? Oh,
yeah. Also, like I wouldn't buy untreated wood unless it was probably cedar, because the entire point of treating it is so that you don't get termites.
Here's just the moisture mostly, more than termites.
Well, that too, but the big thing is because termites will absolutely fuck up your house.
I believe it.
And growing up in East Coast Canada, we never really had much of a termite problem. However, carpenter ants. So just substitute those guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I pay a guy every year to come do termite trapping.
Yeah.
Because I'm lazy. I admit it.
I live in a concrete box, so I don't need to think about it.
Lucky you.
Well,
Everything here is fucking wood and fucking siding. It's all shit. I fucking hate it.
Drywall always fascinated me as a child because that I've never seen drywall here ever. It's so fucking weird that every wall in America is drywall and everyone named Kyle punched through it. That was like
It's it's drywall because that shit is really cheap, and you can find the most retarded person on a construction site and teach him how to do drywall in like a day and a half.
it's still sort of absurd to make your walls out of like pizza cartons.
I mean,
it is very American.
drywall is actually way more stable than people think. It's just it's not meant to take a sudden impact to a very small area.
Or moisture.
In fact, it's actually meant to break on that so that you can put a nail through it to hang a picture. Because that will absolutely fuck up stucco.
Yeah, that's the one bad thing about living in an entirely concrete building is how fucking hard it is to put anything up on the walls having to do
Yeah.
You guys
with
don't have
extra
tape?
fasteners. It looks so shit taping stuff up when you pull it away. I don't want to repaint the walls.
Ugh, you're so lazy, dude. You don't have spray paint over where you're at.
Yeah, but I hate painting.
I don't know. Isn't there like isn't drywall also fire retardant?
Well, yeah,
Slightly.
yeah,
Because
slightly.
it's trying to remember what all goes into it.
I just
It's
know fire
mostly
code
wood
says it's
pulp.
2 inches.
Well, you have to
I mean,
remember,
it's
it's the synonym for it is gyprock. So it's
yeah.
all drywall is the anhydrite form of gypsum. That's why you can't get it wet. You get it wet, it'll just
It's
And you're getting
if I
gypped
remember
if you
correctly,
get
it's
it.
gypsum and wood pulp.
mostly, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it is a very
okay,
fast way of putting up a wall. So
okay, the really cheap shit is it's more wood pulp. The more cheaper you get.
Mhm.
If you go straight like pure pure gyprock, then you're looking to pay a pretty penny.
Oh,
yeah, I get the stuff that's got the green on it. Says anti-mold.
that's the other thing about drywall is it doesn't. It's really good against mold and mildew.
Yep. The only bad thing is it's very not soundproof, so my girl can hear me scream when I play Squad or League of Legends, and she can hear me if she was here talking to you guys being racist and shit.
Man, I'm sitting there like, do I want to play League? Do I want to learn to play League?
I think the answer is always no to that question.
Yeah, pretty much. Because I sit there and go, okay, what's the role you play when you're when you're over aggressive?
I mean, it's fun.
Because the only thing I can play I can only play 2 roles in an MMO. I can either tank or I can heal.
Oh, that's great. That's two out of three. You got a lot of utility, man.
Her pussy game
And
can't be that good to play League.
Wait, what? What? League is fun, dude. League is great. It's not great right now. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't played League in a couple months because it's absolute dog shit right now. But
yeah,
it was
but
fun, man.
that would cut way into my Total War Warhammer time.
Warhammer.
Oh,
Play a good Total War at least.
So
I'm a
you missed the Warhammer fucking Spurgeon earlier.
Oh, okay.
no,
Because I hate Total War Warhammer like with a passion.
Oh no, just the Warhammer stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean I
See,
like Warhammer. I hate Total
Oh,
War
okay.
Warhammer.
Right. Well, I'm the odd man out.
I actually really like it because well, the only thing I don't like about it is how often I end up just building a stack of archers and putting them in the corner.
Did you play the real Total War games previous to Total War Warhammer?
I played a little bit of Medieval and Shogun.
Okay. Because usually when people like Total War Warhammer, it's because they never played the good ones before.
No, it's because I like fantasy. Like, it's a really fun fantasy game.
Did you
You know
ever
who
play
likes?
King Arthur? The
Like,
Warhammer, the Total War ripoff of the
Thrones
last game.
Britannia.
No, the one I think it was called King Arthur, the series actually. I think just 1 or 2. There was
I
like
might,
a fantasy Total War before Total War Warhammer came out. I think maybe
like,
you like that actually. I thought that was better, but it was
I
unstable
mean,
as fuck because it
half
was
the
a
games
Russian
I
game.
have are the old, like Planescape, Baldur's Gate, and all that. Because that's the game. Like, those are my chill out games.
Yeah, I mean I don't play anything intensive. I like recently. My computer is 6 years old, so I'm starting to think like, oh, maybe I need to change it out. But I don't play anything modern at all.
Torian, do you play the simulator games?
Which ones?
Any of them? Farming Simulator,
No,
fucking
no.
forklift, anything like that?
I'm Swedish, not German.
Okay, all right. Oh man. All right, my mistake. My mistake.
No, I play like roguelikes and like strategy games and like what's the really bad term for it? Immersive simulators, whatever that
Oh,
is.
so you're the guy I need to talk to for for different games.
I think I was the guy who recommended you to play the System Shock remake. I think.
No, that was one I needed to pick up anyway.
Yeah, because that one was actually great. I actually
Like,
really loved it.
System Shock was. I don't want to say it was before my time because I think it came out in like 2003.
No. System Shock 1 is like 96, I think.
Okay,
That's a good
barely
movie, though.
before my time. Because at that point I was playing. No, wait. I was playing Armored Core in '98.
Yeah, that matches because first one is PS1.
1994.
Ooh,
Whoa.
Yeah.
Fuck.
then it's before my time actually.
Yeah. But like, I'm trying to go back and enjoy all the games like that because one of my favorite games for Xbox was Jade Empire.
I mean that's 2001.
One.
One.
2002.
That's not old. That's not old. I was alive then.
It's like that's not old. I was. Wait, how long ago was that? 23 years.
23 years.
Fucking kill me now.
No, but
Just like I played the shit out of the Alien vs Predator RTS. Because that game was fun.
That's also the early 2000s. That's got to be like 2003, I think, or 4 maybe.
Yeah, because I was in middle school when it came out. That game was great.
I mean, I really do recommend playing the System Shock remake because System Shock 1, I hate when people say, "Oh, this game didn't age well." No, you didn't age well, you fucking retard. Like, but System Shock 1 is truly inscrutable to play. Like, that wasn't fun to play.
The AVP RTS came out in 2003, and for context, I was in university.
Shit. Man, it sucks to realize how long like when you put a game to your age, and it's like, oh fuck. There are people in the server who weren't alive for it.
Are there really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, we have some children in the server.
Oh. Oh.
Like, neither of the Fujoshi were alive for that game.
I mean,
God.
Dina wasn't even born in the 90s. So
Yeah.
You're talking about kids that have only known post 9/11 America, then, pretty much, right?
No, they're both Canadian.
Still, oh fuck, man, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Man, these people will never know the simple joy of putting styrofoam in a bucket of gasoline.
I know. I'm still reconciling the fact that Empress was born the last time I got laid, which is why the ongoing joke of she may be my kid.
Oh my god,
dude! I'm so sorry to hear that.
I hope that's true because that would be like telenovela level bullshit. Like you find your lost child through VTubing. That's a fucking drama in the making.
She hasn't told me yet. I asked her the question. She never got back to me. Was your mother in Halifax in the early 2000s? I have never got an answer yet.
Oh my god,
dude!
I've had more than one condom broke on me, so the possibility is not zero.
that is very true.
It really sucks when they split up the middle.
Now, what do they do in that? That you got to pay child support?
I don't know. Back? I don't know, and I don't want to know.
You could fund her fucking dentist career, man.
I think she's only mentally a child. I don't think she's legally a child anymore.
She's 21. Well, she's 21, but still.
I mean, 18 should be the age of majority in Canada, I think.
I think it's 19.
Okay, we have 0 minors in the server, but like,
God, I hope so.
She's still gonna be a VTuber.
Jenna is really fucking close.
Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't think she was that young.
I think Dana's just retarded.
I mean, that too, but she's still 19.
Okay.
Like, what was weird was finding out Megu was only 24.
Yeah,
oh my god, man.
I can see that, though.
They're all fucking kids. They're more like kids now because kids don't grow up anymore.
These damn whippersnappers.
I know. I kind of hope that Flork's VTuber agency takes off since he's going to specialize in hags, and I hope we get some of
That
them.
is going to be the biggest. I mean, Flork is right. If it's a success, it's the funniest thing he's ever done. If it's a failure, it's the funniest thing he's ever done.
Yeah, there's yeah.
No, go on. I've interrupted you like 8 times. Go on.
What?
No, I interrupted Sandler again.
What?
What?
I thought you were about to say something. I interrupted you.
No? Question
Okay.
mark?
Well, okay. What I was going to say is like I hope for the like Flork stuff that he recruits people who weren't already VTubers. Because we're fucking recycling VTubers like maniacs. This is stupid nowadays. It seems like no one is actually becoming a VTuber. Everyone's been in a company before. So
That's
boring.
because there's 30,000 of them.
They get new ones then. There's like 4.5
Like,
billion women. You got something.
What he'll
to
probably
switch
do is pick up a bunch of 2 views and get them up to maybe 3 view status.
on. Wow.
I mean, how are you gonna get new people interested?
Don't
That
ask me.
too. Like, also, man, I would not want to stream as a career. Well, actually, I kind of would because I'd want to be able to write off video games and Warhammer figurines. I would do painting streams out the ass. It's like,
and
wait,
like
you
expensive
mean?
office chairs and tables and computer monitors
Yeah,
and
like,
computer parts. Like that sounds awesome.
I'm
dude.
sitting there going, everything is deductible.
Fucking
like,
skips are deductible.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed, 1 room of your house is a tax deduction.
Do fucking cooking hand cams. You can write off the ingredients. You can write off the equipment. It's like, damn, I
Oh
would
man,
renovate my whole kitchen.
like,
It's so great.
I sit there and go, if I was in like 5,000, if you could get to like 3,000, 4,000 view status, the amount of shit you should do just so that you can like do it basically for free. Like a $10,000 renovation to your kitchen is now free.
I mean, that's what Linus does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
every
And like,
VTuber should do it.
you can just fucking let's do a drinking stream. Then can write off all the expensive alcohol, like drinking fucking $700 bottles of champagne and whiskey and stuff. Like that would be amazing.
Yeah, but you guys are guys. See, that's the thing. You're thinking this as a man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to point that out to Megu. Is like any upgrade you need to your computer is tax deductible.
And what did she say? She probably said, "What are taxes?" Right?
No, she pointed out that she makes like $1,000 a month streaming, and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter then.
No, it does matter.
Kind of, but it matters a lot less.
I mean, if I'm trying to remember the rules here, if you take a loss,
Yeah, you can defer the loss over either 3 or 5 years.
right? So it would still be good to write it off.
Yeah,
But again,
but you're talking
we're
about
men.
someone who's panicking over the fact that they're making 12 grand a year, and you're not going to be able to talk any. You're not going to be able to explain anything logically at that point. Like, got to get them to the point where they are at least kind of comfortable before you can start explaining all this shit. And really, by that point they should talk to an accountant.
Well, of course, but again, men versus women.
Yeah.
Because what I would do is I'd start an LLC, rent out my house to myself, write that off, right? All that stuff, the utilities. Well, that's got to go in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all understand how this works.
Yeah.
I would also, anything I'm interested in would immediately have a stream dedicated to it at least once a month.
Right.
Like,
Holy
I
shit,
swear that's
she's
my
alive.
Who?
Imp.
Imp is alive and she's stalking. She's stalking the forum or the fuck whatever the fuck this is.
Server.
Are you listening? I swear to God, please don't listen.
Where is she talking? Where is she talking?
She's talking in the Discord.
Which Discord?
This one, the one we're all talking in.
The general channel.
Oh shit, she's alive!
Why am I?
Slandering me. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh, she heard it. Oh God,
Oh God, she's. Well, get
this is
in here.
awkward.
Well, come in
Okay.
and defend yourself then.
Well, no.
Can she-
Okay. Are you healed up? Is your jaw healed up? Can you talk?
Oh shit, that's
Yeah,
right. I
her-
forgot.
Her jaw healed up like 2 weeks ago.
I don't fucking know. I'll try
It's
to tune in, but on the bus right now. Okay, wait until you get home,
Okay.
or wait until you get home. Okay.
Yeah, don't dox yourself to the bus driver.
I'm trying to.
She's listening. Oh my God. Oh
Yeah.
fuck, this is embarrassing.
But no, I sit there and go, man, I would buy all the AOS centerpieces and paint them.
Right, and then you put them on the back of your little streaming thing.
Yeah.
Or you
Or just
put a
because I
picture
did
up?
the paint. Well, because I did the painting stream, all of a sudden every paint I used, and those are $4 a pot, I just write off the entirety of that pot
Right.
and the model.
But again,
So-
you're thinking of this as a guy. You know what I mean?
And
Yeah.
if you're like actually big as well, you can be really cheeky with the merch you do because you make merch that you want. So you get at least one piece of the merch. You're like, oh, I need a new tent for camping. Let's sell a tent. Ooh, need a.
Yeah.
And then you do a
I
drop
would not
ship.
be able to resist. I would do like artisanal fucking
Dude,
cast iron pans.
I
and shit
still
and-
think that's
Oh my
why.
God.
I actually believe that's why Sleepy does gunsmithing streams.
Yeah, pretty.
Yeah,
likely.
and Sleepy smart folk. She would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she set up her own 3GP for her merch thing before she partnered with the other guy, I think. Is her store still up? Let me check her store real quick.
I haven't checked in ages.
It's like I would also talk to a friend of mine who works for a tobacco company to get their nicotine pouches to fucking sponsor me.
Can you be sponsored by them on YouTube or Twitch though?
This is
I'd
a
have to
valid point.
check.
Because I think that might fall under the whole like, oh, no tobacco ads.
Well, I would also try to get Celsius to sponsor me because I drink their fucking peach mango green teas like fucking water.
Yeah, all the fucking zero calorie, not really energy drinks, but like vitamin stuff. They're so fucking popular.
Well, no, this is 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, but there are no calories.
Yeah, but they also taste good, so.
Yeah, but they usually like, oh, we're not an energy drink. Haha, we're a training drink. It's not the same thing.
No, Celsius straight up says they're an energy drink.
Oh, really? They don't do here, actually. They try to like disguise it a little bit here.
Well, you probably have a law against it.
No. They just like market themselves towards like, oh, gym bros. I would partner with fucking Swedish nutrition. Have you seen their fucking protein powder?
You
They're
know who
like,
I'd definitely partner with? I would try to get Derek from More Plates, More Dates because I go through his fucking gorilla mind like crazy.
Who?
Derek
Yeah.
from More Plates, More Dates? Like, I use his fucking protein powder because it actually tastes good.
Okay.
I'm not familiar.
I use his nootropic blend because it's the one because I tried Alpha Brain and it's not nearly as effective.
Is he a gym bro?
Nootropics.
Yeah, he's fucking huge.
Yeah, okay. The
But,
name did ring a bell, but
The thing that got me to watch him is he was doing Natty or Not on UFC fighters.
okay, yeah, that's where I heard him from. Yeah,
And it was hilarious to watch his Natty or Not on Paulo Costa.
I don't know anything about UFC.
Mm.
I watched
It's the only sport I watch.
No, I mean, what I mean to say is I watch my girl's into MMA, which is into women's MMA. So there's some bullshit out of fucking Singapore or something she watches.
One.
Is it one? I don't know. It's
Yeah.
the whole thing is they don't want to be the UFC with the cockiness. They want to be like respectable athletes and shit like that.
This is what I would want to be sponsored by.
Why does she watch the fucking shitty? Well, one is actually decent, but
Yeah, there's some
I am-
female, some woman that was like really personable that she liked. She lost the match or something. I don't know. It was really boring. It was a boring fight.
well, you just said women's MMA.
I know. I'm trying not to be so sexist.
Look, it's not sexist to admit that women's MMA fucking sucks.
Yeah, I mean the guys isn't that great either. You're talking like 5 rounds at 3 minutes or whatever the fuck, and they go all 5 rounds because no one's strong enough to do a knockout or anything.
Well, it's kind of the problem. This is a problem in UFC where both fighters are so good at defending that it's actually really hard to hurt the other guy.
Yeah.
Unless you're just a absolute monster like John Jones.
I think the last time I saw UFC was when Crow Cop was still a thing.
Oh shit. See, I miss that era because Anderson Silva is still my favorite fighter.
I just remember rooting for Crow Cop, and then life happened.
And then Brendan Schaub knocked him the fuck out.
Oh.
I'm sorry that I call your favorite energy drink a GamerSupps knockoff pouring.
It does look like a Gamer Subs knockoff though.
That's protein powder.
I mean, what is the difference between all the shit?
Whether it has protein or not.
I really fucking hate like the gamer subs shit. I think it's so stupid.
I mean, it's just a pre-workout, right? That's all it is.
Basically. Actually, no, because pre-workout actually has shit in it that helps you with the exercise.
Yeah,
gamer subs
gamers
is just like caffeine and like
it's just
BCAA
caffeine. It's
or
just
something.
sugar and
Oh,
caffeine.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's caffeine and flavoring.
All right, I thought it was like some creatine shit.
And they like
No.
sell on having like weird porn mugs. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
What, you don't like anime girls?
Yeah, I do, but I wouldn't like drink out of the naked anime
Well,
girl cup.
Why would I pay half again as much for a blender cup with an anime girl on it?
Yeah, I don't get why people. I mean, I get why people buy sponsor stuff, but it's like never appealed to me. I don't give a
No.
shit if it supports someone I like. I'm not gonna buy shit yet because it supports them.
I don't know.
I
Go
would
ahead.
much rather just hand the person I like money.
Yeah, I've
Even if
never
YouTube's
bought
going to
merch.
take its 30% cut, I don't care. I'd rather get a membership or send a super chat or something than why they're probably getting like 10% of the cut.
I mean, it's good advertising.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like, I have all the face shit in the closet. They're just in boxes, sitting in the closet. They're not out. They're not doing anything.
Well, what I fucking hate with VTuber merch is I think Callie is the only Callie and Ina both did good stealth merch, which is what I like. Like, give me a t-shirt with a small emblem on the sleeve.
The Pippa Hot Topic shirts were pretty good.
Yeah. Gura's first merch run was pretty decent with the polo.
Hey, who's the Hololive, the mythic one where the design was actually pretty like subtle?
Uh,
They had a collab recently with some Jap fucking clothes company.
pretty much all of them have had pretty subtle merch at one point or
Okay.
another.
Didn't
I think
he-
PR is the only one who hasn't done that, and she should really market the fucking dress she did. The fuck, I'm trying to remember. It's a Bavarian dress.
the Dirndl.
Yeah, she should really sell one of those.
Are you gonna wear it?
Fuck no. But she's got a large lesbian audience who would probably wear it.
I'm not familiar with her, man. The only thing I know is that she likes to cry a lot.
See, that's one of the two reasons I don't watch her. I don't like woman tears.
Why not?
They make me
You
feel
can't-
bad.
It's literally man instinct. It's
Yeah.
like it's up there with crying baby,
It's-
and then women crying. You just
I
don't.
hear woman tears. How do I fix?
I don't know what kind of porn you watch, but the ones I watch have a lot of women crying in them.
Tearing up, but not like crying.
No, this is crying. Anyway,
Can we?
Man,
not
you
ins-
spend
can
way
we-
too
can we
much
not
time on
ins-
Queen's sake, then.
Can we not say we did?
all right.
Dude, I'm still surprised that no one has put me on the list of biggest coomers in the server.
Are you? I don't recall you ever talking about this sex shit.
Have I not? I know, like, Thrang has outed me as a foot friend.
No, you're not a foot friend. You are a foot faggot. You are a foot faggot.
I mean, it's like my.
Wait, are
If
you
we're not counting
serious
tits,
here?
ass, pussy, and thighs, it's like my 5th favorite part.
I
What's
don't.
number 4?
Hold on. Calves.
Oh, okay.
So you go top. So you're basically going top down then.
First, okay, so if we're getting rid of the obvious, like tits, ass, pussy, and thighs, it's collarbone, neck, stomach,
What the?
calves, and then feet.
How? How do you get so specific on like the body part?
Because
I have to go with Pipkin on this one. How?
because I'm autistic.
Is that it? I'm like,
Yeah,
this is
you could
I'm
say it
genuinely curious because I don't understand
I
the.
don't know. Like, I just fucking one day made a list.
Okay, where do you rank armpits then? That's important.
Bottom.
Oh, really?
Worse
Yeah,
than
that's
feet?
my way worse than feet.
No, that's a criminal opinion.
Because here's the thing: with feet, you can tell exactly how good a girl's hygiene is, and they spend a lot of time making sure their feet are pretty.
Are you Latino?
No,
Okay.
I just understand. Like, it's just like when I'm approaching a girl, I pay attention to what jewelry she has on, and try to find
But
the
that's
thing
normal.
that.
Do you
Well,
approach them crawling
I
like
try to
Solid Snake, watching their feet?
Well,
Like, how do
I
you
try to
approach?
figure out the thing that's out of place because usually that's an heirloom probably given to her by her grandmother, so it's really important to her. So I make sure to compliment that.
Excuse me, miss. I see your feet are out of place.
Nah.
I mean, that's normal behavior, though. I'm trying to find out where the autism plays for something like a collarbone.
Oh, I mean, collarbones are just awesome.
Look, you have to expand on that because I'm not
Yeah.
understanding. Like, is it the curvature? Is it like how much
It's
it
the
sticks
curvature
out?
and that little dent, like right in the middle,
Okay.
that you could perfectly place a shot in.
Like alcohol or a bullet?
Yep,
Okay.
like
And
it perfectly
you're
holds a shot.
and what do? You like lift her up and you drink the shot from the collarbone?
Okay. Well, when I drank, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I can see that.
Plus, it's a good
But
spot to. It's a decent spot to like focus on for a second.
okay,
It's
but
sensitive enough, but not so sensitive that.
how many women have deep enough divots for that can do that? Because I'm thinking I don't know too many women that would be able to do that, to have that spot there. I'm just
Hold
saying,
on.
it seems very.
I'm actually feeling my collarbone to see how deep the divot is on me. It's about the
Well,
size of my thumb.
I'm fucking
Like,
fat, so I don't have a divot.
I mean, like my trap kind of gets in the way of it.
Yeah, where is this divot? I don't have it either, I don't think.
It's between your shoulder and your neck.
This is
It's
Kershi.
literally where the collarbone surrounds the neck.
This is Kersh's cum gutters conversation all over again. I swear to fucking god.
Is cum gutters the male equivalent of vagina bones on women?
No,
No,
the cum gutters is the
no.
Adonis line. The Adonis line. It's above the crotch and it comes off the abdominals.
Okay.
See, here's the other thing. If the
I see.
girl has a deep enough divot, she's not. You can guarantee she's not fat.
Wait, so you're talking
That
about
is
the
nice.
collarbone as it goes to the shoulder to the neck, and not where the
Yeah.
collarbone connects at the neck.
As it goes, you know how both clavicles circle around to the rib cage?
Right.
Yeah, right there.
In between, underneath the neck.
So like under
No,
the
not
Adam's.
under the neck, on the side of the neck.
So not
Like as
under
it
the
runs from the shoulder to the
Right,
neck.
right.
Yeah,
You're talking about
there's
the
that
okay.
small divot.
Well, I have traps, so I don't have it. So,
I do too. So it's like really
so you
tiny.
like him skinny, is what I'm hearing. You want a skinny anorexic bitch.
Not anorexic, but
You
I
want a
do like them.
Louie, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. Especially, okay, wait, I need to stop now. Because then we're going to get into the sound of her whenever she finds out there's a child watching.
Oh
And what's
god.
oof? Is she one of them? She a Rian?
She's baby crazy.
You know who else is baby crazy?
Dizzy.
Yeah, that's true. I thought I was gonna say Sheena was also, but yeah, Dizzy seems up there.
But this is baby crazy, both in wanting a baby and being a bit too attracted to young children as well. So
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Look, there are things that you can't fix, unfortunately.
yeah, and amputation,
Well, it's
God,
kind of
man.
par for the course for Phase, if we're being honest, because
Yeah.
Pippa's Riona tendencies, and
Yeah, but amputation. is a
Yeah,
step beyond,
we
I
still
must
need to
say.
figure out which side of the Riona Pippa wants to be on. Because
Yeah,
once in a while
ask-
she
ask-
sounds
ask-
like she wants to be the abuser.
Ask her in a $2 super chat. I hear that's her fetish.
Like,
Like, what?
I don't know. I lost my train of thought immediately.
What unwholesome thoughts were you having?
None
No.
for Pippa.
Not her feet?
I'm not ready to kill, man. Those were
So-
some weird looking feet.
Unwholesome thoughts.
They
Okay.
were like it was like one of the most interesting pictures I've ever seen. It's like what sort of hominid are you with those sort of feet? What race is this?
No, she's obviously very tall.
Oh, she has fucked up feet.
Also, she's probably flat footed.
Yeah. Ugh. Don't like that.
Oh, so you really are a foot guy.
Feet are important to someone's health.
Sure.
I'm sorry, man, but
Like,
I
no,
for one have
it's
the.
fucking weird that I know it's fucking weird.
Are flat feet the fat girls of feet?
I haven't thought of it that way.
Okay. Because you need to put this in terms
It's
to
just-
understand.
Flat feet are sometimes, like from a actual health perspective, flat feet are not really good.
Yeah,
So,
they limit your running.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
like
I'm not
there's a
into- I'm
reason
not-
the
I'm not-
military won't take a flat-footed person.
I'm not into feet, so I thought I need to ask you, the feet expert.
I'm far from a foot expert.
Okay, I'll ask Frank next. Okay, sure.
Yeah, when's he gonna get on? He or she, however they identify.
But no, it
Wait,
was
who? Wait, who are we
Frank.
talking about?
Thrang.
it's also the
Okay.
fact that like foot fags always make the best art.
Okay, speaking of closeted foot fags, as far as the Thrang equation goes and stuff, he is really anal retentive on not being doxxed. So he doesn't want to, like, no voice, no pictures, no nothing. But I can't get over the voice thing. I was like, okay, so who's going to win the bet? Because me and Sopmod have a bet. It's like, he's either black or a woman at this point. Because he doesn't want to voice dox himself. So he's either a
I
black
think
or
he's
a woman.
I think he's Mexican, 100% Mexican.
Well,
Yeah.
that's no difference then. So
Like super thick accent Mexican.
For me, it's like the really Reddit racism he often espouses. That's a very Mexican. thing
okay,
to do,
well,
like-
well, I'm not going to dox him. I know what state he's from, but I swore a blood oath not to dox what state he's in. So him being Mexican, there's a not 0% chance that might be true.
I'm like 100% convinced, just because the way he behaves is exactly like a 15-year-old. Like, oh, I might be Mexican, but I'm really white. Like he's a little wannabe Fuentes. That one, I know that.
Oh,
He
he's a
did-
kid. Don't get me wrong. He's a kid. He's a kid. No offense, but he's definitely a kid. Just the way he acts.
I mean-
He posted that shitty picture of his skin,
Well-
man.
He'd have to be at least what 18.
He's probably about 20 something.
Yeah, Short agrees with me. Black, Mr. Nigerian Prince. He knows his racial stuff.
Dude, I still think Short is secretly Rhodesian.
He's the last.
could-
He's the last white Rhodesian.
Like we don't know where he's from. We just know he's from Africa. So
Short East.
I'm
Robert
betting either
Mugabe.
Rhodesian or a Bowyer.
Bor.
But dude, do you think I give a fuck what South Africans call this shit?
If he's South African, he does, because there's a difference between Boer and Afrikaans.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just like having the mental image of Short being like a bone through nose witch doctor in the mud hut with like an internet connection.
Yeah, I was thinking like a Nigerian guy in a internet
Yeah.
cafe, and he's doing 40119 scams.
That would be hilarious.
I mean, he codes. Like we know he codes.
I mean, that would
So
explain how he can gift 100 subs.
yeah,
That's right.
he said like I heard his accent, and it's not what I would call a African accent, right? Like a black accent.
Yeah. Short has
Very
the
European-ish.
yeah. Short has the Thang thing. Like, I'm surprised he actually
So,
did pipe in the last group call. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised at that. But I didn't. I
Yeah.
wasn't
so
able to pin his accent either.
But it is a European. You heard that slight like Danish accent going on.
so probably southern tip of Africa.
Well, I mean, you could be white anywhere and still have the
Yeah.
Danes had controlled a lot of the coasts.
I don't think that's likely.
Okay.
I
There
mean,
was
you
there
can
was
tell
like
when,
there was like 100 Danes in like the one fort they had in West Africa. It's like they did not leave anyone behind.
Hmm.
yeah, so probably South African or
I
one
mean,
of the few people left in Zimbabwe.
if you're white in Africa, you're most likely in South Africa. Because that's the only place where there are significant
That's
proportion
true.
to population.
Or
Wow.
I don't know.
America's
Thing being a
oldest
Mexican is
ally.
so funny.
He could be Moroccan.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's a
We're
lot
looking
of
for a
names.
non like Zosha accent. Someplace where they do, maybe not French.
I don't know. See, we would need him in a voice call to see if he says "my friend" a lot. Ugh.
Well, I know he's not from any of the French countries because he didn't have a lick of French accent on him.
Okay,
Right.
then it's not Morocco.
Or maybe I was.
See, I always thought Thring was a girl.
No, that's
He wants to
I
be.
mean, he might be a girl, but he's still definitely Mexican.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
I'm 100% certain on. Actually.
Okay.
Well,
I'm
okay,
so
I
fucking-
can actually see Srang as a Latina because he does get very passionate about things at times.
I was actually talking to Haka for a long time, like 2 weeks ago, and I think I did manage to convince him. And like, since he is, of a person of being, he did agree with me at the end that Frank might just be Mexican.
No, honestly, the
God.
funniest thing, Thring's a flip.
Well, that would be disgusting, but very possible.
I can see
he's
why
so
he
pissed.
hides it.
That's why he's so pissed at Henry. He's jealous. Henry is the alpha Filipino community.
Ugh.
Frank can't sell his farm to go to Los Angeles for a convention.
Would you guys ever go? I'm thinking about going to Offkai.
I'm not buying a fucking
All right. Well,
24-hour flight ticket to go to fucking.
okay. Well, you're not in America, but I'm just saying to the guys who live close by.
I'm not
Man,
keen
if I'm
on
flying,
leaving the country.
if
Okay.
I'm flying, I'm going to Vegas.
I mean, I don't see the point to going to a VTuber convention to meet VTubers. You meet them just as much in
Yeah,
a
and
fucking stream as you do on a convention.
Yeah.
I don't see the point.
yeah, and I also have the added disadvantage. Well, I don't know, disadvantage or whatever and stuff. I did the con thing for years and years and years, and I got the con burned out like half a decade ago.
I mean,
I got burned out like 6 conventions or something. It's so similar. You get bored.
my state has the best convention you'll ever go to. Dragon Con.
I've heard about that one.
I would
If you
probably
like
go
Lot
to
of
Dragon Con.
furries.
Dragon
Lot
Con
of
is
furries.
Dragon Con is not as fun as it used to be, but it happens at the same time as the Black Gay Pride Parade.
Oh,
Sounds amazing.
But okay, there was a year where Dragon Con was actually sponsored by Four Loco.
that's playing with
Jesus.
fire.
Doesn't Dragon Con have like a
Dude,
big,
no,
a
even
big,
worse.
like,
This was when Four Loco was effectively a Jaeger bomb. Like
Isn't
when it
it-
had all the caffeine in it.
Oh, original flavor. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, like it was. You didn't have to buy a pass because people were fucking losing their passes constantly.
Is Dragon Con the one where the airsofters camouflage themselves as the convention mats? Is that the one?
Mm-mm.
Because that okay. Is that one really
DragonCon's
good?
a fantasy convention.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never been to a con, so for me it'd be a new experience.
I would say do a con at least once, and maybe like a medium to large one. The small ones are really hit or miss, so like a medium or large one, and just do it once just to say you did it.
Yeah. But a
Okay.
focused small con is always the best way to go.
Well, what about this? Would I be able to meet the Phase Girls in real life at a different
No.
con?
You
No.
could be banned in real life as well. Wow.
I know. I've been thinking about showing my ass on stream.
Actually,
I re-
actually, there's not a zero chance you might be able to meet them because I know Disney and a couple of the other ones have managed the booth in the past.
Yeah, Disney's managed, and
Yeah.
Erica and Leah have gone to Offkai.
What if you walk up to them and just see them flee before you?
I mean,
Well,
you could
they'd
get
be
us.
racist, is what I would say.
Forever cementing.
I mean,
James
Lumi's
Conn as
probably going to go
the
live
racist guy.
because like everyone else in LA is going.
Yeah, and Pippa's on the West Coast now, so there's not a 0% chance. But then again, that would involve her leaving the house, so who fucking knows?
Hey, she's gotten good at that.
Yeah, but they'd have to go all the way up to wherever the fuck her parents are right now, and they'd have to drag her down. I call it right there. They'd have to go up there and drag her.
It's in
No,
San
she-
Francisco this year.
Oh, I wouldn't fucking go then. Like, I would think about going to LA because I want to go see the La Brea Tar Pits, and their museum has dinosaurs, so that's awesome.
Agreed.
Hell is
That sounds
okay.
like a better time than
Like, I'm one of those weirdos who, if I go to a major city, the first place I go is the museum.
Is that weird? Then I'm weird too.
To be
I mean,
Dude,
you guys
fair,
you'd
are
be
just
surprised.
nerds.
You would be
We're-
surprised how many people think that's fucking weird.
guys, we're a bunch of autistic men having a conversation. Anything we say is not going to be weird to each other, but we have to acknowledge that it would be weird to an outsider.
Oh, that is
I'm
true.
not autistic.
No, you're just a pothead.
Yeah.
It's just like it's just like I got Queso to confirm that I don't want to play Ark again.
Oh my god.
All I had to do is ask if they fixed flyers.
I don't know what that
Arc.
means.
Ark used to have movement speed on flyers. They no longer do. Which means you can't cross the map in a minute and a half.
So they got
They-
rid of effectively they got rid of flying mounts in Ark.
Oh, okay.
No, they still exist. They just aren't fun now. Because you can't have a fucking poison wyvern with 4,000 stamina.
Well, ask
They-
yourself, was Arc
they literally-
ever fun?
Yes, when I could cross the map in a minute and a half, it was really fun.
You know what? That's way sicker than your feet talk. Actually, saying that Arc was fun at one time. It's
Dude,
like a really sick
okay.
thing to say.
when you've got a fucking 150 Quetzal down on the ground and you're starve taming it and you're timing everything perfectly, it's so fun. And you're sitting there for 3 hours and the tension is insane because you're in an area where there's Rexes and they can fuck up your tame.
Yeah, I don't. Arc, no, thank you.
But then there's the moment where you're hand feeding a Giga for 24 hours.
Yeah,
And
the
that's a
sort of
lot
shit-
less fun.
That's the sort of shit that made me not like Arc that and getting 15 FPS in a game that looks like it came from the PlayStation 1.
Yep, there's the one. That's the other thing that is like, I don't really want to play Ark anymore.
That might be like the least optimized game of all time. It's like it runs so shit.
Dude, have you seen how fucking big it is now?
Yeah, when I played, I was like, wow, this is a fucking huge game. It's 60 gigabytes. And I was like, what, 600 instead?
Yeah, it's like, why the fuck would I play this game?
Yeah.
Like,
Barely have a hard drive that can take the shit.
and I actually really enjoyed the game for about a year.
Guess that's how I feel about like DayZ.
But once they got rid of movement speed and all that on flyers, it's like, well, now my favorite thing to do was to go into the Scar and grab Werven eggs. I can't really do that easily anymore. And because it's always really fun to outrun the Wervins. It seemed like they deliberately made everything unfun.
Well, that's modern game design, so
I can't contribute to Arc Talk. I was so bored by it. I played for 13 hours and then never touched it again.
I don't know. The only crafting survival games I ever play were Minecraft and Power World, so that's my metric.
Power World was really fun for a while, but then Power World runs out of being fun very quickly, though.
I
Yeah.
lasted 3 days, then I was bored of it.
I don't know. I do have hope that it might. Well, I don't know. The company doesn't exactly have the best track record as far as long term support, but fingers crossed. Fingers crossed they might put like a major update out.
There is an update coming like right now.
Yeah, I've heard
they're releasing Goth Gardevoir.
Yeah, but like that's not gonna get people to come back. Well, it will get people to come back.
It's gonna get people coming for sure.
But also, like the server I was on, it always took like 12 to 14 hours for them to properly update the server. So you and they were putting out minor updates constantly. So
I can
it
see
kind of got really annoying.
I can see a major resurgence coming out once they implement proper PvP.
I don't think they're ever going to do that.
I don't think they're ever going to do it either, if I'm being honest. What the fuck? Oh, okay, someone's getting fired. Okay.
What?
Okay, for context, anytime I say someone's going to get fired is whenever there's an earth movement in town. Read, because of the mine. So it's like, oh, something went off, or something shouldn't have gone off because now is not the time for the daily blast. So, as I say, someone's going to get fired.
Yeah, don't do your daily blast in the Discord call. That's disgusting.
All right, fellas, I gotta go. I'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
Thanks for the host.
Okay, thanks for coming.
Bye.
Can you kick me out? I don't know how to exit.
Oh my god.
But I can't.
Okay, I'll just move you to the waiting room, and you can figure it out
There's
later.
literally an end call button.
Well, it's yeah, like you say, it's the end call button. It's literally right there. It looks like an old fashioned telephone handle. It's like right there. Mouse over, it turns red. You can just press.
Oh, he might have been on
Phone.
mobile, but even then, there's there's a leave voice button.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I can keep going. I mostly kind of just want to. I'm just hanging and chilling.
Yeah, pretty much the same. I'm enjoying my cigar.
I haven't smoked a cigar in like, okay, pushing 2 decades now. Fuck, Jesus Christ.
Man, I found a website that will ship them to your house for and it's like $120 a box.
Yeah, I know. I was really cheap in university. I smoked those. I forget what I think they were captains or something, like the the rum flavored cigarillos.
Yeah. No, I managed to pick up a box of a count box of acids for $120.
That's not bad.
Nah. Especially since like these are really densely packed.
I only smoke pipe tobacco nowadays if I smoke.
I mean, the main thing I use is fucking Rogue. Because it's just nicotine and flavor.
What is that? Is that like a nicotine pouch?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's nicotine and like a fake menthol flavor because they banned putting natural flavors in nicotine products.
Oh yeah, you can't get snooze either, right?
No, we can, but I prefer this because snus still has all the bad shit and tobacco in it.
Yeah, it does.
This is literally just nicotine and like the ones I have are peppermint and spearmint.
I sort of like that all the bad shit is in snus and like cigarettes and stuff. It feels fake when you just doing the chemicals. It feels too clinical for me.
Yeah, but all I want is the fucking. Well, I don't get head rushes unless I smoke a cigar, but like all I want is the stimulant factor that comes from nicotine.
Have you ever had real snus?
Yeah.
Okay, have you had Siberia?
No, they don't
Because
sell that here.
that's the like really strong one. If you want the rush, that's the one you want. It fucking burns a hole in your lip on the first one. It's so fucking strong. People puke and pass out from it. It's
No,
that strong.
dude, I smoked 2 to 3 packs a day when I smoked cigarettes. Like, I look at the price of cigarettes, and I'm like, I'm glad I quit.
Yeah. How much is it? It's $5 here for a pack of cigarettes.
10.
Holy shit.
It's all fucking taxes too because we grow the tobacco down here.
Yeah.
I know you
Yeah,
need to
here's
you need to get a deal in with Cipher and get the reservation cigs.
No, I have a cousin that works for the company that imports acids.
Oh,
Like, he can get me a box of $500 cigars for free.
no, one of the things I miss about Japan is actually the cigarettes. All their cigarettes was really nice tasting and cheap.
Yeah, I
We
always
got
smoked menthols though, so
oh really?
yeah.
Isn't that is that not a girly thing in the US?
it's also a
No,
black thing
it's
too.
Oh, okay,
down.
because it's a
Like if
girly
you're
thing
in,
here.
well, if you're in the South, most people smoke smoke menthols.
Hmm. I see.
Yeah, because I remember when the flavoring ban happened, it was mostly the internet is like, it's racist. You know that.
White people don't even spice their cigarettes.
It's it's kind of a normal thing. It's well, also like my dad smoked menthols, so
So
when
you
I picked up
inherited
smoking
it.
at his funeral, I decided to start smoking menthols. I started with his brand and then found a better one.
That's usually how it goes. I'm just looking at Proctor's Discord, and I'm kind of amazed there's still people who don't know nanobites lore. That's kind of
Oh,
weird to me.
I mean, they didn't watch Yuri, and they
I mean,
only watch Pippa, so they don't know about it.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it's that easy. Like she all her relevancy for those people disappeared as soon as she left Face, and they didn't know her when she was in Cyberlife, so it's not that
well,
strange.
I'll occasionally catch a stream because I'll turn on Twitch to see if anyone's streaming and she'll be recommended. Nano's is Nano is all right.
I have zero opinion, to be honest on her.
It's pretty much that. Like, I don't find her streams to be offensively boring.
I just think she's a
And
little
there's
shit.
a lot, yeah, and there's a lot of streamers that I go, this is offensively boring.
Yeah, I've never watched her, so I can't really say either way.
And it's like, this is boring, and I watch Mia. But also, there's a distinct lack of strategy streamers, so I have to watch Mia and Kilio.
I really don't get why you want to watch strategy games. I think they're fun, but not fun to watch.
It's fun to watch someone fuck up and then 10 turns later get to see the outcome.
I just get frustrated. I don't want to watch VTubers play games I like because they're gonna play them badly, so I'm gonna get angry at them.
But see, I don't know. Like I sit there and go, like I love watching Megu play Factorio, and then but I also want to fucking scream at her when she's playing Factorio.
You know, I like not having a heart attack before my 30s. I think I'm gonna skip that actually.
I'm already past my 30s, so I don't need to worry about that.
Speaking of VTubers, I don't know how I feel about this, but the fish, the fish's podcast Twitter account followed me, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean,
Which one?
The fish girl in Proctor's server, she's part of a podcast, and
Yeah, oh,
I,
under
I,
the T.
yeah, under the T, and I followed them the other day, and they just followed me back. I'm just like, oh, weird. Because
I mean,
I'm kind of used to like Twitter bots following me now, so have someone actually follow me is kind of just like, huh.
check and see. They may just follow most of the people that follow them.
This is true.
Also, if you use the same name that you use in the Discord, she may have recognized you.
This is true. I'm not muted. I see OBS going, and you guys hear me. Let's see, Discord not muted, OBS not muted. Short's African internet connection is fucking with him. For some godforsaken reason, I have Under the Sea stuck in my head now. God damn it.
Under the sea, under the sea, under the sea, under the sea. Everything's better down where it's wetter.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at my notifications on Twitter and stuff, and there's so many bots and stuff. But you know what pisses me off more than the bots? The fucking
The people
artists.
make. Oh,
I fucking hate artists because I've had this happen on Discord now that artists will, like initiate like a friend or message or something. It's like, hey, I watch your shit. Do you need an artist? Well, they don't get to the point, but I know where the point is going to, and I'm just like, okay, what are you trying to sell?
Are they that fucking hungry for customers?
Obviously.
I'm surprised, honestly.
Yeah, like for example, on
I mean,
just yesterday on Discord, I had this Akira VTuber send a friend request, and they're trying to get chummy and stuff, and I'm just like, and they're like, "Oh, do you stream?" I'm like, "How do you find me otherwise?" And then I linked them to my last stream, and it's just like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Read, nigger," and they haven't said anything since. So I don't know. It's weird and sad and pathetic.
I mean, I guess the industry is contracting to such an extent that you have to contact people and try to shield yourself more active. But I don't think sliding into people's Discord DM that you don't know is a good strategy here.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing because I have no patience for this shit, so I just go straight to the bullshit. I'm like, okay, what do you want?
I mean, don't exactly come across as the cuddliest critter, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a thought in the front of my brain I'm trying to grasp at. That could be a very good tangent, but it's kind of eluding me right now. It's really bugging me.
I need to remember to set up my 3D printer.
I never got into 3D printing.
I've got several, but I've got a filament printer that also does CNC and laser inscribing that I really need to set up, but I haven't gotten around to it for like a month.
Well, it's like, do you need to set it up kind of thing?
No, it's I need to stop being lazy and cut the box open.
Ah,
Because really, 3D printers are super easy to set up. It took me like 3 days. It took me a day and a half to do my first one because I just kept screwing up on the test. Like the test print always came out wrong, so I had to troubleshoot it. But they're not. Once you learn how to do it and watch a few YouTube videos to figure out what you're doing wrong, they're really easy to handle.
I know.
But I mean, this one is literally just to download the catalog.
I know. It's kind of one of those things where I've never been able really to bring myself to be able to justify the purchase and stuff. It's like, yeah, I could print minis, or I could do like,
Dude, they're so cheap right now.
I know.
It's like I sat there and ran down the cost to buy like a Skaven army, and then ran down the cost of a 3D printer, all the resin I needed, and the buying it from buying. I think it's either 2 or 3 of the kits from One Page Rules, and it was cheaper than buying the troops I needed.
Well, we've as far as like the tabletop wargaming and stuff is we really have gone to that point right now. In that if it like G Dubs, if G Dubs wants to stay competitive, they're honestly going to have to make a marketplace for their printing files, but they're never going to do it because they're going to be
No,
like,
they just need to lower. They just need to lower the price again, because I'm fine paying $120 for their centerpiece models. Their centerpiece models are amazing. Like, going to Age of Sigmar, the fucking turtle for the Ideneth Deepkin is the coolest thing I've ever seen. But the thing is, when I look at their troops, it's like, okay, this is a Space Marine with a different gun. Go fuck yourself on that. First of all, I'm a Tyranids player, so I only care about the Tyranids, and quit charging me your new prices on a 20-year-old model.
it kind of surprises me how many old models are still kicking around in terms of being in production. That will
To
never
be
not be
fair,
funny to me.
one of my favorite models is like 20 years old. It's the Carnifex. That is the coolest model ever.
Yeah, but isn't that like a big fuck off model too? So it's like, how are you going to improve it, kind of thing?
Well, they recently redid the Screamer Killer for the Leviathan box and fucked it up.
Yeah, so you want, it's like that raises the question: would you want them to make a new one at this point?
I just make it. There's a few gaps you have to fuck with on the Carnifex model. Just fix that and redo rebox it, and quit selling them in packs of 2. Sell them in packs of 1 or 3.
I can see him selling a pack of 3 because I'm just thinking from a mental Rolodex, Centurions are sold in packs of 3.
Yeah. I mean, there's the thing is with the new edition, like there's certain models that they sell a box and it's not a legal army. Well, it's not like you can't buy a box and it be a legal set. That's a problem, and that needs to be fixed.
I don't see it getting fixed. Because honestly,
I don't either.
because like this is kind of like old hat, but GW's been kind of like on the race to the bottom as far as quality, intelligence, and all that jazz. So
Yeah,
then again, I'm a WotC guy, so I can't really throw stones.
man. I played up until right before Return to Zendikar. Because I noticed with Return to Zendikar, they made my favorite colors kind of shit.
Yeah.
Well, no, they made green really good, but you had to play Eldrazi, and Eldrazi was boring.
I never played competitively. Well, okay, that's a lie. I played Friday Night Magic when I was in university, but other than that, I've always been the filthy casual, and I've always been happy with that. But as far as like
Oh,
even like following like the new releases or even the story, like I gave up on that on both of those things like ages
oh, I
ago.
mean, the lore has been shit for like 15 years, so
Oh, easily.
the lore turned to shit the moment they stopped including novels in fat packs.
Well, I would argue that the lore started being shit once they stopped calling them fat packs.
That too.
Yeah, it's like no, that's offensive to some people. It's like, oh my god. Okay, I see where this is going.
It was like, man, what was great? And see, the thing is, like, you look at the new sets and you go, oh, this isn't even going to be fun to draft because there's usually like 2 or 3 cards that in a draft would be I win if I pull this, and
Well,
that's not fun.
you also have to remember they're getting what is even a draft box anymore? Like they want to get rid of it so bad. They really do. They legitimately like Hasbro legitimately wants to get rid of the draft box. All they want is like the collector shit.
Well, see, I always play draft at shops, and you could tell if a set was unfun because you couldn't get a draft to fire off,
Yeah, I can see
and
that.
that like that's that should be your first goal. Is not Your first goal should never be make the spikes happy. It should always be make the set to where everyone wants to come and play it.
Yeah.
Because like we'd get people who you only saw on draft nights if a set was fun.
Yeah,
Because the
but
kitchen table people are going to come to pick up the new cards, and they're going to, and if it's a one of the best sets, Zendikar was amazing for draft.
yep.
Lorwyn was amazing for draft. But then you have something like Innistrad where it was actually really bad for draft. And then they made it to where blocks are only 2 sets, so you didn't even get a healthy draft environment through that. Because you can't sit there and go, well, this set sucks, but the other 2 are good, so like we can draft we're going to draft one of each.
I'm perfectly fine with them never going back to the block format, but they really do need to cut back on their SKUs. They really do.
Mhm.
So,
No,
but
I kind of want the block. I kind of want the block format back, and want I want core sets to be solid on their own.
well, my personal opinion, there should only be 4 releases a year, one a quarter, and one of them has to
Yeah,
be a core set.
yeah. So 3 sets for the block and 1 core set.
Yeah.
That way, you also have a healthy draft environment because the first set is going to be just that set. The second set is going to be 2 of the previous set and or 2 of the new set and 1 of the previous set, and then the third set is going to be 1 of each. And then you go into the core set when once again we're doing just that set.
I mean, for fuck's sakes, like this is how bad it is. I haven't even had the itch to like round out and collect all the newest slivers from like the last sliver release. I just don't care.
Yeah. I all I was mildly interested when they did the 40K thing, but then I didn't care because I saw that they did a Tyranids box that wasn't Jund and didn't have Devour.
No, that would make too much sense.
It's like, why the fuck are you not giving Tyranids Devour? Just reuse an old. Don't make a new ability. You reuse an old ability that's fucking cool.
Yeah, because the Warhammer decks were effectively isolated things. So yeah, that you could easily do that.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
commander decks.
The more I think about it, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense. They didn't. But again, modern
Or give them
Watsies,
an
so
ability that turns the enemy's monsters into their own power. Right?
actually, actually, this
Have a
is
ton of kill spells that create tokens.
No, this would be for me. They should bring for Tyranids. They should have brought back Rampage.
That would work also.
Yeah, the
Or
more you block.
amplify.
Yeah, just something like stupid is just like it's like oh my god, we're blocking them and they get bigger. Yeah, just
Yeah, there's so many. See, that's the thing, though. There are so many old abilities that they could be reusing that they refuse to reuse. Like, one of the coolest things they ever did was bring back Scry. Because Scry was a really good keyword ability.
yeah, and then they slapped it on everything and it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
As they are wont to do with everything.
You know, they slap it on everything but get rid of Lightning Bolt because it's too powerful. It's like, half your cards have Scry now. Scry is absurdly powerful.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that the arena recently, well, relatively recently, rolled out the timeless format. I'm just like, really? It's like,
I mean,
no, like I've heard no metric, heard no talk about this, but I can only imagine their internal metrics were like, every fucking person is playing historic. Let's just open up to everything. And then I imagine the metrics right now is everyone's either playing standard or timeless on arena right now. I swear to God, that has to be the metric.
well, because modern has never been a healthy format.
Yeah, and the
It's
digital, yeah, and it would only stand to reason that the digital equivalent, bracket would suffer the same fate, and apparently it has. So,
like, modern is the most insane format when you consider the fact they refuse to like reprint filter lands
yeah,
because they're absolutely necessary in modern.
I could
Like, if you're playing monocolor, you're playing 8 filter lands.
Yep. Yeah. The more I think about it, yeah, you're right.
Like, the only time you didn't play filter lands is if you were running Primeval Titan.
So funny story about Primeval Titan. Yeah, yesterday when I was doing my dailies and stuff, buddy kept on throwing it out, and I was playing my creature. I was playing my creature destruction deck because that was what my daily was. So I was just like board wiping the entire time every time he played and stuff, and he was. I could tell he was getting pissed off.
Oh, yeah. Why the fuck hasn't Damnation been reprinted in a normal set? Why hasn't Wrath of God been reprinted since 10th edition?
Yeah, because apparently they have bigger, better things now. I guess who fucking knows.
Day of Judgment's so much weaker than Wrath of God.
I know.
Like, there was one good Wrath of God equivalent, and it was in Return to Ravnica. And I can't remember its name, but it couldn't be countered. That was the only reason it was good.
Supreme something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Supreme
well,
Judgment, I think.
yeah, I'm opening up my arena right now for my daily, and literally my destroy deck is blue white, so so I run it.
Yeah, it's such a good card, and
it's like, damn, you guys still going? Yeah, of course, we got nothing better to do.
yeah, I'm waiting for VC on for the tabletop game I'm running.
I'm kind of hoping that Empress gets home and still up for coming on just to say hi and see how she's doing.
She might be heading to work.
I know that was the thing. So shit, I'll restart a stream just to say hi. It's 4 a.m. for you. Yeah. Time zones. What can you do? Yeah, attacker creatures. I'm gonna go sliver deck today.
My biggest problem with Magic is the fact they almost exclusively cater to spikes now, because it almost every format is who can play solitaire better now. And that
Th-
is the
this
worst way
this
to make a game.
Yeah, yeah. Because I remember back in the day when my friends would run a stasis deck, and of course we would always gang up on him and shit like that. There, but it seems to be, yeah, that seems to be like the current design, like the design philosophy is that you're each playing solitaire against each other. So it's
Yeah.
just like, eh.
Dude, it's why I literally quit playing Commander, because half of my play group turned the game into who can play solitaire better. And it's like, man, this isn't fun. Like, I'm
I
here to chill with my friends and play some games, but I literally just sit here with a deck I built deliberately to have a back and forth, and all we're doing is playing solitaire.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I am still of the opinion right now, both in terms of video game and tabletop, the system has to crash before it'll get better because
Yeah.
it's not going to on its own. That's just
I mean,
a fact of life.
Games Workshop has done a decent job of fixing a lot of their problems, but they've got a lot of problems because tournaments became normal, and people, as soon as there's a chance of getting status from it, are going to turn it into something bad. Like, there were Rule of Three was a great idea, and the fact that it took almost 30 years to realize it was going to be necessary is weird.
People saying 10th ed 40K is bland. I don't know. I only follow 40K lore. I can tell you about the tabletop.
Yeah, 10th edition 40K is bland because they had to get rid of all the dumb shit people were pulling.
Well, couldn't you? I don't know. It's one of those things as far as the like how do you errata tabletop war
I mean,
game. That's always been the crux of the GW Warhammer problem stuff. It's like
like,
how do
my
you
biggest problem is they got rid of they got damaged the psychic phase, and like playing brain bugs isn't as good anymore. But I also sit there and realize that they've got to take a very slow approach to most of this shit now.
yeah, I can see the justification for it. So yeah.
I mean, the big problem is fucking AdMech is like $2,000 to build an army
Okay.
because all of
Uh,
their units are really low costed.
I'm very thankful because I remember clear as day the day I went into my comic shop when I went to university and stuff, like the comic shop I ended up hanging around with the most. The first day I went in, right at my eye level, there was a Necron starter pack, and I was just like, but I never did, and I'm thankful for it ever since.
See, my first introduction to 40K was walking into a Games Workshop store just because I was wandering around a mall and getting to play the starter kit. Because when you go into a GW shop, they're usually trying to teach people how to play.
Yeah.
And it was Tyranids versus Ultramarines. And it had the Carnifex. And the Carnifex was fucking cool looking.
I know the comic shop I went to, like they did everything for games and stuff, but like the shop owner and his best friend, their main thing was 40K and stuff. So like watching them play 40K games. But I remember I forget what year it was, but the Halifax actually got a Games Workshop store, and everyone in the shop was just like, so how it's like, are you worried about it? And like shop owner's like, no, everyone's going to be playing their local games anyway, and that's what ended up doing, because they people would go to the Games Workshop for just buy paints and maybe like if there's a sale on figures and stuff, but everyone would be playing at their where they've been playing ever since.
Yeah. No, Games Workshop stores are not They really are not sustainable.
No.
If I were going to start a tabletop war game, I would exclusively run through local gaming stores anyway. Like, why
Yeah.
would I incur the cost of fucking selling the shit when I can have, because your profit margin is effectively going to keeping the store open anyway.
Yep.
Why would I do that when I could just have someone else take all the risk for me?
There wasn't a lot of like game stores. I mean, a lot of game stores open pre-internet, so wasn't that like a reason to open a game store, that you get the games first out of everyone when it wasn't as easy to just order them, and that's disappeared now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internet giveth and the internet taketh.
I can't say I miss game stores that much because mine, the ones around me, never had any sort of community to it at all. There was like tournaments occasionally, but those were the better tournaments were always done on university grounds instead. So the game store tournaments and stuff were pretty bad, and there was never any communal like RPG sessions like Vampire or D&D or whatever. It was just the card games, and you could get those better at the university anyways, and everything was cheaper to buy on the internet.
Yeah. Like, generally the only time you're going running a D&D game in a game store sucks anyway.
It does. Don't get me wrong. The one campaign I played in the store was fun, but it was like, okay, I said I'd done it, and it was like afterwards, it was just like go to someone's house kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just because like, oh, I'm not in a rural area, but if you ran a game, you'd always have at least someone who has a house, or you could borrow their parents' house. So like space was never an issue. So I never really understood like, why would you want to be in the game store? Why wouldn't you want to be in a real house instead?
A lot of times, if you got people traveling, like, okay, you gotta realize America's fucking huge. So, like, we had games where people were traveling 20, 40 miles to get somewhere. If you've got a game store that's centrally located, that's a lot easier to do.
Sure, but to me that just sounds insane.
Oh, it's also a thing of usually you're going to not try to impose too much on whoever's hosting, so you go out to eat instead of trying to have that person cook for everyone.
Oh, we
And you
just
make
bought
the
fast
entire
food.
you make the entire night a social event anyway.
Well, that's the ideal.
Oh, for me, some of my like gaming groups got killed by cell phones. Actually, they ruined everything because people would spend so much time looking at them that they couldn't concentrate in the games, and it ruined it for everyone.
Oh man, you are young. We usually fucking put we unless someone has to look up an obscure rule, cell phones are not brought out.
Yeah, I mean, was I haven't run a tabletop game in 4+ years either, but so I assume that stuff is worse now. But that was when I was in university. That was a really difficult problem. People couldn't keep away from their phones.
Yeah, that's you you might have to get a group that everyone's above like 25, 26 then.
Yeah,
Because
I was the only one that was like over 25 when I was in university as well. Everyone else was younger than me.
yeah, because that's something I have never run into that problem. Like, we use our phones, but almost exclusively to find something that's necessary.
Yeah, I played a lot of Only War. So we would actually use there was like an website for rolling in Only War, because you use like it's like three different roll over 90, roll under 90. So it would do all that shit without real dice. That was the one good use out of it. I think we got.
What? Seriously, you didn't just use D%?
I gotta follow the rules, dude.
It's like,
D100s.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. A D%. It's a D10 that's marked not with the tens, and it's a D10 marked with the ones.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like a roll over 50, roll under 50.
Yeah, if you roll under 5, you get it. If you roll over 5, you get it.
Yeah, but it's shit. Not all like shooting is rolling over and like not being shot was rolling under. I know it sounds stupid, but we did it that way.
No, what I'm saying is you can do this with a regular fucking dice.
Yeah, but honestly, not too enamored with dice. If you can do it digitally easier, I prefer that to real dice. Actually, I have no emotional investment in dice.
Yeah, it's just like dice sites really suck when you're playing vampire or hunter or anything like that because they're actually not truly random.
No, it's always a little give to one side or another.
Yeah. Well, it's more of they just pick they just pick an assortment of numbers, and so you don't get the moments where you're actually less likely to get the major moments where you just score crit after crit after crit, which are always the best moments in the game. Especially if you've been fucking up the entire game. Like if the dice have just been screwing you for a session or two, and then all of a sudden, when it really matters, just get you just have a hot hand. That's the best way to pull. That's the best feeling in the world.
This is true.
I always liked when you played Onward or something, when you would burn a fate point. That was like my favorite thing because that meant you were really desperate, and being left with no fate point basically meant you would die next session. So that was really tense. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hot take. I know Magic Arena is shit and stuff, but I like reading the free magic Reddit, which is the unwoke one, and a lot of posts have commented that Magic Arena it's not random. It's really not random, and it's the waiting on card draw is so fucking retarded. Even the internal metrics are gaming the system, it still doesn't work. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, of course it's not random. They can't actually do random.
Yeah, but I know, but even still, like them trying to game the system still does not in and of like what they're intending to do does not actually work. So it's like I either fix it to do it what you want or just have it completely random, and they can't even do that. It's fucking
Well,
infuriating.
you can't do true randomness with a computer.
I
That's
know,
the
I know,
problem.
I know, I know.
What they would have to do is actually run a separate to do true randomness. They would have to um, run a separate set every turn or every time you draw, or that would be the best way to simulate randomness because you've got a 1 in 53 chance after you draw your initial hand. So they
Okay.
would have to go 1 in 53, 1 in 52, 1 in 51,
Well,
and
I'm
that would
looking.
be the best
Well,
way to do it. But
Well, I'm just looking at
that
my
would
computer.
just slow your.
I'm looking at my computer metrics, and every time I'm running Arena, my GPU is running at 100% and stuff. So if it's that unoptimized, it's kind of wondering. It's like how badly optimized is it? Well, obviously it's bad, but two, I swear to God, there are days they have to be running a crypto miner. I swear to God.
Probably.
How much CPU usage do you get?
Well, running everything right now, I'm putting around 30%.
What are they doing to make the graphics card go to 100 but not stress the CPU?
Well, it's clearly the game because if I close the game, it'll go down to like 30 or whatever and stuff. But every time I'm running Arena, it's like maxes out 100% unless I'm like in the menu or something.
Wow. Wizard of the Coast releasing an unfinished, unoptimized product that doesn't satisfy anyone sounds like their MO.
Can we go back to TSR, please and thank you?
Just remember, Watsy decided not to give us Dragonlance.
I know. Watsy just needs to fucking die.
I mean, after seeing what they've done with Forgotten Realms, I'm kind of glad they didn't give us Dark Sun.
Oh yeah, that straight up got canceled, didn't it? I remember thinking of something else.
I'm not sure.
Because I do distinctly remember reading a preview for like the current edition of Dark Sun, and I never heard anything since. Honestly, I don't care enough to look at it anyway. Yeah, it looks like the VTuber discussion channel is devolved into Phase Connect.
Oh, what a surprise.
What happened now?
I think it looks like Pipkin moved in through a grenade and then fucked off.
Kind of based, not gonna lie.
uh, okay, I don't know what it is with Magic Arena distills the worst of Magic, and that's one thing that will always kind of make me kind of wonder. It's like I'll play a deck for like, I swear to God, like a half hour against this one deck, and I'll be like, "What is your win con?" It's like, what is it? Like deck I'm playing right now. It's like it's not a mill deck, so it's like, what's your win con? Okay, you're drawing cards. Okay, but are you gonna suddenly throw Rise of the Second Sun at me or something? I don't know. It's fucking weird. I'm trying to think of a talking point to bounce off on, but my brain's starting to disassociate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do,
been going
do,
for
do we want to
many
wrap it up?
hours.
Do we want to wrap
Sure.
it up? Okay.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I'm getting sleepy.
The stream is literally creeping on 5 hours now. So for everyone who stuck around, thanks for coming. Take it easy. Later.